Chapter 1. Is this how the so-called Taishan Sacred Land, one of the 6 great sacred lands of Eastern Barren Territory, bullying others, currying favor with those in power, and forcefully pushing his own daughter into the fire pit? From the beginning to the end, they didn't even ask the Taishan Holy Maiden if she was willing. Today I'm going to get justice for her. I don't care about the status of Taishan Sacred Land's disciple anymore, but I ask Taishan Sacred Land to remember that I, Yi-chan, will return today's humiliation. Many people were standing in the grand hall. It was very noisy. At this moment, a young man with a delicate and pretty face and an unyielding expression was clenching his fists tightly as he let out a roar of unwillingness. His name was Yi-chan, and he was an inner disciple. Impudent. A puny inner disciple dares to talk back to the Sacred Lord? I think you don't want to live anymore. Beside him, an inner sect elder had a very terrifying aura, but his face was very ugly. He wanted to stop the young man. How could a puny inner disciple be so presumptuous in the main hall of Taishan Sacred Land, one of the 6 great sacred lands? Moreover, today was the saint conferring ceremony. Many big factions had been invited. They were all watching the show from the side. If it weren't for his face, he would have slapped this insensible inner sect disciple to death. In the main hall, a group of inner disciples and true disciples were pointing and discussing something. He looked at the determined young man in front of him as if he was looking at a fool. Is this Yi-chan crazy? He actually came to the main hall to say these words? Although his strength is pretty good among the inner sect disciples, he wants to be a true disciple. I even heard that an elder wants to take him in as a true disciple, but now it seems like it's impossible. Someone couldn't help but mock. I think he really doesn't want to live anymore. When he angers that young lord, I'm afraid our entire Taishan Sacred Land will suffer. The true disciple next to him was somewhat angry and worried. If what Yi-chan had just done had made that mysterious young lord unhappy, he would not have been able to do anything about it. At that time it wouldn't be Taishan Sacred Land that would suffer. Instead, the entire Eastern Barren Territory would suffer. So, he wanted to kill Yi-chan personally. Some of the elders and disciples of the major powers who had come to watch the ceremony were also looking forward to the show. Of course, many people treated this inner disciple named Yi-chan like a monkey. What couldn't a mere inner sect disciple do? Why did he have to go against the current great profound Saint Master? Your name is Yi-chan, right? I remember you. You came from a small place in the Azure Sky domain. You went through the 100 Dynasty War, and finally joined my Taishan Holy Land. Now you're telling me that you're going to give up your status as a member of the Taishan Holy Land. At this time, a middle-aged man who had been sitting at the head of the hall spoke. As he opened and closed his eyes, strands of golden light shot out. His aura was as deep as the sea, capable of shaking one's heart and soul. Divine light flowed around his body, and he possessed a terrifying majesty that emanated a natural awe-inspiring might. Clearly this was a super expert. He was the current sacred lord of the Taishan Holy Land. As soon as he spoke, the entire hall fell silent. The guests from the various forces who had come to watch the ceremony were also silent. Wang! Yi-chan felt a powerful aura, and sweat started to drip down his forehead. However, at this time he would not give in. Moreover, he had a powerful backing. Saint Master, I only want to seek justice for the saintess. I can't just watch her fall into a pit of fire. Yi-chan's words were powerful and filled with righteousness. As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at a woman in front of him. That woman was very beautiful, and her facial features were exquisite. Her eyes were like autumn waters and her brows were like jade. Her hair was soft, and her face was pure white and sparkling, flickering with an alluring luster. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, giving her an otherworldly and tranquil temperament. It was hard to describe her with words. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. Facing everything that was happening in the hall, her expression was calm from beginning to end. Fall into a pit of fire? How dare you? Hearing these words, the great profound Saint Master's face sunk, and he was somewhat angry. At this time many people somewhat understood. Their expressions were strange and somewhat mocking. Yi-chan had said so much, but in the end it was only because he saw the saintess, whom he had admired for a long time, being sent to another man by the Saint Master. Although many young disciples were also somewhat jealous, they did not dare to show it on the surface like Yi-chan. Moreover, they were not stupid at all. After all, that young lord's identity was one that even the holy masters had to be respectful to. They didn't dare to slight him. At this moment, many people's gazes were fixed on the young man sitting behind the main seat, drinking tea with his eyes lowered, as if he did not care about anything at all. Gu Chang'e. Chapter 2. Gu Chang'e's gaze was leisurely as he lowered his eyes and blew on the tea in his cup. His white robe was purer than snow, untainted by a speck of dust. His handsome features seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, and his expression was calm. But if one looked deeper, one would find that it was indifference, as if he did not care about anything. He was high up, overlooking everything. He was unpredictable. He didn't seem to care about what happened in the hall at all. He was detached from the world. Well, that was how everyone felt at the moment. No matter who it was, they could feel that the identity of this man in white was not simple. Whether it was his temperament or his behavior, there was a sense of transcendence. He was not a mortal. Of course, everyone did not know that Gu Chang'e's so-called indifferent expression was purely a loss of what to do blankness. It was not that he did not care about what happened in the hall, but that he was in a daze because of the memory fusion. He was a transmigrator. He was still sleeping a second ago, but when he woke up, he was in this dangerous fantasy world. Here, the strong could pluck the stars and take the moon, move mountains and fill seas, fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, and the weak were trampled on, their lives were worthless and there was no respect. He was a true disciple of the immortal sect from the upper realm who came here to experience. His talent was superb and his background was terrifying. However, based on Gu Chang'e's experience of reading thousands of web novels in his previous life, his current appearance was like a villain or cannon fodder that would not live past a few chapters. This result made Gu Chang'e's heart ache. Looking at the situation in front of him again, the moment he transmigrated, he encountered a situation where the son of destiny was about to slap his face. Yi Chen's name was the standard of a protagonist, and a name like his, Gu Chang'e, was obviously a villain cannon fodder prepared by the stupid author to make him look cool. He was so cool, was it not good to slap the protagonist's face? Gu Chang'e, Gu Chang'e. At this time, Yi-chan had already called Gu Chang'e a few times, but there was no response. He did not even bother to look at him. This kind of complete contempt and disregard for him made Yi-chan even more furious. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Impudent! How dare you call the young master by his name? At this moment a loud shout came from the side. It was filled with coldness and anger, as well as a majestic pressure. The speaker was Chu Xian, the newly appointed saint of the Taishan Holy Land. His expression was cold as he took large strides forward. Symbols flickered on his palm as divine splendor surged. He was prepared to teach Yi-chan a lesson. This was the time for him to perform. If it wasn't for Gu Chang'e's praise, it would have been better. He would not be able to easily suppress the other true disciples and become the new great abstruse saint's son. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Gu Chang'e. After all, he was not like Su Qingge, who had a divine lord as her father. She was made a saintess the moment she was born. Impudent! Yi-chan, today in front of all the guests, you have repeatedly provoked the sect. You really have ulterior motives. Men, quickly lock him up in the dungeon and await his punishment. This moment, another elder stood out and reprimanded loudly. He would not let go of such an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. That's right. Divine Lord, why don't you take this opportunity to cripple Yi-chen's cultivation and expel him from the sect? It's a good opportunity to apologize to young Master Gu. Seeing this, the other elders also stood up one after another and loudly reprimanded Yi-chan for his disrespect and offense. All the guests of the great forces were somewhat shocked. What was the identity of this mysterious man in white? Yi-chen's face turned pale all of a sudden. He sensed that the situation was unfavorable to him. Everyone was trying to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. Even Su Qingge did not say a word. Why? This was completely different from what he had expected. At this moment, a cold feeling suddenly came from his fingers. Yi-chen's somewhat agitated state of mind quickly calmed down. Gu Chang'e sat at the head of the table and drank a mouthful of tea. His eyes were full of interest. Good. I didn't even have to say anything, and this son of fortune called Yi-chan became like this? But this was too unworthy of his identity as the son of fortune. Then Gu Changxing's eyes turned and fell on the ring in Yi-chen's hand. TSK TSK TSK. This was the standard of an old grandpa from a few years ago. The son of fortune was definitely not going to run away. Gu Chang'e, apart from bullying people, what else can you do? Yi-chan opened his mouth again and stared at Gu Chang'e with incomparable anger. It was as if all this was caused by the other party. If it were not for him, how could Su Qingge be personally sent over by Taishan Saint Master? Thinking of this, Yi-chan felt a surge of anger in his heart. He could not wait to cut Gu Chang'e into pieces. Who knew what would happen in one night? Although he had gone through thick and thin with Su Qingge before, he had always treated her as someone who could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. He had never even touched her dress. Gu Chang'e was still drinking tea calmly with his eyes lowered. His expression did not change, and no one knew whether he was happy or angry, but he was somewhat amused in his heart. What does it have to do with me? In the original owner's memory, he did not even know that there was such a small character like Yi-chan. As for why Taishan Saint Master would personally send his daughter to him, he was not the one who asked for it. Sucking up to the powerful and currying favor. Wasn't this normal in every world? Not to mention in a fantasy world where the strong preyed on the weak. Who asked him to have such a terrifying background? This Yi-chan had no ability at all, but he was quite good at slandering people. Chapter 3. Young Master Gu. This disciple of Yi-chan doesn't know etiquette. I hope you won't be angry. Taishan Saint Master's face turned gloomier. While apologizing to Gu Chang'e, he winked at the elders. All the guests were watching the show. When had Taishan Saint Master ever lost face like this? Saint Master, let me take Yi-chan down and apologize to young Master Gu. At this moment, Taishan Saint Sun Chuxian took the initiative to express his goodwill. As he spoke, he had already made his move. Runes flickered and appeared on his palm, extending toward Yi-chan. Rumble. Rumble of thunder resounded in the void. Runes intertwined, turning into terrifying lightning like a lightning dragon. As the great mystic saint, his strength was naturally one of the best among his peers. Yi-chan was merely an inner disciple. The gap between their realms was too big. How could he be Chu Xian's opponent? Inside the palace, light flickered and runes flickered. Everyone was watching this battle. Many people, including Taishan Saint Master, didn't care about the result of this battle. They were only waiting for Yi-chen's defeat. After all, if they made a move, they would be criticized. Among the major powers, there were many spies from the other saint lands and aristocratic families. He didn't want to lose face again. Good. Yi-chan, on the other hand, was somewhat excited about this battle. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his magic power surged as he met the attack with a palm. This Yi-chan is overestimating himself. He doesn't even look at his own abilities. He's simply courting death. An inner disciple mocked in disdain. Saint Sun Chuxian is a half-step transcendent realm expert, while Yi-chan is merely a soul palace expert. Not to mention, the Saint Sun has the Thunder Prison divine body. There won't be any accidents in this battle. The other disciples also said, feeling that Yi-chan was courting death. In the next moment, flames flickered and lightning burst forth. Hair fluttered in the wind as blazing and resplendent light collided in the void. Chu Xian's body trembled, his powerful body somewhat numb. Yi-chan, on the other hand, was like a young fire god. He stood there unmoving, his expression confident. What? He's so strong. Many young female disciples couldn't help but have a strange light in their eyes. Yi-chen's strength somewhat exceeded their expectations. Many people were stunned. In this exchange of blows, the two of them were evenly matched, and there was no clear victor. Yi-chan is clearly only at the Soul Palace realm. How could he block a divinity realm saint? All of the disciples and elders were shocked by what they saw. Even Sacred Master Taishan, who had been gloomy, was shocked. One had to know that Chu Xian possessed the Thunder Prison divine physique, which allowed him to fight above his level. Within the same generation, it was even harder to find an opponent. However, facing Yi-chan, who was a whole realm lower than him, He couldn't even take him down with one palm strike? Could it be that Yi Chan was more talented than Chu Xian? Why didn't anyone notice this before? Of course, if there was anyone present who wasn't surprised by this, they would definitely be shocked. That would be Gu Chang'e. After all, he was the son of destiny. Slapping people's faces and shocking them was a common occurrence. He sipped his tea slowly. His tone was neither fast nor slow. You seem to have a lot of confidence in this Yi Chan? Hearing this, Su Qingge turned her head. A ripple suddenly appeared in his originally calm eyes. An elegant fragrance wafted over, like orchids and musk. She didn't say anything. But her appearance had already exposed her emotions. Gu Chang'e's eyes seemed to be very deep. He smiled. You're trying so hard to keep calm. Do you want me to think that you have nothing to do with Yi Chan? Are you afraid that I'll deal with him? You're really a smart woman. His words revealed everything. For some reason, Su Qingge felt that this man was very scary. It made her feel even more uneasy than before. But she pursed her lips and still didn't say anything. Gu Chang'e glanced at the teacup and said calmly, "It's empty." Su Qingge glanced at him, then silently picked up the teapot and gently filled his cup. Interesting. Gu Chang'e's smile was a little strange. He seemed to be talking to himself but also seemed to be talking to Su Qingge. Su Qingge's hand holding the teapot trembled slightly. Gu Chang'e could easily count hundreds of such tricks. The reason why Yi Chan was so anxious today, it was purely because he heard that Sacred Master Taishan sent his daughter to his palace last night. But his original personality was actually very indifferent. He only cared about cultivation. So he didn't even touch Su Qingge. However, judging from this relationship, it was obvious that Su Qingge was the so-called female protagonist. After all, from the storyline, Yi Chan rose from a small place, experienced the 100 Empire War, and finally joined Sacred Master Taishan. In fact, he was almost at the mid-stage. Su Qingge had great talent and a perfect appearance. As the Sacred Lady of Sacred Master Taishan, she was also very smart. She knew that Yi Chan was like an egg hitting a rock. So she wouldn't plead for Yi Chan. That would only make her feel more disgusted with Yi Chan. The best way was to draw a clear line between her and Yi Chan, making her misunderstand that there was nothing between them. With such a character, if she wasn't the female lead, what was she? Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e had already seen through all of this. It was like he had a god's perspective. Especially now, after Gu Chang'e knew his role as the villain, he didn't plan to let Su Qingge go. Although a force melon was not sweet, but it could quench one's thirst. I underestimated you. At this moment, Sacred Son Chu Xian's expression was not very good. He coldly said, intending to continue. In front of so many people, especially Gu Chang'e, not being able to take down Yi Chan made him feel very ashamed. However, at this moment, Gu Chang'e had already walked over and waved his hand. Boring. However, this first sentence made Yi Chen's expression stiffen, as if his entire body had turned silly. But since this matter is related to me, then I won't trouble Sacred Son Chu Xian. Is the so-called fearlessness because of ignorance? Gu Chang'e said indifferently. As his gaze fell, Yi Zichen looked down. In the next moment, a majestic and terrifying pressure, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing, instantly swept over like a tide. A terrifying hurricane swept through the entire hall. Runes flickered and spirit chi fluctuated. Everyone felt fear from the bottom of their soul. Even many elders' expressions changed, somewhat trembling. This is young Master Gu's strength. Sacred Master Taishuan's expression turned grave. Puff. As the person in question, Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, his face turning pale. Then his legs went soft, and his entire body knelt on the ground. His head hit the ground and he could no longer move. He was completely suppressed. No matter how he called out to his master in the ring, it was of no use. His strength, how could he be so strong? Yi Chan raised his head with difficulty, looking at the white-robed man who looked as if he was looking at an ant. He was still somewhat in disbelief and unwillingness. Isn't it just showing off? I can do it too. Gu Chang'e's face was filled with indifference and arrogance, but he was actually sneering in his heart. Needless to say, the result of this battle would most likely end with Yi Chan defeating Chu Xian, forcefully slapping everyone's face. Then Yi Chan would take the opportunity to challenge him. How about a bet of 3 palms? Wouldn't it be easy for him to do it with the old man in the ring? What a good idea. However, he was a transmigrator and he had a cheat. Chapter 4. There was a deathly silence in the hall. Trying to act cool with me? You're still too young. Guchanga didn't say a word and shook his head slightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes whiter than snow. His eyes were deep and indifferent. It was as if he was looking down at a jumping ant. Yi-chan was kneeling at his feet, his face pale and unwilling. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he couldn't even raise his head. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The people of Taishan Holy Land who had some understanding of Guchanga were even more shocked than the others. After all, in terms of age, Guchanga's strength was about the same as Taishan Holy Land's younger generation. However, his strength was comparable to Holy Land's. Young Master Gu is so young, but his cultivation is unfathomable. At this moment, Taishan Holy Master couldn't help but praise. At the same time, he glanced at his daughter's slightly pale face. He sighed inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would have crippled this troublesome Yi-chan and expelled him from the sect. Why would he have offended this young lord? At this moment, he had already decided on Yi-chen's fate. Taishan Holy Master, you're too kind. Changa's strength is not worth mentioning. Guchanga smiled. His tone was calm and indifferent, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, there was also a sense of superiority and alienation. He didn't care about these words. After all, his original body was a genius from the lower realm. He was also a famous young supremacy in the upper realm. His strength was strong. How could any random cat or dog be compared to him? He wanted to deal with this Yi-chan who wanted to slap his face. As long as the old man in the ring was afraid and didn't dare to reveal his aura, it would be fine. When the time came, how could he help Yi-chan? Guchanga came from the lower realm, so how could he not have a Tao protector? Just now he had transmitted a message to the Tao protector to intimidate the remnant spirit in Yi-chen's ring. Now it seemed that things were developing as he expected. Now it would be even easier to trample this child of fate to death. Yi-chen was probably still in a state of shock and panic. Why was his master, who had always succeeded, not reacting? Guchanga's expression was natural, but he was laughing in his heart. I actually let young Master Gu deal with him personally. I'm too ashamed. Chu Xian, the great abstruse saint's son, said guiltily. It was obvious that this person was going to become his lackey. Guchanga naturally wouldn't blame him. Therefore, he said with a slightly relieved smile, Holy Son Chu Xian, you don't have to worry about it. Since this matter was caused by this Gu, it's naturally better for this Gu to personally deal with it. Chu Xian is not as righteous as young master. Just as Guchanga expected, his words made Chu Xian admire him. She was determined to hug Guchanga's thighs tightly. These beautiful words caused everyone to sigh inwardly, and their eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. This young lord, be it in terms of bearing or talent, is not simple. No, how could it be described as simple? This was completely unfathomable and hard to fathom. Young Master Gu is really too strong. He's like a god that has descended to the mortal world. Just a wisp of his aura is enough to make us tremble in fear. Originally, I thought that my Taishan Holy Land had existed for tens of thousands of years and had a territory of hundreds of millions of miles. We were already the overlords of the world. But after seeing you today, I know that there is always someone better than me. The group of elders also echoed one after another, with flattering looks on their faces. Their appearance of being a dog made the elders and disciples of the big forces, who did not know the truth, feel shocked. They were even more curious about the identity of this mysterious white-robed man. As one of the 6 major holy lands of the eastern wilderness, the Taishan Holy Land had secretly hugged this young lord's thighs. Such a situation was not a good sign for the forces behind them. It was really cool to be a villain. Wherever he went, he would have to kneel down and lick his boots. He did not have to be like the protagonist, who would be ridiculed wherever he went. Guchanga thought to himself. At the same time, he communicated with the system. As a transmigrator, how could he lack a cheat? His cheat was similar to the interface of the online game in his previous life. It displayed all kinds of information about him. He could obtain the destiny points by reversing the various situations of the Son of Providence. The destiny points were equivalent to the system's currency and had a versatile effect. Not only could it be exchanged for various divine powers and cultivation methods, it could also be exchanged for various talents, bloodlines, and so on. It could even add points to divine powers, cultivation methods, and cultivation realms. In short, it had all the functions that Guchanga could think of. Naturally, it also had functions that he did not expect. System. At this moment, Guchanga called out the system interface that only he could see in his mind. Owner, Guchanga identity. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's true disciple bloodline. Demonic Heart and Dao Bone cultivation. Peak Holy Lord Realm. Cultivation methods. Dao Heaven Immortal Canon 10,000 Transformations Demon Body. Devouring Immortal Demon Art. Destiny Points. 50 Luck Points. 30 System Store. Not open. It was a very simple interface with all kinds of information at a glance. The 50 destiny points were obtained from stepping on Yichen's face. System, if I were to step on Yichen now, what would happen? Guchanga asked inwardly. Considering the owner's current luck points, the system does not recommend you to do so. There is a risk of suffering a backlash from the luck points. It was indeed similar to what he had guessed. Guchanga shook his head. He inwardly cursed the dog author and dog heaven. What kind of setting was this? TSK with his talent and background, he only had 30 destiny points. Moreover, they were freaking black. On the other hand, Yichen still had several hundred destiny points even in such a situation. According to the system, destiny points were divided into 7 levels. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Ordinary people had red destiny points. However, Yichen's destiny points had already reached the green level. As for black destiny points, wouldn't that be bad luck? Offending the current child of destiny will bring bad luck. The system explained. Moreover, suffering a backlash from the child of destiny? Was it the kind of thing where one would choke to death while drinking tea or get struck to death by lightning while walking? It seems that stepping on the child of destiny will have to be done slowly, and let the child of destiny reach the lowest point. However, this slow process of stepping on ants is not lacking in interest. Guchanga's expression remained the same, but he was already communicating with the system in his mind. Chapter 5. So, as long as the luck of the Son of Fate is not depleted to a certain extent, I can't kill him? They communicated in their minds for a long time. Hearing the system's explanation, Guchanga raised his eyebrows. Yes, master. Luck is unpredictable and unpredictable. With your current strength, it is not difficult to kill Yichen, but it will definitely cause a series of unknown changes. Because, master, you are the biggest change. The system explained. Guchanga nodded and understood. The Son of Destiny was indeed the Son of Destiny. He had the protection of the heavens. Using the simplest example, if Guchanga really wanted to kill Yichen, there would definitely be a lightning strike from the sky to kill him first. But what can you do even if God is protecting you? You can still slowly play him to death. Guchanga sneered in his heart and did not care much about it. Then, he took a look at the luck points of everyone in the palace. Apart from Yichen, who had 500 points, Suchinga had the highest luck points, a total of 350 points. This confirmed Guchanga's previous guess. Suchinga was probably going to be the female lead. However, he thought that if he ate Suchinga now, would he also suffer from the backlash of luck? If so, it would be a bit of a loss, whether it was in his previous life or now. He was not the kind of person who would only think about the lower half of his body. After all, although luck was illusory, it was real. If he played himself to death, wouldn't that be a big loss? Of course, there was still a way. Wouldn't it be better to just lose all their luck points? For example, like the system notification just now. Ding! Slapping Yichen's face in public, Yichen lost 10 luck points, fate points increased by 50. 50 fate points was not a lot, but it was not a little either. But for Guchanga, there were still many things he could do. For example, increasing his strength or talent. Compared to cultivating honestly, wouldn't it be better to cheat and add some points? Yichen dared to openly challenge the rules of the sect, and even insulted young Master Gu. Men, take him to the prison and let young Master Gu deal with him. At this moment, the first elder of the punishment hall spoke. This was a tall and sturdy old man. He had a square face and was imposing without being angry. It was very prestigious in the Taishan Holy Land, although he was usually fair and impartial, and even thought highly of Yi Chen. However, he also understood that Yi Chen had offended someone he should not have. Compared to the insignificant inner sect disciples, they naturally couldn't bring trouble to the sect. He looked at the punishment elder with a slightly probing and fawning gaze. Guchanga nodded slightly. Then, he returned to his original position. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry from his expression. Let me deal with Yi Chen? That was not a bad idea. I just didn't expect that someone as fair as you would be like this as well. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. As Guchanga's majestic pressure dissipated, Yi Chen was finally able to stand up. His face was full of shock, unwillingness, and humiliation. His current mood was exactly what Guchanga had expected. Why didn't his master reply to him at such a crucial moment? Did she betray him as well? Or is it that master is also afraid of Guchanga's background? At this moment Yi Chen's heart turned cold, and his eyes turned cold. Especially Su Qingga. She didn't say a word from beginning to end. She stood there silently. She even took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Guchanga. Yi Chen saw all of this with his own eyes. His beloved goddess taking the initiative to serve another man made Yi Chen feel as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Couldn't she see that he was willing to break ties with the Taishan Holy Land for her? It could be said that his heart was very, very cold right now. How could Su Qingga not see Yi Chen's current expression? She knew that Yi Chen had misunderstood. However, she couldn't let the sect that had nurtured her for more than 20 years fall into danger for Yi Chen. Therefore, she could only choose to silently lower her head and clench her fists, not looking at Yi Chen's eyes. Saintess Qingga, I heard that the moon tonight is very beautiful. I wonder if you could give me some face and enjoy the moon with you? However, at this moment Guchanga suddenly spoke. Seeing the two's expressions, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. A gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. These words made Su Qingga dazed. For a moment, her face turned slightly red, feeling somewhat flattered. But soon she realized Guchanga's intention. Her body trembled. Her face began to pale. In particular, Guchanga's deep eyes. There was a hint of playfulness and ridicule. He said those words on purpose for Yi Chen to hear. Su Qingga could understand this. The others in the palace didn't understand. At this moment, they were somewhat envious of her. Taishan Saint Master's face was filled with joy as he desperately tried to signal his daughter. If this young lord really took a liking to her, whether or not she could be taken to the upper realm, at that time it would be an unparalleled opportunity for the entire Taishan Holy Land. It was even possible to soar into the sky and walk towards glory. Guchanga, you're despicable, you're shameless. What's the point of bullying others? If you have the ability to suppress your cultivation base to the same level as mine, we can have a fair fight. You shameless villain. I'll definitely kill you one day. At this moment Yi Chen seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were red as he couldn't help but roar. How could he possibly accept such words and such actions? However, Guchanga didn't say anything. He even lowered his eyes and calmly blew on his tea. From beginning to end, he didn't even raise his eyelids. Puff. Finally, Yi Chen couldn't bear the humiliation anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. At this moment the system notification came. Ding! Yi Chen's mental state is damaged. Luck points lost 100. Fate points increased by 500. TSK. Fate points were really easy to earn. Guchanga slowly sipped his tea. Chapter 6. Losing 100 luck points from the Son of Destiny would give him 500 life points. It seemed that the exchange rate was 1 to 5. Guchanga thought to himself as he listened to the system notification in his head. He planned to use these life points to improve his attribute panel when he had time. In the main hall, the unconscious Yi Chen was taken away by the disciples of the punishment hall. The farce was finally over. Many guests sighed. Not only is this young lord unfathomable, but his background is also unimaginable. After all, the Taishan Sacred Master actually let his favorite daughter accompany him personally. Most people had deep thoughts in their eyes as they tried to guess Guchanga's identity. They had all decided. After today, they would properly report what happened here to the sect. If they had the chance, it would definitely be more beneficial for them to be on good terms with this young lord. Of course, they could also foresee that there would be a huge commotion in Eastern Wilderness soon. It didn't take long for the ceremony to end. At the banquet, the Taishan sacred son, Chu Xian, was in high spirits as he looked down on his peers. Then he respectfully toasted Gu Chang'e, who was sitting at the head of the table, and said, "Thank you for your help, young master. If you need me in the future, I am willing to follow you through fire and water." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a very tactful way of saying that he would be a slave. Coincidentally, he was lacking a lackey now. Chu Xian was the Taishan sacred son. It was suitable. Gu Chang'e took the wine, smiled, and drank it in one gulp. "It's just a small matter. Brother Chu Xian, you don't have to worry about it." "Thank you, young master." Chu Xian's face lit up. "This old man toasts you. It's Eastern Wilderness honor for young master to come to the lower realm." The elders and disciples present were not stupid. Naturally, they understood these principles. They began to agree and propose toasts one after another. At the same time, they cursed Chu Xian in their hearts. It was hard to tell normally. However, they did not expect that his bootlicking skills were not bad at all. In just a short while, he had become this young lord's lackey. The hearts of many disciples were filled with envy and jealousy. Qingge, the Taishan sacred master, saw that his daughter's face was a little pale, as if she was in a daze. He couldn't help but frown. Judging from the situation just now, young Master Gu seemed to have a good impression of her daughter. But why was it that she didn't even want to acknowledge him now? "Father." Su Qingge shook her head slightly with a pale face. She didn't explain. Why would Gu Chang'e be interested in her? That appearance just now was purely for Yichan to see. She didn't know what kind of grudge Yichan had with Gu Chang'e that made him deliberately humiliate Yichan like this. However, he knew that it was best not to anger Gu Chang'e at this time. With his status, how could there be a lack of proud daughters by his side? Su Qingge was very smart, so she was self-aware. Taishan's sacred master was not stupid. He could guess what was going on from his daughter's expression. A worried expression appeared on his face. Hearing her father's sigh, Su Qingge felt bad in her heart. She knew what her father was like. She knew that he must have his reasons for doing so. She glanced at Gu Chang'e and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she gritted her teeth. When the banquet was about to end, she decided to lower herself and apologize. After all, today's incident was caused by her. However, Gu Chang'e didn't even look at her from beginning to end. He had already left with Chu Xian, laughing and chatting, heading to the palace to rest. The invitation to admire the beautiful moon and the beautiful moon seemed like a joke. Of course, Gu Chang'e was joking. He didn't have time to admire the moon with Su Qingge, although forcing himself to drink melons was to quench his thirst. However, quenching his thirst would result in the backlash of his luck. He might even be attacked by the river crab divine beast from an unknown space. The risk was too big. Su Qingge, on the other hand, was very pretty. Her white clothes were fluttering in the wind, and her demeanor was moving. However, it was still not worth it. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was already far away, Su Qingge couldn't help but stand there in a daze. She didn't even have time to say a word. She had a cold and quiet personality. Although she didn't talk much, it was the first time she met someone who looked down on her like this. It should be known that every time Yichan talked to her, he would be happy and excited for half a day. Su Qingge sighed inwardly and prepared to think of other ways to remedy the situation. Gu Chang'e is indeed hard to fathom. He's much more interesting than that Yichan. At this moment in Su Qingge's sea of consciousness, a woman's voice sounded with a hint of ridicule. Although it was as pleasant as the sound of nature, there was a terrifying evil in it. However, Su Qingge was obviously familiar with it. Her face was still calm. Since the moment she was born, this voice had been with her. This was a secret that even her father didn't know. One body with two souls. Late at night, in Gu Chang'e's palace, a black-clothed old man with a blurred face appeared in the void. "How's the investigation going?" Gu Changsheng sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He withdrew his consciousness from the system interface and opened his eyes to ask. "Young master, it's as you expected. Taishan Saint Master summoned Su Qingge and told her all the difficulties. What difficulties? Gu Changge raised his eyebrows. The black-clothed old man replied respectfully, Taishan Saint Master, the strongest person in Taishan Saint Master, actually passed away 300 years ago. However, the outside world didn't know about this. Taishan Saint Master urgently needs a new backer. In addition, Taishan Saint Master's wife is a noble lady from the upper world. Back then, she was captured by his force and brought back to the upper world. Taishan Saint Master wants to use Su Qingge to get to know you, young master, and find his wife's whereabouts. Oh, I didn't expect that. I guessed right. Gu Changge smiled. He thought that since Su Qingge was the female lead, there must be something special about her. So, he decided to let the black-clothed old man scout for information. The black-clothed old man was called Elder Ming. He was his guardian from the lower world and was very powerful. Not to mention Taishan Saint Master, even in the entire Eastern Barren Territory, there were few places that the black-clothed old man couldn't go. Chapter 7. After receiving Su Qingge's message, Gu Changge fell into deep thought. Young master, this old man has something he doesn't understand. A trace of doubt appeared on Elder Ming's face. According to Gu Changge's temperament, the things that he arranged would not be unclear. There was always a reason for it. However, he could not understand why the young master would ask him to suppress Yichen's aura today. It was normal for Elder Ming to ask such a question. After crossing over and fusing with his predecessor's memories, he had already thought of the wording. Regarding this, his eyes were still calm as he said unhurriedly, Yichen has great luck. I can get an opportunity through him. These words were actually not wrong. After all, he still needed to get Yichen's luck points. Besides, the Son of Luck must have a lot of opportunities. Wasn't snatching his opportunity something that he should do? Gu Changge thought of this and slightly shook his head. I see. Elder Ming nodded and said with some realization. The young master had been praised as a natural-born god by the family since he was young. There were many things that he could see further and clearer than the older generation like them. He did not doubt the authenticity of these words. After all, the young master came to the lower realm on the surface to train, but in reality, he was looking for an opportunity. Go to the prison and closely observe Yichen's every move. However, no matter what happens, do not interfere. Gu Changge thought of something and then ordered. He had already figured out how to reduce his luck points. Attacking Yichen was one thing. On the other hand, they were trying to steal his opportunity. Some things, such as relationships, were not things that his goddaddy could help him with as he wished. Like now, there was probably a lot of gap between the female lead Su Qingge and Yichen. Yes, young master. Elder Ming replied, and then his figure gradually disappeared into the void. Using the female lead Su Qingge to reduce Yichen's luck points. This was not a bad idea. In the palace, Su Qingge only used a little trick to destroy Yichen's mental state. It could be seen that it was feasible to destroy the relationship between the Son of Luck and the female lead. In addition, after knowing Su Qingge's weakness, he could also do something to her. Su Qingge has at least 300 luck points. I'm a little greedy. Thinking of this, Gu Changge shook his head with a strange expression. He was getting more and more used to his current identity. The next moment he summoned his system. The attribute interface appeared in front of him. Owner Gu Changge. Identity, true disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Physique bloodline, demonic heart endowed bone cultivation. Peak Holy Lord realm. Skills and abilities. Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon, myriad transformations demon body, immortal devouring demon technique. Destiny value, 550. Luck points, 30 system shop. Automatically unlocked when HP reaches 1000 days. Storage newbie gift pack *1 inch newbie gift pack? Suddenly, Gu Changge realized that he had forgotten something. He hadn't noticed the existence of the warehouse before. Do you want to receive it? The system prompted. Gu Changge sneered. At this time he couldn't choose not to receive it, right? Receive. His mind moved. Wang. Soon, a golden box that emitted a divine light jumped out. It bloomed in front of him and then slowly opened. Ding! Congratulations, Master's luck is off the charts. You've obtained Breaking Region Talisman *1, 5-color robe *1, broken 1/3 world seed *1. The system's notification sounded in his ears. Guchanga thought that this thing was the same as opening a box. It depended on luck. Although he had bad luck, it didn't seem to affect the system. These three things seemed to be quite good. The Breaking Region Talisman, as the name suggested, could break through the barrier and travel between two regions. The 5-color robe was a defensive artifact. Guchanga glanced at the introduction and found that it was quite powerful. It could block the full force attack of a virtual god realm expert. Body, Spirit, Sea, Soul, Palace, Superpower, Almighty, Holy Lord, Marquis, King, and Virtual God. These were the cultivation levels that he was familiar with. As for the levels above the virtual god realm, there was another level, but that was another world. It could easily destroy the world and was difficult to describe. Soon Guchanga put on the 5-color robe. From the outside, it was a moon-white inner robe. The material was a bit mystical, like a celestial robe, flowing with a hazy light. Other than looking extraordinary, there was nothing special about it. Then, he noticed the broken world seed and checked the introduction. A complete world seed. After refining, it can nurture a world in the body. It will not stop until it becomes a life and death state. Interesting. A world in the body? This thing could be called a divine item. Guchanga's eyes lit up. He was still thinking about how to escape if he really encountered danger in the future. An inner world was a good place to escape. After all, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't go too far. Unfortunately, there was only 1/3 of it now. Guchanga sighed. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. I'll raise my cultivation first. Strength was the most important thing in the world. No one could stop him from cultivating. Deep Blue at a point. Wrong. System at a point for me. How could the life points that he obtained through hard work be called cheating? Chapter 8. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Scripture. This was Guchanga's cultivation method. At the same time, only the true disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were qualified to learn it. It was the foundation of the imperishable sect. Countless imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the upper realm coveted it. Now that Guchanga had reached the 6th level, he was considered one of the best among his peers in the upper realm. However, even with the original owner's strong talent, he was still stuck at this level for almost half a year, unable to break through to the next level. Since the fate points can be used to add points, then increasing the level of the cultivation method will allow me to break through my cultivation. Guchanga's idea was simple. He now had a huge sum of 550 fate points. System at a point for me. Along with this thought, Guchanga felt a clear energy flowing through his body. At the same time, there was a mysterious feeling in his mind. This was the realization of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Scripture in his mind. Then, he completely controlled it. His fate points were depleting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz. Finally, he broke through to the 7th level of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Scripture. In the palace, the void exploded with a thunderous sound. A majestic aura enveloped the surroundings. Near the palace, there was dead silence. The guards who were in charge of guarding the entrance were terrified. The two of them looked back, their voices trembling. That aura just now, why was it so terrifying? It was as if there was a peerless demon hidden in the palace. Watch your words, you can't say that. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. They almost collapsed to the ground. Could it be that this young lord was cultivating? This aura was truly too frightening. Is this the strength of a marquis? It is indeed terrifying. In the palace, Guchanga chuckled and exhaled. The void in front of him suddenly let out a terrifying rumbling sound. An aura that was even more powerful and terrifying than before spread out from his body and intertwined. His blood vessels, lungs, and even bones were sparkling and translucent at this moment, as if they had been tempered. Faint Taoist connotation and terrifying demonic intent filled his heart and bones. The breakthrough in cultivation led to Guchanga's many talents to improve. Even his physical body was much stronger. Demonic heart Tao bone. This was very extraordinary. Of course, based on the original owner's memories, this would probably involve another child of destiny in the future. Oh no, it should be the daughter of Providence. The demon heart was his own. But this Tao bone was different. Looks like this heavenly immortal cannon's level is pretty high. Breaking through just one level costs so much heavenly fate points. Soon Guchanga could no longer smile. A breakthrough in cultivation was a good thing. This feeling of power and control was truly wonderful. However, the 500 plus points of fate points had been completely depleted. This could only mean that the level of the heavenly Tao immortal cannon was simply too high. Pointing directly at the immortal position, this might not be just empty talk. Whatever. There is still Yichan waiting for me to harvest. I will have more life points in the future. But soon Guchanga no longer cared. After all, there were other things waiting for him. Yichan, although you look like a mess when you are training so hard, but when you are being cut by me, you look really handsome. At the same time, Taishan Holy Land in a dark dungeon. The air was humid and smelly, filled with the smell of rotting corpses. Yichan sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes lifeless and his expression somewhat sluggish. His cultivation was sealed and he was shackled. He had yet to recover from the humiliation today. All this time, except for his ex-fiancée who humiliated him 3 years ago. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? No matter what kind of predicament he faced, he was always able to come back from the jaws of death. But today the situation seemed to be different. Guchanga. Yichen's eyes were red as he shouted these words one by one from his throat. When he thought of his enemy's cold and aloof expression, he felt like he was going crazy. He felt like he was about to go crazy from being sullen. He simply couldn't take it. Little Chun. At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came from Yichen's ring. Yichen was stunned. Then, anger and unwillingness appeared on his face. Master, where did you go? Why didn't you respond when I called you? Yichen vented all of his resentment on his master. Speaking of which, his accomplishments today were inseparable from the master in his ring. But what happened in the palace today made Yichen's heart turn cold. His master, who was usually incomparably reliable, had disappeared at the crucial moment. Could it be that she was also afraid of Guchanga? Little Chun, listen to me. It's not what you think. A very faint figure of a woman appeared in the ring, revealing a somewhat bitter smile. Although she was scolded by Yichen, she didn't care because she was also part of the reason. At that time, a very frightening existence enveloped the entire palace with his divine sense. I suspected that it was related to the enemy behind my death, so I didn't dare to show myself. The woman in the ring explained. After all, she was only a wisp of remnant soul. The things she could do were really too little. If she was careless and was found by the enemy, her soul would scatter. So she had to be careful. After venting for a while, Yichen also calmed down. Hearing this, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide in shock. No wonder that Guchanga made Taishan Saint Master treat him like that. He's actually from the upper realm. He had some understanding of his master's origin. She was once a powerful existence in the upper realm. In the end, she was assassinated by the enemy. A wisp of remnant soul fell into the lower realm and possessed a ring, which he obtained. But he never thought that Guchanga's origin would be so frightening. Yichen was silent. For a moment, he was somewhat helpless and at a loss. Could it be that he really had to give up on Su Chinga and let her fall into the fire pit? Yichen clenched his fists tightly, extremely unwilling. Chapter 9. Inside the ice-cold prison. Yichen and his mysterious teacher were in the middle of a conversation, discussing how to leave this place. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Guchanga's origin is frightening and hard to imagine. Moreover, there is a hidden expert behind him. Right now you can't face him head-on. Speaking of which, you shouldn't have been so reckless, Yichen's teacher said. Her name was Yanji. Her figure was very faint, and she had a pair of bewitching but beautiful scarlet eyes. At this moment, her beautiful face had a very cautious expression. Although it was only a strand of soul, one could see some of her former glory. I know, teacher. I'm sorry. After Yichen calmed down, he also felt a bit of regret. He shouldn't have gotten angry at his beautiful teacher and vented his anger on her. Fortunately, his teacher didn't get angry, and instead advised him, making him feel very touched. Of course, he was reckless. Yichen wouldn't admit that he had already thought of a plan at that time. It was just that at the crucial moment his teacher made a mistake. I know, teacher. From today onwards, I'll lay low and wait until I'm strong. Only then will I have the opportunity to kill that Guchanga. Yichun clenched his teeth and swore. He thought a lot. In the end, he still didn't want to give up. He felt that Suchinga didn't do it willingly, and should have her own difficulties. Or it could be said that Guchanga forced her. This scene made Yanji frown and sigh inwardly. In her opinion, Yi Chen's mind was still too immature. Because of a woman, he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Moreover, speaking of this matter, Guchanga didn't do anything wrong. Taishan Holy Land was trying to curry favor, so how could they blame him? However, Yi Chan was her personal disciple, and the reason he could wake up was because of the spirit qi he had painstakingly cultivated. Therefore, Yanji didn't say these words out loud. There are many experts locked up in this prison. Perhaps this is a way to escape, Yi Chan thought to himself. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Since Taishan Holy Land was unjust, then he wouldn't care if they were heartless. His heart was full of hatred. The two's conversation was very secretive, but they didn't know that there was a pair of indifferent eyes watching all of this. Elder Ming deliberately hid his figure. Although Yi Chen's master was powerful in the past, it would still be very difficult for him to discover him in the form of a strand of soul. The opportunity that young master spoke of is on this guy? A wisp of the remnant soul of a past expert. Elder Ming frowned. No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't see anything strange about Yi Chan. However, there was something strange about the ring on his finger. Vaguely, there seemed to be divine soul fluctuations. Furthermore, the divine will exchange just now indicated that there was another expert behind Yi Chan. However, Guchanga had only instructed him to observe Yi Chen's every move and not interfere in anything else. Therefore, Elder Ming didn't care much about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The matter of Yi Chan being imprisoned seemed to have been forgotten by everyone in Taishan Holy Land. Guchanga did not mention it. Who would dare to ask? For a mere inner disciple to offend such an existence, it wouldn't be too much for him to be locked up for the rest of his life. Guchanga was in a good mood. In these 3 days, Elder Ming had been reporting everything that had happened in the prison every day. Guchanga had more or less figured out the matter between Yi Chan and his master. It was still the same routine. It was just a different person. Yi Chan was able to come all this way, apart from his own heaven-defying luck. Most of the time it was definitely because of his mysterious master. Without his accompanying old grandpa, he was nothing. Although Guchanga had indeed thought of directly snatching Yi Chen's ring. However, it was very likely that his mysterious master had gone berserk, risking the destruction of a strand of soul to protect Yi Chan. Moreover, the illusory luck was protecting him. This method was very dangerous. There was almost no possibility of success. If things went wrong, he and Elder Ming would both die here. Actually, it's not bad to sow dissension. But wouldn't a villain like me be too evil? No, I am doing this for the sake of destiny value, for the sake of cultivation. Righteous words. Thinking of these. In the palace, Guchanga was a little moved and prepared to take action. At this moment, a guard outside the palace came to report. Master, Saint His Highness wants to see you. Hearing this, Guchanga came back to his senses. The smile on his face disappeared, and he regained his indifferent expression. He said indifferently, "Let her in." No matter what, a villain still had to act cool. After ignoring Suchinga for 3 days, it was time to meet her. In his previous life, Guchanga could be considered a character who read thousands of web novels. A smart hostess like Suchinga, especially after knowing her weakness, was set up. Dealing with her was even easier. First, he had to temper her temper. After all, he was not a bootlicker who could not move in front of a beautiful woman. Moreover, wasn't there a saying called loosening the reins only to grasp them better? At the brink of despair, he would give her a ray of light. It should be known that in these 3 days, Taishan Saint Master's face was full of worry, sighing repeatedly. As for the reason, his daughter seemed to have made young Master Gu unhappy. Taishan Saint Master did not dare to ask Guchanga about this. Suchinga was very filial. She naturally did not want to see her father like this. And this was also one of her weaknesses that Guchanga had grasped. Chinga greets young Master Gu. At this moment, along with a pleasant voice. Su Qingga's expression was somewhat apprehensive as she slowly walked into the palace. She could no longer be as calm as before. Chapter 10. It had to be said. As the female lead who was a perfect match for the son of fate, it was indeed difficult to find flaws in Su Qingga's appearance. Her facial features were exquisite. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyebrows were like dark clouds. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her face was white and sparkling, shining with a moving luster. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, revealing an otherworldly and transcendent aura. Her temperament was ethereal and calm. It was difficult to describe it with words. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who accidentally fell into the mortal world. But now her expression was somewhat uneasy. After all, she had asked to see Wuxia for 3 days before she was summoned. It was really difficult for her to guess what Wuxia was thinking. The men she had met before were all like Wuxia, admiring her. It was like facing a goddess who could be seen from afar but could not be touched. It was the first time she met someone who ignored her like Wuxia. So Su Qingga was still a little uneasy, afraid of hitting a wall. However, this did not change her determination. In these 3 days she had discussed with her other soul, thinking about what to do next to save the situation. Saintess Qingga, why do you want to see me? In the main hall, Wuxia was sitting cross-legged. He opened his eyes and said faintly. His expression was deep and cold, as if he was a god overlooking everything. He naturally knew Su Qingga's intention, but he did not point it out. At this time he wanted her to submit. His attitude could not be too gentle. After all, Su Qingga's luck points were related to her identity as the female lead. What if the female lead was willing to submit to him, the villain? What would happen? Wuxia was actually a little curious. And compared to Wuxia, Su Qingga's weakness was in his hands, so it was much easier to take her down. Qingga is actually here to apologize to young Master Gu for what happened 3 days ago. At this time Su Qingga looked at Wuxia and said. She had been wanting to do this for a long time. But Wuxia did not give her the chance. Oh, what wrong did Saintess Qingga do? Wuxia's expression remained unchanged as he asked. The matter with Wuxia was actually caused by me, but I did not mention it to young Master Gu at all. This matter is Qingga's fault. It had to be said that Su Qingga was very smart. Her explanation at this moment was natural and generous, without any trace of narrow-mindedness. There were many things that could not be hidden from Wuxia, so it was better to be frank. She also told him how she met Wuxia. As for the fact that Wuxia admired her, she did not hide it. In front of an existence like Wuxia, the only thing she could do was to confess everything to show her sincerity. This woman is interesting. At this time Wuxia couldn't help but reveal an interested expression. To be honest, he was a little surprised. Perhaps even Wuxia himself did not expect that Su Qingga would tell him everything. This kind of smart woman was indeed worthy of being the female lead. Such a character could be said to be completely different from the flower vases outside. She knew how to seek good fortune and avoid evil. Now that the sect was in trouble, she knew what she had to do. She wouldn't do anything stupid. For the entire Taishan Holy Land, Wuxia was the biggest backer. Compared to Wuxia, she did not want to offend Wuxia even more. This was what it meant when the situation was stronger than the person. At this time Wuxia could not help but admire her. Of course it was pure admiration. It was not because of her body. Ding! Su Qingga's temperament has changed. Yiqian's luck has decreased by 40 points. Fate value has increased by 200. At this time the system's notification came. Wuxia could not help but squint his eyes. Interesting. It seemed that by changing the trajectory of the person related to the child of fate, he could also decrease his luck and gain fate value. In this way, things became even simpler. What is your purpose in telling me all this? Do you think that I am interested in you? You want me to let Wuxia go? However, Wuxia's words were very cold. There was a hint of mockery in his indifference. Although Su Qingga had expected this, she could not help but pale. She hurriedly explained, I dare not. I know that I am not handsome enough to enter your eyes. I just want to show you my sincerity. I hope you won't mind what happened that day. I am powerless to change Yiqian's matter. You worry too much. Oh, Yichan is so infatuated with you that he did not hesitate to break ties with Taishan Holy Land. Do you think you can face him with such an attitude? Gu Changge's expression was somewhat playful. These words made Su Qingge's expression somewhat pained. For the sect, this is my father's blood and sweat. None of this is important. Su Qingge's eyes dimmed. Gu Changge's expression was still cold, and he did not speak. However, in his heart he was already laughing out loud. Attacking the heart was the most important. This method was really ingenious. Young Master Gu, there is actually one more thing I want to say. My physique is extremely mystic beauty body. Apart from myself, no one knows about this. At this time, seeing Gu Changge's expression, she spoke again. In order to show her sincerity, she revealed this secret. Extremely mystic beauty body? Excellent cauldron physique? Gu Changge naturally had records of this physique in his memory. However, Su Qingge actually took the initiative to tell him all this. This somewhat surprised him. However, Gu Changge soon understood what she meant. This could be considered as Su Qingge's secret. She took the initiative to tell him this secret, which could be considered as showing her sincerity for her previous apology. Wasn't this also the first step of this female lead's submission? Ding! Su Qingge's submission has begun. Yichen's luck has decreased by 40 points. Fate value has increased by 200. At this time, the system notification sounded again. Gu Changge did not expect this at all. The process of making Su Qingge submit to him would be surprisingly smooth. As a result, Yichen's luck points had dropped to 300 points. Chapter 11. After Su Qingge said this, she actually thought it through carefully. She was a very smart woman. This was especially so when the other soul was intelligent enough to give her advice and ideas in many aspects. Gu Changge was too dignified. Sometimes he looked indifferent and looked down on everything. Sometimes he had a playfulness to fool all living things which was really hard to figure out. Unlike Yichan, who was as pure as a piece of white paper. But it was precisely because of this that Su Qingge felt uneasy. She had no choice but to show her full sincerity. Once the 9 mystic beauty body was exposed, this kind of excellent cauldron constitution, then she would definitely be targeted by many old monsters. By telling Gu Changge such a secret, didn't it mean that he didn't dare to be disloyal? Su Qingge knew that Gu Changge would understand this with his shrewdness. So now it was time to see how Gu Changge would react to all this. 9 mystic beauty body, such a good cauldron constitution, you just told me this? Gu Changge's voice was so flat that no one could figure out his emotion. Su Qingge lowered her head and said softly, I believe in Mr. Gu's character. Of course this was to save face. What kind of upright character could Gu Changge have? He was shrewd and hard to fathom. He was like an antagonist. Anyway, she couldn't figure out his character. You don't mean it. Gu Changge sneered. Su Qingge pressed her lips and didn't say anything. Gu Changge glanced at her. The female lead, who was quite realistic and admirable, was standing in front of him like this. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyebrows were like dark clouds. Her hair was soft, and her pretty face was white and sparkling, shining with attractive luster. There was a bit of uneasiness on his face. To be honest, he was not Lu Xiaohui. In Su Qingge's situation, he didn't persuade or force her. It was purely out of mutual consent. It was perfectly justified. System, this kind of situation where she took the initiative to come to me? I won't be devoured by luck if I eat her, right? Of course, Gu Changge still asked the system first. No matter how big the world was, his life was the most important. As long as his life was not in danger, he did not care what Su Qingge was thinking. Only the protagonist would be more attentive. He was a villain, so of course he had to use his kidney. Previously, he had wanted to forcefully remove the melon, but he was afraid of being devoured by the providence. Now, this melon was delivered to him by itself. Due to the current situation of the female lead's karmic luck, she has yet to truly submit to master. If a relationship occurs, there is a high chance that she will suffer a backlash from her karmic luck. The system explained. Fine, I should have expected this result. Damned heavens, dog luck. In the Far East, the river crab divine beast was quietly watching everything. This was within Gu Changge's expectations. Of course, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. He continued to speak calmly. Regarding the matter of the 9 mystical beauty body, this gu will pretend that he did not hear it today. If Holy Maiden Song wants to use this opportunity to move this gu, then please leave. Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. His expression was 30% apathetic and 30% disdainful, as if he was saying, I'm wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Female lead or whatever, get lost. TSK. At this moment, Gu Chang'e somewhat admired his own acting skills. If the system had its own thoughts, at this moment it would definitely scold Gu Chang'e for being shameless. Who was the one lusting after her body just now? Young Master Gu. These words also made Su Qing'e somewhat stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. She had actually prepared for the worst before coming here today. Although she was not very willing, even a little humiliated. But there was no other way. But Gu Chang'e's words really made her completely confused. Of course, more than that, she felt relieved in her heart. This Gu Chang'e is indeed unpredictable. I can't guess his thoughts at all. At this moment, the voice of another soul in her mind sounded. It had the exact same thoughts as her. Young Master Gu did not take advantage of her when she was in danger. It seems that I have wronged him before. Such a person. I am the one who is narrow-minded. After bidding farewell and leaving the main hall, Su Qing'e could not help but secretly think in her heart. Her whole mood for some reason had become much brighter. She was not as lifeless as before. Thinking about it carefully, that day in the main hall, young Master Gu did not do anything wrong. That night when she went to his hall, he did not care about her at all. He did not even bother to talk to her. Isn't it normal to be a shrewd person? She was also quite thoughtful on a daily basis. Thinking of this, Su Qing'e suddenly felt a little guilty. Why did she have the preconceived impression that Gu Chang'e was a bad person? Ding! Su Qing'e's opinion has changed. Luck points increased by 20. Fate points increased by 100. At the same time, in Gu Chang'e's heart, the system's notifications kept ringing. Hearing these notifications, he was a little speechless. Was Su Qing'e planning to make up for it in her own mind? But it was still okay to overreach. But he did not expect that the method to increase his luck points would come from the female lead. But no matter what, after today's wave, he had earned a lot of fate points. It was not a loss. 400, 200, 100. From beginning to end, he had earned a total of 700 fate points. Yi Chen's luck points had also decreased to more than 300. For this son of fate, it was definitely the day that his blood mother died. Gu Chang'e was in a good mood. He was not in a hurry to use the 700 fate points. He was going to wait for the system store to open and see what was inside. Although he was not lacking in divine arts. But wouldn't it be better to have stronger divine arts? And now that the preparations were almost done, it was time to make a move on Yi Chen's master. Chapter 12. Inside the dark and damp dungeon, Yi Chen's hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. Only he himself knew how he had spent these 3 days. No one cared and no one came to check. It was as if he had been abandoned by everyone. He hated Gu Chang'e to the core, and wished he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. But now Yi Chen was incomparably shocked, because he had seen the person he hated the most, and the person he didn't want to see the most. Young Master Gu, according to your orders, Yi Chen has been imprisoned here. He was led by a disciple. Gu Chang'e walked behind him, slowly entering the dungeon. Understood, you can leave. Gu Chang'e's expression was indifferent as he nodded. After the disciple left, he calmly sized up Yi Chen's current appearance. He could tell that Yi Chen had not had a good time in these 3 days. Taishan Holy Land had tried to curry favor with him. They didn't even give him a drop of water. It was pitiful for a child of destiny to live such a miserable life. Of course, Gu Chang'e didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. After all, if Yi Chen had the ability, he would definitely not let him go. The first thing he had to do was to scatter his ashes. Gu Chang'e, what are you doing here? Yi Chen yelled. He could feel Gu Chang'e's evil intentions. He subconsciously thought that Gu Chang'e was here to kill him. Of course I'm here to see you. Oh no, I'm here to see your master. Gu Chang'e casually smiled, and bluntly pointed out Yi Chen's secret. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He was startled and immediately panicked. How did Guchanga know that he had a master? This secret was not known to a second person besides him. At this moment he felt a chill run down his spine. In front of Guchanga he was really like an ant. All his secrets were gone. Stop pretending. Who do you think you can fool with that expression of yours? Guchanga sneered and continued. Senior, don't tell me you still want to keep hiding? You don't have the demeanor of a senior at all. As Guchanga spoke, his eyes were fixed on the ring in Yi Chen's hand. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart sank completely. Not only did Guchanga know of his master's existence, he also knew where his master was hiding. Young Master Gu, why are you making things difficult for a remnant soul like me? At this moment, a faint sigh finally sounded out from within the ring. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but it carried a hint of helplessness. Then a red light flashed before his eyes. An illusory figure in red appeared in the void. Master? Yi Chen's expression changed. He didn't expect his master to show up on his own accord. This made him feel a little uneasy. Oh, so that's what senior looks like. Guchanga's expression did not change. At first, he thought that it would be an old grandpa, but he didn't expect that it would be his beautiful master. Red clothes, red eyes, and a beautiful face. He clicked his tongue in his heart. This Yi Chen's luck with women is really good. Your master is really beautiful, but she'll be mine soon. I wonder what brings young Master Gu here? Yanji asked softly. Her voice was very cold. The reason why she showed up was because she had no other choice. Since Guchanga had already discovered her existence, he naturally had a way to force her to show up. Why not show up on her own accord? Nothing much. I just thought that Yi Chen has an expert helping him, so I was a little curious and wanted to see what kind of person he is. Guchanga answered naturally. At least on the surface, no one could see through his true thoughts. Yanji and Yi Chen were no exception. Yi Chen thought that Guchanga was up to no good. His eyes were filled with deep hatred and murderous intent. Yanji also couldn't figure out Guchanga's true intentions, so she could only be vigilant in her heart. So young Master Gu has seen him now? I'm just a woman, not an expert. Yanji responded coldly. You can teach such a stupid thing like Yi Chen to such an achievement. Why are you so modest? A bright pearl covered in dust has happened since ancient times. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a virtuous minister chooses a master to serve. Isn't it a waste for senior to stay by Yi Chen's side? Guchanga said casually, his smile showing some sincerity. He secretly tested it, and just as he was about to snatch Yi Chen's ring, he felt a sense of danger. He secretly cursed his luck. However, he still didn't show any abnormality on his face. Guchanga, who are you calling a stupid thing? These words immediately made Yi Chen's face turn green with anger. In front of him, he was so unscrupulously trying to poach his master. This Guchanga was really shameless and despicable. However, on the other hand, Yi Chen was panicking. Now, his master was his biggest reliance. If she really abandoned him, what would happen? He simply didn't dare to imagine. Concubine Yen was stunned by Guchanga's words. Although Yi Chen was sometimes very stupid, he had other qualities such as perseverance, courage, tenacity, and so on. Moreover, Yi Chen had awakened her, so she couldn't abandon him just because of these words. What did Guchanga mean by saying these words? Sowing discord? Yanji's expression changed slightly, but he quickly reacted. This was very likely Guchanga's true purpose. However, she could see this, but Yi Chen couldn't necessarily see it. In the end, it was really Guchanga's stupid words. Chapter 13. Guchanga, you are despicable and shameless. Not only did you steal my song, you even dare to have designs on my teacher. Yi Chen's expression was unsightly. It was even a little twisted as he cursed furiously. He subconsciously thought that Guchanga was trying to have designs on his teacher. He didn't even think about sowing discord. Especially towards Yen concubine, he still had an inexplicable feeling. Normally, he treated her as his teacher. But in his heart, he treated her as his exclusive property and wouldn't allow others to touch her. At this time, after hearing Guchanga's words, all the anger and hatred in the past few days almost exploded. Oh, Stealing your song? I won't take the blame for that. Hearing Yichen's cursing, Guchanga wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he laughed lightly. You should know that from the beginning to the end she was willing. I didn't force her. Don't misunderstand. Also, what I said just now, did I say anything wrong? People walk to higher places while water flows to lower places. This is the law of survival in the world. But you, if you really care about your teacher, don't hold her back. Do you really think that a remnant soul can live forever in this world? Every word hit the nail on the head. Yichen's expression was extremely unsightly as he clenched his fists. He naturally knew that a remnant soul couldn't live forever. That was why he wanted to quickly become stronger and let his teacher reforge her body. Little Chan, calm down. Yanji sighed inwardly as he circulated his Fa Li. Suddenly, a cooling sensation entered Yichen's mind, forcing him to calm down. He was after all a hot-blooded teenager. Guchanga's few words had messed up his state of mind. He didn't have the slightest bit of his usual calmness and determination. She also didn't know why the usually smart Yichan would repeatedly make stupid mistakes in front of Guchanga. Could it be that a small setback would make it difficult for him to climb back up? Teacher. Yichan clenched his teeth and his agitated mood gradually calmed down. Guchanga's words just now could be described as vicious. They were like a sharp blade that didn't see blood, directly stabbing into his heart. Ding. Yichen's mental state is continuously damaged. Luck lost 20 points. Fate points increased by 100. At this moment, a system notification appeared in his mind. However, Guchanga did not care. Senior, what do you think? If you follow me, not only can I help you recover your physical body, I can even help you return to your peak. I'm sure Senior knows my background. Senior should know better than anyone else what kind of power I represent. Moreover, in all aspects I am far more outstanding than Yichan. He was still speaking with a sincere attitude, as if he was seriously trying to recruit talents. As for Yichan on the other side, he completely ignored him. Even Yanji, who had been frowning the whole time, couldn't figure out Guchanga's true intentions. Sowing discord. With Guchanga's strength, it would be easy for him to kill Yichan, so why would he use such a method? Perhaps she was worrying too much. It seemed that he simply wanted her to follow him. To be honest, she actually had a good impression of Guchanga. After all, she had experienced enough and had a broad vision. She knew that Guchanga did not do anything wrong this time. On the contrary, Yichen's attitude was unforgiving, and he even threatened to kill Guchanga. However, Guchanga did not care. With such magnanimity and ambition, his future was simply limitless. Young Master Gu, you don't need to say more. Since I have accepted little Chen's kindness, I will not abandon him before he grows up. Then, Yanji shook her head and flatly refused Guchanga's good intentions. Although the conditions were very tempting, she could not go against her own heart. Guchanga seemed a little disappointed. He sighed. Of course, I'll give Senior some time to consider. If you follow me, I won't care about Yichen's offense. I can even have Taishan Holy Land cancel his punishment. It'll only take a single word from me. As for Su Qingga, I can also reward her to him. Such words made the veins on Yichen's forehead jump. He was desperately suppressing his emotions. Now Yichen also understood that Guchanga not only wanted to humiliate him, but also take away everything from him. He simply did not speak, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Su Qingga, whom he admired so much, in Guchanga's mouth, could decide his future with just a word of reward. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, those with strength could really do whatever they wanted. Young Master Gu, don't say any more. I appreciate your sincerity. Yanji was also a little stunned. She did not expect Guchanga to say such words. It could be said that he was full of sincerity. Senior, please think about it carefully. I will never force others, and will not threaten Senior with Yichen's life. At this time, Guchanga spoke again with a strange look in his eyes. If he could really kill Yichen, how could it be delayed until now? Although Yanji had lived for a long time, her temperament was a little simple. It was much easier to deal with her than Su Qingga. In a few words, he resolved the prejudice in her heart. After all, he had prepared for a long time for tonight's show. He had said what he needed to say. At this time, he was waiting for the gap between the master and disciple to widen. He could reap the benefits from this. This pill is called Spirit Concentrating Pill. Senior should recognize it. At this time, Guchanga smiled slightly and unhurriedly took out something from his bosom. It was a light purple pill that was overflowing with multicolored light. Many strange phenomena appeared around it, and the mountain sea palace rose and fell, looking very magical. This is Spirit Concentrating Pill? Yanji could not help but cry out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes could not hide the shock. Senior's condition is not good. This pill is Changa's gift for today. Guchanga had a smile on his face. Then, he left the pill and directly left the prison without waiting for Yanji to refuse. As the saying goes, if you don't give up the child, you can't trap the wolf. The smile on Guchanga's face gradually disappeared, and he became interested. Chapter 14. Young Master, although today's plan of sowing discord was flawless, this old servant still doesn't understand one thing. After leaving the prison, Elder Ming's figure appeared from the void and asked with a trace of doubt. Guchanga had become more and more frightening, and more unfathomable. This was a good thing. After all, the more powerful the young master was, the more he could truly control the clan and lead it to glory. However, he didn't understand why the young master didn't kill Yi-chan even though he clearly wanted to. With the young master's current Marquis realm strength, even in the entire upper world, only the sole successors of those supreme Taoism and imperishable great sects could compare to him. In this eastern wasteland, killing Yi-chan was not a matter of a single slap. Why was he scheming to take everything away from Yi-chan? Oh, what's the matter? Guchanga casually replied. He was in a good mood today. Not only did it cause a rift to form in Yi-chen's heart toward his master, it also gave him a huge amount of destiny points. This was a very comfortable harvest. The day when he would truly trample Yi-chan to death was not far away. This old servant really doesn't understand why young master didn't directly kill Yi-chan. That would save a lot of trouble. Elder Ming was puzzled. He didn't know that there was such a thing as luck in this world. Moreover, he didn't know that Yi-chan was the son of luck. To put it bluntly, as long as Yi-chen's luck points were not exhausted to the lowest point, even if he was suppressed by Guchanga, he could still rise up. This was the terror of those with great providence in the grand momentum of the world since time immemorial. Regarding this, Guchanga naturally couldn't explain it to Elder Ming. Even if he did, the latter wouldn't understand. Yi-chan will die, but not now. I'm still waiting for him to continue giving me opportunities. Therefore, Guchanga changed his words, and his smile was somewhat thought-provoking. In fact, there was nothing to hide from this loyal old servant. In the original owner's memories, the reason he came down was entirely because of a peerless evil weapon that was about to appear. 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. It was said to be the weapon of the 8 Desolation demonic god in the ancient times. It had boundless killing intent and boundless divine might, almost slaughtering the heavens. Later on, for some unknown reason, it was lost in the river of time. The original owner of the body had a demonic heart, and had even obtained the inheritance of a terrifying and ruthless person from the upper realm. The information regarding the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd was recorded in the inheritance. He said that it was very likely that it had been lost in this world. That's why the original owner of the body said that she was going to the lower realms to gain experience. On the surface it was to train, but in reality it was to find the whereabouts of the 8 Desolation Demon Halberd. Of course, from the perspective of the cannon fodder of the villain faction, they naturally gained nothing. If Guchanga guessed correctly, what happened next was that Yi-chan entered the ruins by chance, got the approval of the murderous weapon at the critical moment, and then improved his strength greatly. Then the halberd lifted Tai Xian, reversing the situation all the way. If he didn't play it well, he might even lose his life in the lower realm. Or he could flee back to the upper realm and become Yi-chen's sworn enemy. Guchanga was very familiar with this kind of trick in the past. Therefore it was as if he had a god's perspective right now. Once everything was analyzed, it was pretty much the same as the truth. Sure enough, reading more web novels was really useful. The dog author really didn't lie to me. So, young master already had a plan. After hearing the explanation, Elder Ming came to a realization. At this moment he also understood. His admiration for Guchanga deepened. As expected of the young master that the family had placed high hopes on since he was young and called a natural god. Keep a close eye on Yi-chan and pay attention to his whereabouts. Something might happen to Taishan Holy Land soon. Then, Guchanga ordered Elder Ming with a strange look in his eyes, locking up the Son of Fate for 3 whole days. According to this illusory theory of fate, something bad would definitely happen to Taishan Holy Land soon. But what would it be? Even Guchanga was a little curious. At the same time, on the other side of the prison, Spirit Concentrating Pill, Yenji murmured, looking at the pill in front of him that was wrapped in a dense purple mist. His red eyes could not hide the shock in them. She naturally recognized it. That was why she was shocked. It had to be said that Guchanga was really too generous. When she was at her peak, she naturally didn't lack this kind of pill. But now, the temptation to her was no different from a rain after a long drought, like sending charcoal in the snow. The Spirit Concentrating Pill was incomparably precious. The refining process was troublesome, and the materials were hard to gather. It should be known that even in the upper world, the Spirit Concentrating Pill was a divine pill that was hard to find even in the auction house. In the lower world, where resources were scarce, it was impossible to refine the Spirit Concentrating Pill. Just its powerful effect of reshaping the Yuan spirit and stabilizing the soul was enough to make many experts drool. Sometimes, a single Spirit Concentrating Pill was equivalent to having an extra life. Some high and mighty heavenly gods didn't even have a single Spirit Concentrating Pill. Master, what is this pill? Seeing Yenji silent, Yi-chen's expression couldn't help but change slightly, and the bad premonition in his heart grew stronger. Could it be that this pill was really very precious? Guchanga was really scheming. Not only did he persuade her with clever words, but he also wanted to use this pill to tempt her master. His intentions were terrible. Yenji's expression was very complicated. He immediately told Yi-chan about the rarity and power of the Spirit Concentrating Pill. After listening, Yi-chan couldn't help but become silent. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The effect of the Spirit Concentrating Pill couldn't be described with just the word powerful. It could help Yenji stabilize his current state and repair his soul. Master, are you really going to use this pill? Yi-chen's eyes were a little red, and he asked with a hoarse voice. He couldn't stand such humiliation, and felt that it was Guchanga who was giving it to him. However, such a pill could help his master and reduce the pain of her soul breaking. He was in a dilemma. It could be said that he had reached the most difficult point to choose. Guchanga, you're really scheming. I'll definitely kill you. Kill you. He roared painfully in his heart. After all, it's Master Gu's good intentions. At this point, Yenji suddenly saw that Yi-chen's expression wasn't right. After a moment of silence, he sighed slightly and asked, Little Chun, tell me honestly, do you have any prejudice against young Master Gu? Hearing this, Yi-chan was immediately stunned, and his eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment he felt that his vision had turned black, and the world had collapsed. Chapter 15. Yi-chan was not only prejudiced against Guchanga. He wished he could cut Guchanga into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones into dust. At this moment he felt his head buzzing. With just a few words and a pill, he was able to bribe his master? His expression was somewhat painful, even twisted. Yenji did not know why Yi-chan hated Guchanga so much, but she guessed that it might have something to do with that woman Suchinga. In any aspect, Guchanga was far better than Yi-chan. Jealousy was the original sin. Yi-chan was still too young after all. He was only a teenager. His mind was not mature at all. He only knew how to act on impulse. Little Chun, you don't have to be envious of young Master Gu. I believe your future achievements will not be lower than his. Yenji advised softly, trying to resolve the grudge between them. After all, if Guchanga really wanted to kill Yi-chan, why would he wait until now? Of course, she did not know that Yi-chan was God's favorite child. There was an illusory fate protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, Guchanga would not have used this to put on such a good show. You keep saying young Master Gu. Since you like him so much, you can go and look for him. Why pity me? Stay by my side. At this moment, Yi-chan suddenly interrupted Yenji loudly. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were a little red. He was like a wounded beast. Su Qingge had already left him. Now, even his master who had been with him all this time was siding with his enemy. How could he bear this? He was mad with hatred. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Fortunately, Yi Chen's temperament was far better than ordinary people. That was why he did not go crazy under such a huge blow. Hearing this, Yanji was stunned. Then she lowered her eyelids. There was some disappointment in her beautiful eyes. She did not expect Yi Chen to say such a thing. Such behavior could no longer be explained by jealousy. It was completely childish. Didn't he see that Guchanga had put in so much effort to make him follow him? But he didn't agree? Did Yi Chen not understand his own heart? Yanji sighed in his heart and suddenly felt a sense of regret. How good would it have been if young Master Gu had been the one to wake him up? No matter what you say, little Chen, I'm definitely going to take this pill. Even if Guchanga had other plans, he probably didn't expect me to use this opportunity to get you out of the dungeon. Yanji continued, but his voice was less gentle than before, and more cold and distant. The spirit concentrating pill could not only alleviate her current condition, it could also stabilize her remnant soul, and unleash even more power. Save me? Was that what Master was thinking? Hearing this, Yi Chen did not say anything else. His mind was in a mess and he needed to calm down. However, even he now felt that something indescribable but very important was quickly flowing away from him. Think. Yi Chen's relationship with his teacher has cracked. Luck value decreased by 80 points, fate value increased by 400 points. Inside the palace, Guchanga couldn't help but smile when he heard the system's voice again. Wonderful. Things were indeed developing in the direction he had expected. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's 500+ luck points had dropped to 200+. Although it was still a frightening height for ordinary people, it was still unreachable. But for him it was definitely the first time in a dozen years that he had lost so much. The female lead had been snatched away, and a crack had appeared in Master's heart. It seemed that this son of luck would not be able to continue jumping around in front of him. Soon after, Guchanga opened his status window. No matter what, the purpose of dealing with Yi Chen was to harvest leaks and gain fate value to increase his strength. He could not get carried away for a moment and put the cart before the horse. Soon the status window appeared. Owner, Guchanga identity, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's true disciple bloodline, demonic heart and Dao bone cultivation, early marquee realm arts and abilities, Dao Heaven Immortal technique, 10,000 demonic body, devouring immortal demonic art, destiny value, 100 luck points, 50. System store, unlocked inventory, domain breaking talisman X1, 1/3 of the world seed X1 inch according to my previous experience. 1,000 points of fate value can only increase the cultivation speed of the Dao Heaven Immortal technique by a little. It will be very difficult to break through to the 8th level. So, the Dao Heaven Immortal technique should be of a high level. There's no need to rush. As for the devouring immortal demonic art, I can't reveal it before reaching the God realm. Now, I can only use its many secret arts. I have perfectly grasped the secret arts, so there's no need to learn them by adding points. After all, the devouring immortal demonic art is too heaven-defying. Once it is exposed, I will become the enemy of the entire world. Guchanga analyzed while opening the system store. He combined the memories in his mind and thought about the original owner's identity as a great villain. Even in the upper realm, the devouring immortal demonic art was a terrifying demonic art that made many ancient and terrifying existences tremble. It had long been cut off in the river of time, and no one dared to mention it. It could be called a taboo inheritance. Seems like I have to walk further and further down the path of a villain. Guchanga quickly turned his attention to the items in the system store. It was almost as he had guessed. They were mainly divided into 3 categories: techniques, treasured arts, supernatural talents, auxiliary items, and so on. Guchanga found the main cultivation category and browsed through it. Heaven level, God level, Saint level, Supreme level. Not enough fate value. Supreme level techniques are not available. Techniques below Heaven level are not available. These techniques are a little cheap. A Heaven level technique that can allow a cultivator to reach the virtual God realm only costs 50 days of fate value? Or maybe the purchasing power of fate value is quite high in the system store. Sacred Sun Heavenly Technique. Harvesting the power of the sacred sun to temper. Sacred Sun Heavenly Technique. Harvesting the power of the sacred sun. Guchanga was a little surprised. It could be said that any random heaven-level cultivation technique could cause a bloodbath in the eastern wilderness. Chapter 16. Guchanga was not lacking in techniques and treasured arts. His attention was quickly focused on the gifted divine ability category. The so-called gifted divine ability was a powerful treasured art that a cultivator was born with. Some people had a powerful bloodline and inherited the powerful divine ability of their ancestors. Some people had a powerful physique that could display great power. In short, there were many types of gifted divine ability and it was difficult to describe them. Most of them were innate, born at the moment of birth. However, in the system they could be directly exchanged with fate points and obtained through the acquisition. Guchanga glanced at it from front to back. His current gifted demonic heart and Dao bone could be said to be extremely terrifying. The strength of the demonic heart was that it could accommodate all things without conflict. If it were someone else, a strong talent would conflict with a weak talent and cover it up. Or two talents would be difficult to fuse, resulting in unpredictable dangers. However, Guchanga did not. Otherwise, he would not have the Dao bone. The Dao bone was also an extremely terrifying talent. When one was born, many runes of the great Dao would be automatically imprinted on it. As long as one did not fall, one was destined to become a powerful figure of the supreme level or even higher. After all, the great Dao was supreme, and the heavenly axiom was just a younger brother in front of it. However, as long as one was human, how could one be satisfied with that? Guchanga soon noticed a talent in the system store. His eyes lit up slightly. Innate divine will. Guchanga slowly muttered these words. From the name, it could be seen that this talent was actually related to the primordial spirit. When one was born, one's soul had already cultivated to the primordial spirit state. Cultivators with this talent would have extremely terrifying primordial spirit power. It was simply unbelievable. It could be said that they were far beyond their peers and few could compare. In the upper realm, no one had heard of such a talent. The primordial spirit was the most bizarre. Many primordial spirit forging techniques were extremely rare and were tightly hidden by various orthodoxies. Guchanga naturally lacks such a powerful talent. The immortal devouring demonic technique can devour the primordial spirit of various kings. It can be said that it is equivalent to the innate divine will and can even be improved. But why is it so expensive? I can exchange it for some saint-level techniques. 1000 fate points, it's not a loss. After thinking it through, Guchanga did not feel bad. He didn't hesitate. He quickly exchanged for this powerful innate talent. A gust of clear air brushed past. Rumble. He heard a terrifying rumbling sound in his sea of consciousness. There was even primal chaos chi permeating the air. Many supreme Tao sounds reverberated. Golden lotuses bloomed, and immortal energy curled up. It was extremely mysterious, as if the world was being created. Soon, a grand and magnificent dark heavenly palace rose from the ground in his sea of consciousness. The dark and cold temple stood in the middle. A tiny figure in the soul core realm sat upright with a cold, indifferent, and deep expression, and it emanated a terrifying aura of looking down upon the world. This is my innate God's will. In an instant, the power of my Yuan Shun has increased by more than 100 times. Guchanga couldn't help but chuckle. This feeling of constantly growing stronger and controlling everything was really wonderful. It was no wonder that there were countless people in the Xuanhuan world who pursued the ultimate power. This kind of feeling was addictive. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 10,000 miles away from the Taishan Holy Land. Wang. Streaks of light and divine rainbows streaked across the horizon. Many overlords were rushing over from all directions. They were either driving flying boats, divine carriages, or riding fierce beasts. Their auras were extremely powerful. There were many powerful forces from all over the eastern wilderness. There were sacred grounds like the Taishan sacred ground that had been around for tens of thousands of years. There were also dynasties and ancient families. They were all overlords of the eastern wilderness. Is there any mistake in the information? An old man on the mountain top asked. He was wearing a white robe and had a transcendent aura. He was looking in the direction of the Taishan sacred ground. There were endless mountain ranges and many divine islands floating there. Auspicious beasts came and went, and spirit mist was ethereal. It was indeed a sacred ground. At this moment there was greed and desire in his eyes. If he could devour the Taishan sacred ground, his Yangshu sacred ground would definitely become the most powerful force in the eastern wilderness. Grand Supreme Elder, the information is correct. When the Taishan sacred ground saint was conferred that day, someone found the mountain behind the Taishan sacred ground and found that the Grand Supreme Elder's aura had already disappeared. It's suspected that he passed away. An elder of the Yangshu sacred ground reported behind the white-robed elder. Good. Today I've brought my old friends. It's a good opportunity to destroy the Taishan sacred ground. The white-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled. He was extremely happy. He had already predicted the following situation. The Taishan sacred ground, which had been around for tens of thousands of years, would be removed from the eastern wilderness. But Grand Supreme Elder, rumor has it that the Taishan sacred ground has been very close to a mysterious young man recently. That young man's background is said to be very terrifying. At this moment, another elder came forward and reported this matter. I already know about this. It's just a young man. No matter how strong his background is, it can't change the situation today. You should know that we're not the only force that has targeted the Taishan sacred ground. And I heard that the boy that my granddaughter has been thinking about has been imprisoned by the Taishan sacred ground. The Taishan sacred ground is really blind. Such a talented genius. The white-robed old man smiled faintly, seemingly implying something. Chapter 17. Sacred Leader, something bad has happened. Thousands of miles away from the sect, many forces are gathering. Among them are the Yangshu sacred ground, the great sun god dynasty, the ancient Shao family, and many others. It looks like they are going to attack us. At the same time, in the main hall of the Taishan sacred ground, the Taishan sacred leader was discussing something with a group of elders. A disciple suddenly ran over to report in a panic. His face was extremely pale. After all, this was a big deal. Many great forces gathered together. Even from thousands of miles away from the sect, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations. It looked like they were going to attack the Taishan sacred ground. The Taishan sacred ground was the overlord of the eastern wilderness. However, they would still tremble in the face of the attack from so many veteran forces. However, after the disciple finished reporting, he was a little shocked. Regardless of whether it was the sacred leader or the group of elders, they all appeared to be very calm. They did not even panic or shock. That's it? It's just a small matter, and you're already panicking. Where is your manners? Instead, an elder frowned and scolded them. It was obvious that they did not care about the fact that the other forces were going to attack them together. Sacred leader, you are indeed far-sighted. You knew that this would happen and built a good relationship with young Master Gu in advance. At this moment, the other elders also smiled and started to flatter the Taishan sacred leader. Clearly, the Taishan sacred leader was very pleased with the elders' admiring gazes and their boasting. However, on the surface, the Taishan sacred leader still had to maintain his dignity. He waved his hand and said calmly, after the Grand Supreme Elder passed away, the Taishan sacred ground has been in a state of unrest. It's all thanks to young Master Gu coming here to train that we can build a relationship with him. You'd better tell that to young Master Gu. At this point, the Taishan sacred leader could not help but feel a little proud. The young lord from the upper world had a prestigious status and a terrifying background. Apart from a group of elders and trusted inner disciples, no one else knew about this matter. He was just waiting to give the other forces a big surprise. The Taishan sacred leader was also a very shrewd person. He had long anticipated that something like this would happen. Sacred Lord, it seems that Her Highness the Saintess and young Master Gu have been very close in recent days. If it weren't for Her Highness the Saintess, I'm afraid our Taishan Holy Land would have been doomed this time. That's right. It's all thanks to the Holy Leader for giving birth to such a good daughter. The group of elders sighed again, which made the Taishan Saint Master smile even wider. That's right. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to his daughter. How could they have the qualifications to come into contact with someone like young Master Gu? Hearing the conversation between the Holy Master and the elders, the disciple who came to report was dumbfounded. The Grand Supreme Elder had passed away long ago? And that mysterious young lord, was he really that powerful? Surprisingly, the sacred leader and the elders didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, they were chatting and laughing. He could only feel his head buzzing. Men, open the mountain gate. Follow me to welcome the various sects. Then, a golden light flashed in the Taishan sacred leader's eyes. His eyes were filled with a powerful aura as he shouted, "What young Master Gu said is really interesting. Is the upper realm really that big?" At the same time, in a pavilion, Su Qingge pursed her lips and smiled. Then she gently rolled up her sleeves. A small part of her wrist was revealed. It was as delicate and flawless as a snow lotus. She gently filled the empty wine cup in front of Guchanga. Hearing Guchanga talk about the interesting things in the upper realm, she couldn't help but be fascinated. After letting go of the prejudice in her heart, she had a completely different feeling when she interacted with Guchanga again. Guchanga was extremely shrewd and unpredictable. However, it was undeniable that he was extremely attractive to women. As the Taishan Saint Lady, she had two souls in one body. Since she was young, she had seen many young talents. However, none of them could really compare with Guchanga. In other words, comparing with him would be an insult to Guchanga. Just his handsome appearance alone was something that few men could compare to. Not to mention his knowledge, speech, temperament, cultivation, background, and so on. Even her father said that he was far from being young Master Gu's opponent. Although young Master Gu was not a good man, he was the most desirable destination for many women. She was naturally not surprised. Hearing this, Guchanga's expression was somewhat of a smile. "Whether the upper realm is big or not, why don't you go up and see for yourself?" After this period of contact, Su Qingge had more or less opened up her guard against him. However, what Guchanga did not understand was why his luck points had not increased since the last time. Or could it be that Su Qingge's luck had nothing to do with Yichan at all? Was she a person of great luck? Her mother was a noble lady from the upper realm, and her bloodline was extraordinary? Or was she the reincarnation of an ancient existence? Even the system could not explain this. It seems like there are still some people with great luck in this world, but they are different from Yichan, the son of luck. Guchanga thought so. However, Yichan still had not given up on Su Qingge, so he could take the opportunity to get more leaks. Without cultivating to the void god realm, one can't break through the space barrier. How can cultivators like us, who were born in the lower realm, go to the upper realm so easily? Su Qingge said with some regret. After all, void god realm experts were the top existences in this world. Not to mention the Eastern Barren Territory, they could not be found even in the Central Continent, South Mountain, Northern Desert, West Barren, and other places. The ancestral master of the Taishan sacred ground was only half a step into the void god realm. Until now, the strongest experts of the sacred grounds in the Eastern Barren Territory were only half a step into the Marquis realm. It was extremely difficult to break through the upper realm and ascend. Chapter 18. Is the virtual god very strong? If you really go to the upper realm, you'll realize that the virtual god realm is just SOSO. Guchanga said casually. In his words, the virtual god realm was as common as the streets in the upper realm. However, it was just empty talk. After all, a powerhouse who had achieved the god realm would not be simple. With a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, he was considered a mainstay among the immortal sects and supreme orthodoxy in the upper realm. I wonder if young Master Gu can tell me what is above the virtual god realm? Hearing this, Su Qingge's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She was obviously interested in this topic. What was above the virtual god realm? Above the virtual god realm is the true god realm. What's there to ask? Guchanga took a sip of wine and said lightly. Su Qingge got a perfunctory answer. She was not discouraged. She quietly filled Guchanga's cup with wine. Then she thought for a while and walked lightly, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Young Master Gu, is this strength appropriate? Su Qingge walked behind Guchanga and began to massage his shoulders. She looked like a maid. Although her technique was unfamiliar, it had a special charm. Oh! Guchanga raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he was a little surprised. Su Qingge's current actions were not in line with her identity as the female lead, and her otherworldly temperament. I know it's difficult to get young Master Gu's favor, but I don't want to give up, Su Qingge answered honestly. If someone was here, they would definitely say that this woman was honest. However, she was actually smart. In front of Gu Changge, she should not have any tricks up her sleeve. Gu Changge had to admit that he did not hate Su Qingge. He naturally knew what Su Qingge was thinking. This woman was incomparably smart, and would not be satisfied with being a pretty vase. She had her own ambitions. To be honest, Gu Changge admired this kind of woman. However, Su Qingge had not reached the point where he was tempted. He did not plan to be tempted. If it was for a kidney transplant, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Gu Changge realized that ever since the relationship between Su Qingge and Yi Chan began to crack, that inexplicable sense of danger disappeared. In other words, the so-called backlash of Providence could only happen to the son of Providence and those who were close to him. Su Qingge's luck points were very high, at least 10 times that of many people. However, Gu Changge now felt that he could kill her at any time. Having high Providence points doesn't mean that you're the son of Providence. You won't be protected by the heavenly Tao. That's true. After all, the Son of Destiny is just a small group of characters with a protagonist template, Gu Changge muttered to himself as he came to a realization. Above the Nihility God realm is naturally the true God realm. This kind of powerhouse has ignited the divine fire and forged the God base. Next is the celestial gods. They are high and mighty, and even the true gods can look down on them. After that, Gu Changge was in a good mood and explained a little more to her. Thank you for the information, young Master Gu. Qingge has learned a lot. So the realms after that are like this. Nihility God, True God, Celestial God, Divine King, Saint. Su Qingge was a little happy, but as she spoke she felt a little regretful. After all, she was only at the divinity realm now. She didn't know how long it would take for her to reach the Nihility God realm. She didn't know if she would have a chance to reach that realm in this lifetime. Qingge will work hard to please young Master Gu in the future. Su Qingge thought for a while and said seriously. Her beautiful eyes, which were like flawless gems, looked at Gu Changge. She said it very calmly, without any awkwardness at all. Gu Changge's smile was somewhat playful. You can try. To please him? His villain was so charming that the female lead fell for him so quickly? He didn't think so. Su Qingge just made the most correct and rational choice. At this moment, Gu Changge heard Elder Ming's voice. Interesting. Seems to be as I expected. There was a strange look in his smile. Yi Chan had escaped from the prison while all the sects and forces in Eastern Barren Territory were attacking Taishan Holy Land. Of course, this was all thanks to the spirit concentrating pellet Gu Changge gave him. Everything was going according to his plan. Then Gu Changge left. Of course, he didn't tell Su Qingge that Yi Chan had escaped. Su Qingge confusedly looked at Gu Changge, who stood up and left. Could it be that she had angered him again? Being with a king was like being with a tiger. She looked a little helpless, reflecting on what she had done or said wrong. At the same time, outside Taishan Holy Land, the warships and flying boats of all the major forces were hovering in the air. Their auras were majestic and surging. Figures were flickering, covering the sky and the sun. Their auras were very powerful. There were even many terrifying fierce beasts among them, roaring toward the sky. Yangsu Holy Land, Great Sun Dynasty, Ancient Shao Family. These were all the major forces in Eastern Barren Territory, with tens of thousands of years of history. Hearing that the strongest cultivator of Taishan Holy Land had passed away, they were like sharks that had smelled blood. They all swarmed forward, ready to swallow him up. But at this moment, everyone was a little confused, including the Grand Elder of Yangsu Holy Land. Looking at the extremely calm Taishan Holy Land, the white-robed elder frowned and said to himself, why didn't Taishan Holy Land use any defensive means when they opened the gate and waited for us to come? Taishan Holy Land didn't even open the protective matrix? Did they know they couldn't resist? An old emperor of Great Sun Dynasty, wearing a dragon robe and a purple gold crown, said with a voice like a bell. It contained terrible power and spread to the front. At that moment, the Taishan Saint Master led a group of elders and disciples and slowly walked over. Are all of you here today to pay your respects to young Master Gu? The Taishan Saint Lord asked with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 19. Haha, Zhao Tian from the Yangshu Sacred Land, Chu Wuji from the Great Sun Dynasty, and Xiao Hua from the ancient Xiao family? I didn't expect 3 super cultivators to come in person. But if you want to meet Mr. Gu, I'm afraid you have to show some sincerity. The Taishan sacred leader put his hands behind his back and appeared in the sky calmly. He had a mocking smile on his face and his voice spread everywhere. The elders and disciples of the Taishan sacred land stood behind him and didn't panic at all. Everyone had a calm expression on their faces, with a hint of disdain. After all, they were relying on that young lord. The other forces in Eastern Barren Territory were just a bunch of chickens and dogs. As the saying went, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow. Now that they knew the truth, they felt like they were floating. As for the other major forces, they were nothing. In front of Mr. Gu, they were just a piece of cake. If they dared to offend him, they would probably be destroyed by the terrifying being behind Mr. Gu. With such a strong backing, why would they need to be afraid? What? But at this moment, everyone outside the gate, including the white-robed elder and the royal uncle of the Great Sun Dynasty, was dumbfounded and couldn't react. All the cultivators on the ancient warship, flying boat, and beasts were also stunned. They came aggressively, but in the end, they met the Taishan sacred land, which didn't have any intention of resisting. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. What does the Taishan sacred leader mean? Many of them were extremely shocked. Calamity was already upon them, yet this group of elders and disciples still had fearless looks on their faces. What's going on? Is everyone in the Taishan sacred land crazy? Or do they have something to rely on? Greetings, Mr. Gu. Who is that? Is it the young man who's rumored to be close to the Taishan sacred land? Or is this just a trick of the Taishan sacred land? The white-robed elder was called Zhao Tian, the grand elder of the Yangshu sacred land. He couldn't help but think. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and quickly realized that something was wrong. The entire Taishan sacred land was too calm. Who gave them the courage to do so? One had to know that even if their Grand Supreme Elder came back to life and improved his cultivation, he might not be able to stop the invasion of so many forces. At this moment, the atmosphere in front of the Taishan Holy Land was a little strange. What young Master Gu? Who is that? He doesn't sound very old. Could he be the successor of some reclusive old monster? But even so, what can we do? Today, this old man has brought the Emperor weapon of the dynasty. When fully activated, I can fight against an immortal king. The Great Sun Dynasty's old emperor, Chu Wuji, said coldly. Just now it was precisely him who spoke. His voice traveled forward, containing a terrifying might. There was great enmity between the Great Sun Dynasty and the Taishan Holy Land. Today was a great opportunity to destroy the Taishan Holy Land. How could he let it go? I've shown you a path to survival, yet you insist on walking the path of death. Why bother? Young Master Gu's identity is not something you can imagine. An ant trying to pry into the heavens? That's wishful thinking. Hearing that, the Taishan Holy Lord stood with his hands behind his back and smiled pretentiously. His tone was very arrogant. He was also a ruthless person. Naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity to intimidate others. Today, he would intimidate the other forces in Eastern Wilderness. In the following days, the Taishan Holy Land would definitely be the leader of the Eastern Wilderness. And this was with young Master Gu's tacit approval. Thinking of this, the Taishan Holy Lord's face showed a mocking expression. Many forces were closely watching all this. What happened here must have been spread by many spies in the dark, causing a huge commotion. The old emperor called Chu Wuji had a bad temper. Hearing that, how could he bear it? His face was about to turn green. Chu Wuji, wait. Something is wrong. It's not that simple. Today's events are really strange. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Yangsu Holy Land frowned and quickly stopped the old emperor, who was about to attack. Although he had also come with his sect treasure, but in his heart he had no confidence. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, the Taishan Holy Land's reaction made it difficult for him to calm down. After all, many forces in Eastern Wilderness had gathered here. In a situation where there were too many wolves and too little meat, the Taishan Holy Land was still so calm and arrogant. He was more and more curious about that mysterious young lord. All his previous guesses were probably wrong. How terrifying was that person's background to make the Taishan Holy Lord so fearless? Zhao Tian had lived for thousands of years. His eyelashes were hollow, and his mind was very active. He quickly analyzed the situation and analyzed that something was wrong. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his back was cold. Wrong information? Or is this news deliberately spread by the Taishan Holy Land? At this moment, the expressions of some people in the other forces changed slightly. Clearly, they were not stupid and figured all this out. Aha, Su Taishan, you're right. We've long heard that the young lord is in your Taishan Holy Land. The Xiao family has been discussing for a long time. We specially came to visit and see that young lord's face. We've prepared many gifts for this. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man in golden armor walked out of the vast warship in front of the Taishan Holy Land with a simple smile. His voice was very loud and clear, reverberating above. This Xiao Hua is really smart. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many cultivators from various forces changed. Some were even dumbfounded. This was too real. How long had it been? The attitude of the ancient Xiao family changed in such a short time? Wasn't it too fast? Who was the one who said that he wanted to massacre the Taishan Holy Land before? Many people secretly cursed him for being shameless. Then they all followed suit and said that they wanted to visit that young lord. Yes, we're here to visit that young lord. Please inform the Taishan Holy Land. Su Taishan is really something. This scene made Zhao Tian's expression change drastically. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't attack the Taishan Holy Land just now. Chapter 20. Needless to say, such a dramatic scene was playing out in front of the Taishan sacred ground. The sects and aristocratic families who had come with a murderous aura before were now looking kind and amiable. Even the bad-tempered emperor of the Great Sun Dynasty was held back by the people around him. People who didn't know better would think that these forces were all from the same family. This is the beauty of power in this world. As long as Chinga can always be liked by Mr. Gu, with this relationship, who in the Eastern Barren Land won't take a detour when they see me? Taishan's sacred lord sighed in his heart. He was excited when he imagined the future. But on the surface he still looked arrogant and proud. He was very clear-headed. If Taishan's sacred ground didn't have Guchanga, it would definitely be divided by these forces and turned into ruins. Not only him, but even the entire Taishan sacred ground was extremely grateful and in awe of Guchanga. They knew very well who it was that caused all the other forces to treat him like a god. If Guchanga could give them this, he could take it back easily. If you want to see Mr. Gu, you have to show your sincerity. It's not something that just anyone can see. Then Taishan's sacred lord sneered and turned into a beam of divine light, leaving the mountain gate. He didn't care about all the people who were still here. The most important thing now was to ask Mr. Gu if he wanted to see him. It wasn't for him to intimidate others with his might. In the palace, this was the purpose of Taishan's sacred lord's visit. Guchanga was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect this guy to use his name to show off. But he couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. He just let Taishan's sacred lord do what he wanted. Now he was waiting to see a good show. He just hoped that Su Chinga wouldn't disappoint him. Damn it. Su Taishan is so arrogant. I want to tear his face off. He's just lucky. What's so great about that? Outside the Taishan sacred ground, many people were angry but also envious. But they didn't dare to break into the Taishan sacred ground. Everyone could see that the Taishan Holy Land was hugging the thigh of that young man, which was why they dared to be so arrogant. This was enough to show how terrifying that young lord's background was. What if he accidentally provoked them? Wouldn't that bring a calamity to the sect? Of course, many people were also curious. What kind of young lord was he? This was especially so for the young elites who followed the Holy Land and the dynasty. There were both men and women among them, all of them accomplished in their cultivation. Their bodies were surrounded by divine light. Normally, he boasted that he was one of the best of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. But what they saw today really shocked them. He's only a young man, and he hasn't even made an appearance, yet he's able to cause the various great powers to be fearful to such an extent? This is truly inconceivable. Could it be a young existence from the Central Plains? A young man with hair as bright as gold couldn't help but ask curiously. He was the holy son of the Yangsu Holy Land. Today, he had come with the elders to participate in the battle and broaden his horizons. But he never thought that he would witness such a dramatic scene. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that it would be a young man from the Central Plains who had come to gain experience. Compared to the relatively desolate eastern wilderness, the Central Plains was a place full of outstanding people. Some orthodoxies even bordered the legendary upper worlds. Their ancestors had once ascended to the upper worlds, and their foundation was extremely powerful. It was unimaginable. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Although the forces of the Central Plains are strong, it's not enough for the Taishan Holy Land to be so arrogant. What happened today was completely out of my expectations. Hearing this, Grand Elder Zhaotian of the Yangsu Holy Land couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he looked like an expert with the demeanor of an immortal, but at the same time he didn't dare to go anywhere. He could only obediently wait in front of the mountain gate of the Taishan Holy Land. At the same time on the other side, after Guchanga left the pavilion, Su Chinga was stunned for a while. Then, she returned to the palace where she usually cultivated and lived. She looked a little distressed. She was thinking about what she had done to upset Guchanga, causing him to leave directly at that time. He didn't even tell her the reason. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. She could only sigh. Young Master Gu was really unpredictable. She didn't know what he was thinking. It was really difficult to gain the favor of a person like him. As for the invasion of the other forces, Su Chinga wasn't worried at all. Knowing Guchanga's background, she knew what it meant. As long as the other forces weren't stupid, they wouldn't dare to attack the Taishan Holy Land when Guchanga was living there. They wouldn't even dare to do so in the future. There's someone in the palace, but soon Su Chinga's expression changed slightly. She was the saintess of the Taishan Holy Land. She had been cultivating since she was a child. Her strength was one of the best among her peers in the Eastern Barren Land. She could still detect the fluctuation of this aura. At this time, the person hiding in the dark also walked out. Chinga. This person had a delicate face, but his face was pale. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was disheveled. He looked very miserable. It was obvious that he hadn't had a good time recently, but he was very emotional. After all, he finally saw the person he had been thinking about and worried about the most. Yichun. Su Chinga frowned. She recognized Yichun. Since he was imprisoned in the dungeon, she hadn't asked about him. She didn't visit him either. After all, she told Guchanga that she wouldn't care about Yichun anymore. So she wouldn't care about him anymore. She was a very principled person. Chapter 21. Wasn't Yichun locked up in the dungeon? How could he be here? Did he escape? Su Chinga's mind was filled with questions, which made her frown slightly. However, Yichun obviously didn't notice this detail. After his master Yanji used the spirit concentrating pellet, his remnant soul improved and helped him escape from the dungeon. However, the first thing Yichun did after escaping was not to leave Taishan Holy Land, but to look for Su Chinga in Saint Lady Palace. With Yanji's help, he sneaked in without any danger. However, what surprised Yichun was that Su Chinga, who was usually cultivating in the palace, was not here at the moment. This made him feel uneasy, and his thoughts ran wild for a long time. Could she have been forced by Guchanga to live with Guchanga? He felt heartache and waited with such feelings. Fortunately, he finally saw Su Chinga. Chinga, you haven't been well these days, have you? Yichun opened his mouth, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Su Chinga didn't look haggard at all. She was still the same as before. She was like a flower in the water, so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. He wanted to ask her where she was going, but he didn't know how to ask. Su Chinga didn't look like she was having a bad time at all. Hearing this, Su Chinga still frowned. She didn't answer but asked Yichun, "Why are you here?" "Don't ask these questions. I don't have time to explain. Chinga, I'll take you out of Taishan Holy Land now. I'll take you out of this hell," Yichun said as he was about to pull Su Chinga. In his opinion, Su Chinga had been forced by her father and Guchanga. Even the whole Taishan Holy Land was forcing her. She had no choice. He could understand. This was her cage but also a hell. She wouldn't be happy here at all. She would only show that kind of pure and innocent smile when she was training with him. Su Qingge took a step back, not letting Yi-chan touch her sleeve. She was still frowning, and her cold voice was a little angry. Yi-chan, I won't leave Taishan Holy Land. Why don't you understand? You won't leave? Then I'll take you away. Gu Changge may force you, but I won't. At this moment, Yi-chan did not care about these things. His words were very domineering, and he even planned to use force. Time was running out. If he was discovered by the elders of the Taishan Holy Land, it would be very difficult to escape. Don't force me to attack you? For the sake of our friendship, I will pretend that nothing happened today. With your current strength, you are no match for me, Su Qingge said, her expression returning to normal. She was in the divinity state and was even more powerful than the current great abstruse Saint Prince Chu Xian. Yi-chan was only at the Soul Palace realm, so it would be very difficult for him to defeat her. At that time, the commotion here would definitely attract the attention of the other elders. Qingge, why are you still so stubborn at a time like this? Could it be that you've already submitted to Gu Changge? Yi-chan couldn't believe it, and his voice was filled with regret. Who knew what had happened between Su Qingge and Gu Changge when he was imprisoned? Su Qingge's expression was indifferent and calm as she said, Young Master Gu has never forced me. I am willing to do everything. Yi-chan, don't think too much. Although young Master Gu is not a good person, he is not as bad as you think. Until now I am still a virgin. Young Master Gu has never touched me. This is the best proof. Towards the end, her voice was even somewhat self-deprecating. On the contrary, I am the one with impure thoughts. I have always wanted to win his favor. She also wanted to take this opportunity to be honest with Yi-chan, so that he would not continue to pester her. My character is not a good person. Outside the palace, hearing these words, Gu Changge, who was hiding and watching the show with interest, suddenly had a strange smile on his face. Yet, he was able to inexplicably receive a stab like this. But then again, this Su Qingge had overestimated her character. As the saying goes, imagination is the most deadly. Gu Changge was clear about Yi-chan's every move, so he naturally knew where he wanted to go after leaving the prison. Gu Changge was looking forward to this drama between the male lead and the female lead. At least until now, Su Qingge had not let him down. Ding! Yi-chan and the female lead finally broke up. Luck lost 50 points. Fate value increased by 250 points. At this moment, the system's notification sounded, which made Gu Changge's smile grow bigger. Yi-chan, oh Yi-chan, you were the son of luck, but you almost played yourself to death. In the palace, hearing Su Qingge confess that Gu Changge had never touched her, Yi-chan was very happy. It could even be said that the depression and anger in the past few days were all swept away. However, the following words left him completely dumbfounded. It was like a bolt from the blue. He was completely stupefied. What? On the contrary, Su Qingge was the one with impure thoughts who tried to win Gu Changge's favor? His head buzzed all of a sudden. He could not believe his ears. Sigh, I knew little Chun was too prejudiced against young Master Gu. In the ring, Yanji sat cross-legged in the air. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as she supported her head with her hands. She seemed to be bored to death. Thanks to the spirit concentrating pill, her body had become much more solid. Naturally, she saw everything that happened outside. Su Qingge's actions were understandable. Who asked young Master Gu to be so attractive to women? Outstanding appearance, powerful strength, terrifying background. Chapter 22. Su Qingge was a smart and rational woman. Since she had chosen to follow Gu Changge, she would definitely cut off all ties with Yi-chan. There was no doubt about this. As a woman, Yanji could naturally guess Su Qingge's plan. If it were her, she would have done the same. But it was also because of this that she could not help but sigh. Why would little Chun be so hostile to young Master Gu? Qingge, you are lying to me, aren't you? How could this be true? In the palace, elegant smoke lingered in the air. Yi-chan was in great pain and could not help but cover his forehead. He could not believe that Su Qingge, who had always been cold and aloof, would actually say such words. What I said is true. It's fine if you don't believe me, but don't bother me in the future. If young Master Gu sees this, I'm afraid I will have to explain again. Su Qingga's fair face was calm as she said mercilessly. She had already said what she wanted to say. If Yi Chun continued to be stubborn, she would have no choice but to take action. Gu Chang'e must have used some kind of evil magic on you. He came from the legendary upper realm, so he must have such means. At this moment, Yi Chun suddenly reacted and could not help but say loudly. His eyes stared at Su Qingge with reddened eyes. At this moment he looked like a beast. You have been possessed. Little Chun calmed down. Seeing this, Yanji in the ring hurriedly sent out a stream of magic power. It turned into waves of coolness and calmed Yi Chun down quickly. I don't believe it. Yi Chun roared painfully. Why did the goddess that he had always admired become like this? At this moment, Su Qingge's face also turned cold. She unsheathed her long sword and prepared to attack. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the palace, accompanied by a chuckle. Is Saintess Qingge here? Gu Chang'e stood at the door wearing a black robe. He was tall and handsome with a strange smile on his face. At this moment it was time for him to finish the job. However, he couldn't be the one to do it. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Yi Chen's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with killing intent and hatred. Little Chun, let's go. Within the ring, Yan Ji's expression changed as he urged. Although Gu Chang'e had said that he would not make things difficult for her, they had just escaped from the dungeon. He could not find any reason to stand on his side. Su Qingge was stunned by the knocks on the door outside the hall. Questions arose in her mind. Why was young Master Gu looking for her at this time? No, according to young Master Gu's strength, he should have arrived long ago, but he just didn't show himself. Perhaps this was his test for himself. Puff therefore, Su Qingge's idea was simple. He pulled out his sword. The enormous mana of the transcendent realm surged. The sword ray was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Like a graceful swan it swept through the void, leaving behind a trail of blood. Yi Chun, who was about to run away, let out a scream. Before he could react, Su Qingge's sword stabbed into his heart. If it were not for his powerful battle instinct at this critical moment, he would have taken half a step back. This sword would have pierced through his heart. Not good. This little girl is a bit cruel. Yanji did not expect Su Qingge to be so powerful that she could kill Yi Chun directly. Fortunately, her broken soul was in a good condition. She hurriedly wrapped Yi Chun with her mana and escaped through the window. What happened? Hearing this voice, Gu Chang'e seemed to be confused and surprised. He directly pushed open the door and walked in. Young Master Gu. Su Qingge turned around and looked at Gu Chang'e with a calm expression. Qingge has let you down. Of course, she could tell that Gu Chang'e was faking his expression. He had been hiding in the dark and watching the show from the beginning. She could not help but feel a chill on her back. If she had made a slight mistake, she would have fallen into the abyss of eternal damnation. Because she did not know that Gu Chang'e had been hiding in the dark all this time. He had seen everything she had done. This man was simply too terrifying. No, how could you let me down? Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He seemed to be in a good mood. Really? Su Qingge could not believe it. She did want to kill Yi Chun just now, but she did not expect him to escape. She was a bit worried that Gu Chang'e would think that she was being lenient. Of course, Gu Chang'e smiled. If Yi Chun was so easy to kill, he would not have spent so much effort. The next time we meet, I reckon that you and Yi Chun will be in a situation where you will fight to the death. You won't regret it? Su Qingge shook her head. Since I have followed you, I have expected this day to come. Good. Gu Chang'e did not stop smiling and nodded. Su Qingge and Yi Chun had completely broken up. They could even be said to be mortal enemies. There was no need for him to be harsh to her. As the saying goes, only carrots and sticks can make people surrender. After all, Su Qingge had a great luck that was far beyond ordinary people, so her future achievements would not be too low. Gu Chang'e naturally wanted Su Qingge to be loyal to him. Unlike now, it was out of fear for him. Don't worry. This is not a test for you. I have trusted you from the beginning. I just want to watch the show. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He held her in his arms with just the right amount of gentleness. Su Qingge stood still. Her delicate body trembled, and she blinked her flawless jade-like eyes. It was the first time that she had been so close to a man. In particular, Guchanga, who had always been cold and frightening, actually said such gentle words. Her heart was suddenly in a mess. Chapter 23. Suchinga admitted that she was confused. Just now she was even a little tempted. For a person like Guchanga to say such words made her feel flattered and touched. However, she also understood that it would be very difficult to hear true words from Guchanga. Being close to a king was like being close to a tiger. If she wanted to gain Guchanga's favor, she still had a long way to go. Chinga is very touched that young master trusts Chinga so much, Suchinga said. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her pretty face was white and flawless. She quietly leaned on Guchanga. Are you touched or are you afraid? Guchanga smiled casually. After all, such a smart woman would not sincerely submit to him just because of a few words. However, this was not important. As the saying goes, love grows with time. Ding! Luck event triggered. Luck points increased by 60. Fate points increased by 300. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. Guchanga was somewhat surprised. Inexplicably, his luck points had increased to 100 points. Although the color did not change, it was still black. However, compared to the 30 points at the beginning, it was many times better. After discovering this change, Guchanga felt that things were getting more and more interesting. In other words, as long as his luck points increased fast enough, when he encountered other children of luck in the future, it would not be as troublesome as dealing with Yi-chan. After all, without the backlash of luck, Yi-chan would have been slapped to death by Guchanga. Why would he go through so much trouble? It seems that my method of increasing luck points does not only work on children of luck, but also on people with great luck. Because of what I said just now, although Suchinga did not seem to change on the surface, she was already about to submit to me in her heart. Therefore, it led to the increase of my luck points. Without asking the system, Guchanga quickly guessed the truth of the matter. Apart from suppressing the Son of Destiny, he now had another option. That was to subdue people with great luck. Yi Chen's escape from the prison was soon discovered by the people of Taishan Holy Land. Many elders and disciples were furious, then worried, frightened, and uneasy. After all, Yi-chan had offended Master Gu. However, because of their incompetence, Yi-chan was able to escape. If young Master Gu blamed them, even if the Taishan Holy Land had 10,000 heads, it wouldn't be enough. The great mystery Saint Master, who had been full of confidence, panicked because of this. Father, don't worry. Master Gu won't blame you for this. On the contrary, Suchinga was very calm. She looked at her daughter, who seemed to be very doted on by Guchanga. Hearing this, Taishan's sacred master gradually relaxed. Chinga, if young Master Gu really blames us, you have to put in a good word for father, he said. Suchinga looked very calm, but she wanted to roll her eyes and felt a little helpless. If young Master Gu really wanted to do something, how could he possibly persuade him? Father, don't worry. However, she still replied as such. Suchinga could tell that Yi-chan was deliberately let go by Guchanga. As for the reason, she couldn't guess. At the same time, in the main hall of Taishan Holy Land, silhouettes flickered, the atmosphere was heavy, and it was quiet. Many people stood at the front, including Yangsu Holy Land's Grand Elder Zhao Tian, Great Sun Dynasty's old Emperor Chu Wuji, Xiao family's Patriarch Xiao Hua, and so on. Today, almost all the forces that came to invade Taishan Holy Land, men, women, old, and young, all stayed here obediently. They were very respectful and didn't dare to make a sound. In fact, they didn't even dare to breathe. The combination of these forces could be considered the most powerful forces in the eastern wilderness. Under the arrangement of Taishan's sacred master, everyone came to the main hall to greet Guchanga. It was only then that they received news that this young lord actually came from the legendary upper realm. This news was extremely shocking. Like a meteorite falling into the deep sea, it set off a storm in everyone's heart. They couldn't calm down at all. Upper world. That place was extremely mysterious and distant to eastern barren land. At the same time, it was powerful and terrifying. For more than 50,000 years, no one had heard of anyone breaking through the void and ascending to the upper world. Even the existence of the upper world had become an illusory legend. But now they heard that this mysterious young lord had come down from the upper world to train. This was like witnessing a legend become a reality. How big of a commotion would it cause? It went without saying. No wonder Taishan Holy Land is so calm and arrogant. If our sect is lucky enough to meet this young lord, we'll probably be even more arrogant than them. At this moment, Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, Xiao Hua, and the others all thought so. As for the Taishan Holy Land, they were envious and jealous. At the same time, they were secretly glad that they didn't kill their way in. It was easy to ascend but difficult to descend. Everyone knew the background of this young man. He was absolutely terrifying to the extreme, and was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, everyone was extremely curious about this young lord. They wanted to see his face. Chapter 24. Soon, everyone in the palace was shocked. Both the older generation experts and the younger generation experts couldn't help but open their eyes wide, looking at the young man who suddenly appeared above them in shock. He appeared out of nowhere without any fluctuations. He even gave people the feeling that he didn't exist in this world. The young man's expression was calm and indifferent. He wore a black robe without any accessories, but he gave off an innate sense of superiority and nobility. Behind him was the respectful Taishan Saint Master, as well as a white-robed woman whose face was half covered by a veil. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her brows were like jade. She immediately attracted the gazes of many young men. Taishan Saint Master, Taishan Saint Lady, known as the #1 beauty in Eastern Wasteland, there shouldn't be any more surprises. We pay our respects to the Lord. At this moment, everyone in the palace couldn't help but pay their respects. Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, Xiao Hua, and the others were even more shocked. This young lord's strength was truly unfathomable. They could feel a trace of his aura. However, it gave people a terrifying feeling like an abyss. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite, Gu Chang'e said indifferently. He could show his face and show off a bit. He definitely wouldn't refuse. Of course, he could also knock some sense into the other major powers in Eastern Wasteland. After all, many of them were very close to Yichan. With his status, he only needed to say a few words, and no one would dare to approach Yichan for such a small matter. Those who were just would get more help, while those who were unjust would get little help. He wanted to know how long Yichan's little bit of luck could last. Afterward, everyone introduced the major powers behind them, preparing to leave a good impression in front of Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e naturally wasn't interested. His expression remained calm and indifferent. His thoughts drifted as he considered changing his attribute interface. As for Yichan, after so long, it was about time for him to die. That spirit concentrating pill wasn't that easy to use. Gu Chang'e left an imprint on it, using a secret art recorded in immortal devouring demonic art. If Yanji was still at her peak, she might have discovered it. However, in her current state, she definitely wouldn't be able to discover it. Gu Chang'e wasn't worried about the many secret arts in immortal devouring demonic art. Where could he run to? He was just a tool for Gu Chang'e to use as a treasure hunting mouse. No one noticed that Gu Chang'e was acting strangely at this moment. He lowered his eyelids and sipped the wine in his cup. Fortunately, the temperament itself was like that. As long as he did not smile, he would give others a cold and profound feeling. It was commonly known as having one's own style. Seeing this, the people in the hall were even more terrified, afraid that they would anger this young lord. Almost all the major forces were carefully trying to please Gu Chang'e. They were either trying to find out why he came to the lower bound, or trying to find out what his hobbies were. Gu Chang'e enjoyed this feeling. Being a villain was so good. Everyone could see it. The reason why Taishan Holy Land was so close to Gu Chang'e was entirely because of Su Qingge. She wasn't called the #1 beauty of the Eastern Wilderness for nothing. Su Qingge was a fairy in the hearts of countless young talents. Many of the old fellows began to think about whether there were any exceptionally beautiful juniors in their families. Of course, if they were not as beautiful as Su Qingge, they would not send them to lose face. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's eyes suddenly fell on a beautiful girl in the crowd. "What's your name?" He stood up and asked. "Ah, is the Lord talking to me?" This beautiful girl was somewhat happy and excited. Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with admiration. She didn't expect to be noticed by Gu Chang'e. Wang Shui, disciple of the 10,000 Flower Palace. Everyone looked at her together, a little shocked. Many people were even more envious of this girl who was being questioned by Guchanga. It was a great honor to be questioned by this young lord. What did she do to deserve this? You've seen me before? What's your relationship with Yi-chan? Guchanga looked at her, his voice very calm. Ah, Yi-chan. Hearing this question, the female disciple named Wang Shui was at a loss of what to do. Shui, is the Lord talking to you? Her master beside her was even more anxious than her. She couldn't wait to speak to Guchanga for her. Lord, Yi-chan is my ex-fiancé. 3 years ago I broke off the engagement. A while ago, at the edge of 10,000 Beasts Forbidden Zone, you killed a marquee realm beast with a single sword strike. I was not far away and coincidentally saved by you, so Wang Shui forced herself to calm down and hurriedly explained. Yi-chan's ex-fiancé who made a 3-year promise? Coincidentally, he saved his life? Guchanga searched through his memories. A while ago, his original body had indeed gone to 10,000 Beast Forbidden Zone to see if there were any fortuitous encounters. In the end, he naturally ran into a wall. It was no wonder that this woman looked at him with a trace of admiration. It turned out that this karma was formed back then. Killing a marquee realm beast with a single sword strike. Hearing Wang Shui's words, everyone in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, and the others were even more shocked, their scalps turning numb. Did they hear wrong? Just what kind of terrifying strength did this young lord have? Almighty Realm Elders could move unhindered for 10,000 li. Saint Lord Realm could already become the master of a saint land, controlling millions of li of territory. As long as Marquee Realm experts didn't appear, they could be said to be invincible. As for Marquee Realm experts, they could only be found faintly discernible in places like Forbidden Zones. Didn't this mean that all the major powers of Eastern Wasteland couldn't withstand a single sword strike from this lord? No one doubted Wang Shui's words. Even Su Qingge was shocked. This was the first time she clearly understood how terrifying Guchanga's strength was. Eastern Wasteland's younger generation didn't even have the qualifications to be ants in front of him. Everyone was a bit frightened, and their reverence for this young lord deepened. Luckily, I didn't ask about Yi-chen's whereabouts. I can't let my granddaughter have any contact with him in the future. That Yi-chan is simply courting death. How could he have offended this existence? Yangsu Holy Land's Supreme Elder's back was drenched in cold sweat as he thought to himself. He had almost courted death just now. Chapter 25. What happened in the Taishan Sacred Land soon shook the entire Eastern Barren territory. Instead of attacking the Taishan Sacred Land, the many sacred lands, dynasties, and other forces all entered the palace to greet the young man respectfully. This news made many cultivators widen their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe it. At the same time, many images were sent from the shadow recording stone and circulated everywhere. Among them was the scene in front of the Taishan Sacred Land. Now, almost all forces knew that there was such a young man from the upper world. Countless cultivators were shocked. It turned out that the legendary upper world really existed. This shocking news was still spreading from the Eastern Barren territory to the other regions, causing a huge wave of commotion. The Eastern Barren territory is really changing now. Yeah, the legendary upper world actually has a young man descending. It's been said since ancient times that it's very difficult to ascend. It's even more impossible to descend. After all, it's completely against the heavens. No wonder those aggressive sects would have such an attitude in the end. I thought the Taishan Sacred Land would be destroyed that day. I really didn't expect this. But the Taishan Sacred Land is really lucky to have that young man's leg. But I heard that the inner disciple of the Taishan Sacred Land called Yi-chan is also famous. In the restaurant, many people were laughing. Ha, I know about that. Someone next to them said with a smile. I heard that he was jealous that the young man easily captured the heart of the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Barren territory, so he overestimated himself and challenged him. In the end, the young man suppressed that inner disciple Yi-chan with just a look. He was forced to kneel on the ground and couldn't move. Tsk. These days a toad wants to eat swan meat, but he's still dreaming. How could he be worthy of the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Barren territory? The cultivators here drank and laughed as they talked about it after dinner. In various ancient cities, restaurants, and pavilions, cultivators could be heard talking about this matter. There were more than hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. Just one ancient city could hold tens of millions of cultivators. This kind of shocking news caused an unimaginable wave on the first day. In an ancient city, a sallow-faced man was hurrying on his way. When he heard the discussions around him, his expression turned even uglier. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Then he touched his chest, which was still faintly aching from the tearing. Coldness and hatred flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. "Suchinga, you bitch, how dare you betray me? Guchanga, I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. This person was naturally Yi-chan, who had disguised himself. Now there was no place for him in the eastern wilderness. Guchanga had made all the sects and clans in the eastern wilderness avoid him with just one sentence. He didn't even dare to travel with his original appearance. This time he planned to use the teleportation array in this ancient city to head to the central continent. That place was even more mysterious and vast than the eastern wilderness. Dragon veins gathered there. Sects stood in great numbers, and there were many holy lands and divine mountains. No matter how powerful Guchanga was, would he be able to affect the entire central state? Moreover, there were many orthodoxies and aristocratic families in the middle continent that had connections with the upper realm. Their ancestors had ascended to the upper realm. Yi-chan had a good plan. With his powerful talent, once he joined those orthodoxies and aristocratic families, he would be able to soar quickly. Wasn't Guchanga able to be so rampant because of his background in the upper realm? When he had that background, what could Guchanga do? He would definitely make Suchinga and Guchanga regret it. Thinking of this, he calmed down and even sneered. Master, however, what worried and puzzled him was that ever since the incident in the Taishan Holy Land, his beautiful master had not spoken much. Only when he was in danger would he lend a helping hand. Yi-chan felt a little uneasy and clenched his fists even tighter. Was Yanji going to betray him and leave him? He was unwilling. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. An invitation from the third prince of the Great Xia Empire in the Middle Continent, inviting all the prodigies to the Tao debate? In the palace, Guchanga looked at the gilded invitation that Suchinga handed to him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at it casually and soon lost interest. The so-called heavens chosen from the lower realm. In his eyes he could crush them all with one finger. It was not as interesting as flirting with Suchinga every day. The late emperor of the Great Xia dynasty is said to have ascended to the upper realm. His foundation is unfathomable. Moreover, the third prince himself is very talented. On the day of his birth, his Tao voice resounded for 3,000 miles. Suchinga explained to Guchanga. At the same time, her fair and slender hand peeled a crystal grape and sent it to his mouth. The Great Xia dynasty? The central continent, right? Right, it's time to change the map. Guchanga ate the grape and said casually. After thinking for a while, he stood up. His life had been too leisurely lately. He was not used to not taking advantage of Yi-chan's leaks. Moreover, if he guessed right, Yi-chan should have fled to the central continent by now. In 3 days, all the heavenly talents of the sacred grounds, dynasties, and aristocratic families in the Eastern Barren Territory will set off together. Do you plan to go with us? Suchinga asked. Guchanga pondered for a while and nodded. He suddenly remembered something. Elder Ming's family seemed to be in the central continent of this world. 30,000 years ago, Elder Ming broke through the void in the central continent and successfully ascended to the upper realm. Chapter 26. Elder Ming came from the Azure Heaven realm, which was the lower realm where Guchanga was now. Elder Ming had never mentioned this to him before. This was also the reason why the original owner had Elder Ming accompany him after some investigation in the lower realm. The reason why Guchanga suddenly remembered was that Suchinga had mentioned Zhongzhou State. With Elder Ming's identity, it would be much more convenient to do things in the middle continent. Then I'll go and arrange everything now. Guchanga nodded. He was assured when Suchinga was in charge. After Suchinga left, he pondered for a while and said to the void, Elder Ming, you ascended from the middle continent 30,000 years ago, didn't you? There was a fluctuation in the void and Elder Ming's figure appeared. He said respectfully, "Young master, I ascended from the Azure Heaven Realm's middle continent 30,000 years ago. I had just arrived in the upper realm and was unfamiliar with everything. I didn't want to be used as a laborer to mine ores by the upper realm's great sections. Fortunately, I met an elder on the way and saved me. Otherwise, I would have died in the mine." Speaking of this, he felt a little emotional. Cultivators in the lower realm thought that ascension was good. In fact, it was the opposite. Cultivators from the lower realm who ascended to the upper realm with no background would only be captured by the great sects and ancient tribes as laborers to mine ores and so on. They would have no dignity and slowly die of old age. In Elder Ming's opinion, the ancient forces in the middle continent that had connections with the upper realm were only superficial. Their ancestors from back then might be mining ores for others in some corner of the upper realm. Therefore, he was very grateful to the Gu family. Speaking of which, he was lucky to have met the Gu family's benefactor. "I'll be heading to the middle continent in 3 days. You can go and see the family from back then." Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. It was rare for him to come to the lower realm. Elder Ming would definitely want to know how his descendants were doing. However, due to his identity, he could not go without Gu Chang'e's permission. Hearing this, Elder Ming was touched. "Thank you for your consideration, young master." Gu Chang'e waved his hand and said, "Elder Ming, there's no need for that. It's just on the way." Although his role was to suppress the child of destiny, he was not an unreasonable fool. Elder Ming was not an outsider. Such a small matter could make Elder Ming work for him wholeheartedly, and it could also show off his talent. How could Gu Chang'e not have considered this? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In the sky above the Taishan Holy Land, an incomparably gorgeous and enormous flying ship was hovering in the air. It was overflowing with brilliant lights and resplendent runes. Amongst them, there were richly ornamented buildings and pavilions, and they were surrounded by celestial mist. Clear springs flowed, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It was extremely luxurious. This was a special flying boat that was specially made for Gu Chang'e by all the major forces in the eastern wilderness. To put it bluntly, every inch of space showed luxury and wealth. Even the disciples of the Holy Land would widen their eyes when they saw this. Not to mention the other ordinary cultivators. He had never seen such a luxurious flying artifact in his entire life. "How thoughtful of you all," Gu Chang'e chuckled. "So high profile?" He liked it. "It's just a little thing. It's good that it can make you happy." The sacred leaders, sect masters, and family masters of the major forces all laughed. Since young Master Gu seemed to be quite satisfied with this, they were naturally happy too. After all, they could see that this young man did not like to keep a low profile. Compared to building this gorgeous flying artifact, it was obviously more important to get his appreciation. "Young master, please go first." Then the Taishan saint said respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Apart from Su Qingge, he could be considered as Gu Chang'e's #1 lackey. Although the word lackey sounded unpleasant, even so it made everyone here envious. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and took the lead. The others followed a few steps behind, not daring to walk with him. The young people who went to the middle state this time were all outstanding talents from all over the world. Yangsu Saint, Saintess Yangsu, Princess of the Great Sun Dynasty, young master of the ancient Shao family. They were the top figures of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. But the pressure they felt in front of Gu Chang'e was 1,000 times more terrifying than facing their elders. Some people wanted to go and greet him, but even their words were trembling and full of awe. In comparison, Gu Chang'e found that Chu Xian, this lackey, was really something extraordinary. "Yichen is almost done. Who will be the next son of fate?" Suddenly, Gu Chang'e could not help but murmur to himself, "A young master?" Su Qingge, who was rubbing his shoulders, was slightly stunned. Why was he saying something she did not understand again? "Qingge, do you want to go back to the upper world with me?" Gu Chang'e suddenly smiled. Su Qingge was usually very interested in the upper world when she heard about it, but now her expression was very calm. "Young master, how many times have you teased me with this question?" "Boring." Gu Chang'e shook his head, then gently pulled her into his arms. He liked to see Su Qingge's insincere but annoyed look. Sure enough, no matter where Bullying women was a man's nature. Boom! Soon the void outside shook, and a huge hurricane was set off. This huge and luxurious flying boat was gushing with bright light, and runes were flowing, crushing the sky. It began to speed in the sky, heading toward the central region. The central region was full of outstanding people and dragon veins. In addition to the many sacred lands and dynasties that had existed since ancient times, there were many aristocratic families and countries. There were even creatures from the ancient times in the various sacred mountains. All of them had powerful cultivations and were overseeing a region. In addition to the human race, there were many creatures from other races in the central region. They had been born for a long time. At this moment, in the central region's most prosperous central region, Daoji Academy. In a quiet room, a group of young men and women were listening to an elder explain a cultivation treasure art. This elder was very young, wearing a gray robe and extremely beautiful. She had a thin layer of powder on her face. Her skin was like cream, and her hair was like clouds. Under the loose robe, it could not hide her tall and curvaceous figure. She could be called the most beautiful woman in the world. At this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. She threw the jade scroll in her hand on the wooden table of a young man who was dozing off. "Lintian, you're sleeping in my class again." Chapter 27. The middle ground was divided into 8 regions, and the central sky region was the most prosperous region. There were many sects and orthodoxies. Daoji Academy was also known as the Genius Academy. There were many geniuses there, and they all came from various sects and factions. To put it bluntly, those who could enter Daoji Academy to cultivate were all extremely talented people. Their future achievements would not be too low. Many sacred grounds and dynasty lords in the middle ground had also cultivated in Daoji Academy when they were young. However, there was an exception in this quiet room. The gray-robed woman's beautiful eyes were cold. She was very angry, and her aura surged. She seemed to be resentful. Many young men and women also had mocking and disdainful expressions. They looked down on the young man who was still sleeping on the table. "This piece of trash can also enter Daoji Academy to cultivate. He's a disgrace to us." Yeah, if he's not from the ancient Lin family and his sister is an elder of the academy, how could he cultivate in the same quiet room with us? Elder Lin Chohan is also unlucky to have such an unlucky brother. Many young men and women looked over and whispered to each other. Of course, they were talking about that young man, Lintian. He was very famous in Daoji Academy. At the same time, he was the gray-robed woman's half-brother. Not only was his cultivation talent terrible, but he also did not work hard at all and often slept in class. He could be said to be a complete piece of trash in cultivation. However, his sister, Lin Chohan, was the youngest and most beautiful elder in Daoji Academy. She had many suitors. Even the successors of the holy sons of the various holy lands and dynasties had pursued her. Her future was limitless. In comparison, Lin Tian could be said to be extremely famous in the entire Daoji Academy. Lin Tian, seeing that Lin Tian was still sleeping, the gray-robed woman's voice became louder. She was very angry and quickly walked over. At this moment, the noise seemed to have woken the young man up. I'm not satisfied." He let out a blood-curdling scream and then raised his head. His expression was somewhat confused and vacant, as if he was still in a dream. "Where is this? Who are you? You're calling me a king? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What did this piece of trash dream about?" Jeers rang out from all around. Lin Chohan's expression became even more unsightly. She was very angry and furious. Not only did he sleep in my class, he even pretended not to know me. Although she was his elder sister, she couldn't let him do whatever he wanted. She had to teach him a good lesson. Azure Heaven Realm, Middle Continent, Central Celestial Domain. I see. Meanwhile, Lin Tian acted as if he didn't see the person before him. He muttered to himself, somewhat rueful. Then, his eyes gradually regained their radiance. Never thought that I, the exalted Heaven Slaughter Divine King, would actually have a day of seizing possession and rebirth. That's right, the current Lin Tian was no longer that trash Lin Tian from before. He was the Divine King of a generation. His title was Killer Heaven, and he was said to be a powerful existence that could even kill the heavens. However, during his ascension, he encountered a terrifying crack in space. Before he could reach the legendary upper realm, he unfortunately died. It was all thanks to the blessing of the heavens. A wisp of remnant soul did not perish, and in the end, it possessed the body of this young man before it. However, Lin Tian had some doubts in his heart. In his original world, one could only break through the void and ascend to the mysterious upper realm after cultivating to the divine king realm. However, in this world it seemed that one only needed to cultivate to the void god realm to break through and ascend. In that case, with the memories of his previous life, wouldn't it be easy for him to stand at the peak of this world again? Once he thought of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a confident and arrogant expression. Being looked down upon by his clansmen, and mocked for living an ignoble life? He was the exalted heaven-slaughtered divine king. Sooner or later, he would slap the faces of those who looked down on him. He admired his elder sister and wanted to take her for himself but didn't have the guts? Don't worry, with me around, these obsessions won't be a problem. As for the ethics of blood relations to an existence like him, it wasn't worth caring about at all. Lin Tian, what are you laughing at? If you can't break through to the spiritual sea realm this month, you'll be expelled from Daoji Academy. At that time, even your clan won't be able to protect you. Seeing that Lin Tian was still ignoring her, Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but frown, and her tone became heavier. Lin Tian was a concubine, and his mother was a maid. His talent wasn't good, and his situation in the Lin clan was terrible, and he wasn't liked. However, she was kind-hearted and usually took care of him. However, Lin Tian didn't appreciate it, making her extremely disappointed. How can a mere spiritual sea realm bother me? In less than half a day, I'll definitely be able to break through, Lin Tian said indifferently, a look of disdain appearing in his eyes. Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that he was really hopeless. In the quiet room, a burst of laughter erupted. Everyone felt that this Lin Tian hadn't woken up yet, actually saying such words in his sleep. However, Lin Tian was very calm and wasn't angry. At any rate, he was a divine king existence. How could he lower himself to the same level as this group of young men and women? In a few days, just wait to be slapped in the face by him. Rumble. The void shook and a gale swept out. An extremely luxurious and tall flying ship was flying across the sky. It was overflowing with colorful lights and overflowing with divine light as it sped through the air. It had already reached the central region. Gu Chang's robe and black hair fluttered as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down. The system notification in his mind made him slightly dazed. After the rapid decline of his luck points, a new son of luck had arrived? It seemed like there was going to be another harvest. I didn't expect that there would be a day when this old servant could return to the central region. It's been 30,000 years. I wonder how the family I left behind is doing? Elder Ming stood respectfully behind Gu Chang'e. At this moment, seeing the unfamiliar mountains, earth veins and forests below, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In 30,000 years the sea had turned into mulberry fields, and the ancient city had turned into ruins. He couldn't help but feel a little homesick. His descendants? Were they still there? Senior Ming actually ascended to the upper realm from the central region? Su Qingge was a little surprised. This was the first time she heard of such a thing. She thought that Elder Ming was the same as Gu Chang'e, born and raised in the upper realm. Yes, before ascending, this old servant had established the Lin clan, Elder Ming said with a smile. Only a few people knew that his real name was actually Lin. Chapter 28. Elder Ming's original name was Lin Ming. After ascending to the upper realm, he became a servant of the Gu clan and was then called Elder Ming. 30,000 years ago, he was at the Void God realm. Now, he had cultivated to the Divine King realm. In the Gu family of the upper realm, he could be considered a powerhouse. Because of the lower realm, Elder Ming naturally could not unleash his true strength. Moreover, if he unleashed his full strength, he would be rejected by the will of heaven and earth of this realm. Although he was a Divine King realm expert, he could not ignore the will of heaven and earth of this realm. Single-handedly established the Lin clan. Elder Ming's information appeared in Gu Chang'e's mind and he nodded. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his heart, How many luck points does Yi-chan have left now? Just now, he had heard the system's notification. As the trajectory of the world was disrupted, the world correction power appeared and a new son of fate appeared. It seemed that Yi-chan was about to be abandoned by his daddy heavenly axiom. Or rather, the son of fate itself was in existence with a specific template. It was not strange for a few to exist at the same time. Gu Chang'e was already guessing what kind of template it would be this time besides the loser who broke off the engagement. The system replied, Master. Yi-chan has 230 luck points left now. The reason why the luck backlash exists is actually because the gap between my luck points and the so-called son of fate is too big, right? Gu Chang'e asked. The system's mechanical and cold voice sounded. Yes, as Master's luck points increase, the luck backlash will gradually disappear. Gu Chang'e nodded thoughtfully. Although Yi-chan was very weak, to be honest, it took Gu Chang'e a lot of methods to deal with him. After all, Gu Chang'e's strength was clearly enough to crush him easily. However, the heavenly axiom protected Yi-chan in a different way, making it difficult for him to kill him directly. One had to know that Gu Chang'e only had 30 luck points in the beginning. However, because Yi-chan had more than 500 luck points, the difference was close to 20 times. In terms of strength, if the original owner wanted to kill Yi-chan, it would be a matter of a finger. As a true disciple of an imperishable sect in the upper realm, why did he only have 30 luck points? During this period of time, Gu Chang'e had been thinking about it for a long time. Other than his role as a villain, it was probably because of his original personality. He was arrogant, indifferent, and only had cultivation in his heart. To put it bluntly, he was very stupid. He was completely in line with the appearance of a cannon fodder villain that would give him experience. He disdained to make a move on Yi-chan, who was as weak as an ant. Therefore, according to such a character, there were too many coincidences. If the world continued to develop according to its original trajectory, luck had always been an intangible thing. If there were more accidents, it would not be strange for Yi-chan to be able to survive despite offending the original body. After he had transmigrated, in an instant he understood everything. Naturally, he would not allow Yi-chan to humiliate him. Gu Chang'e had become a so-called anomaly. The heavenly axiom could no longer use accidents to protect the son of destiny. At this time, the backlash of providence appeared. It was the same principle as the general trend of the untainted world that Gu Chang'e was familiar with in his previous life. The human race was the fixed main character. If they reversed the general trend, they would be punished by the heavens. Even a saint would not dare to say that he could change the general trend of the world. Of course, the world in front of him could not be compared to the untainted world, but it was the same principle. The fixed son of destiny, the heavenly axiom would definitely be biased. The son of destiny was not called the son of destiny for nothing. Gu Chang'e had also thought it through. Although the process of snatching the son of destiny's things was very interesting, there was also a feeling of being restrained, which made Gu Chang'e feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e felt that his killing intent towards Yi-chan was no longer palpitating. He guessed that it was because his luck points had increased by a lot. This was very comfortable. Just as the system said, when one's luck points increased, even if the heavenly axiom wanted to be biased, it would have to follow a certain trajectory. If he wanted to protect the son of destiny, he could only rely on accidents. It was impossible for him to be struck to death by a random primal chaos heavenly thunder. Then Gu Chang'e glanced at his current status interface. Owner, Gu Chang'e identity. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's true disciple bloodline. Demonic Heart Dao Bone Cultivation. Mid-Marquee Realm Martial Arts. Heavenly Immortal Scripture. 10,000 Demonic Body. Innate Divine Will. Devouring Immortal Demonic Art Fate Value. 100 Luck Points. 120. System Shop. Unlocked Inventory. Domain Shattering Talisman X1. 1/3 of the World Seed X1 during this time. He had increased a small realm by adding points to his fate value. The Heavenly Immortal Scripture was still at the 7th level, but Gu Chang'e's cultivation had increased to mid-marquee realm. Compared to the young supremes of the upper realm, his speed could be said to be a cheat. He was a peerless genius and could cultivate by adding points, so his speed of breakthrough was naturally very fast. However, how could the fate value obtained through various means be called a cheat? Apart from this, Gu Chang'e had also been thinking about what would happen if he had black luck. But in the end, he found that nothing had happened. There were no treasures falling from the sky, nor were there any disasters. It was just a sign of him being an anomaly. It did not exist in the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet levels of luck. In layman's terms, black luck represented unpredictability and the unknown. Chapter 29. After Guchanga verified the idea in her heart, she did not continue to care about it. Anyway, he had the fate card and he was not a stupid person. No matter what kind of son of fate he encountered, he would always have a solution. Even if Yi-chan had the help of the heavenly Tao, he was still being played by him. Even the goddess he had always admired, Su Qingge, had broken off her relationship with him and became his woman. Yi-chen's last reliance, his master named Yanji, would also be his sooner or later. This feeling of having everything under his control was more than just wonderful. Thinking of this, Guchanga could not help but smile. He came to the bottom floor of the flying boat. It was much more lively here than above. Many young talents in Eastern Wilderness were talking and even competing on the spot to test their Tao. "Young master, you seem to be in a good mood today." Su Qingge followed Guchanga and followed him down. Her flawless gem-like eyes blinked slightly. She was a little surprised by Guchanga's smile. In her opinion, Guchanga rarely showed such a natural smile. Usually he was not only thoughtful and unpredictable, but also had a lot of bad interests sometimes. Teasing and flirting with her had become normal. This man was very bad. Of course, Guchanga replied casually, "Tell me about the forces worth paying attention to on the map of Central State." During this time he found that Su Qingge's fate points had increased by a lot. It was almost 400. As a result, his fate points had increased by a lot. Somehow, he could also get fate points. This discovery made Guchanga ponder for a long time. In the end, the problem came from Su Qingge. It seemed that Su Qingge still had some little secrets that she did not tell him. Which ordinary person's fate points would increase inexplicably. However, Guchanga did not ask. After all, it would not affect him. Everyone had their own little secrets. Hearing this, Su Qingge nodded. She had deliberately collected a lot of information about Central Province, just waiting for Guchanga to ask her. The Middle State is divided into 8 regions. Among them, the Central Sky region is the most vast and prosperous. The Tao Discussion Conference that the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty invited will also be held in the Central Sky region. A Tao discussion of this level is not suitable for young master's status. Just treat it as a joke. Chu Xian, who had rushed over to greet him, hurriedly responded with a smile. The numerous young geniuses in the distance laughed bitterly without end when they heard this. They'd been waiting for this Tao discussion for a very long time, and they were prepared to make a name for themselves in the world. "I'm not interested in the Tao discussion." Guchanga was also uninterested in this. He had only come here to take away his own belongings and harvest some leeks from the Son of Providence at the same time. Watching a group of geniuses from the lower domain discuss the Tao? How boring that would be. Acting cool in such a low-class manner was also degrading. At the same time, the airship Guchanga was in was speeding towards the Central Plains, Central Continent, Central Sky Domain, where the ancient Lin family was. As one of the ancient clans in the Central Plains, the Lin family had been standing in the Central Sky region for tens of thousands of years. The ancestor who had single-handedly established the Lin family 30,000 years ago had even broken through the void and successfully ascended to the upper world, becoming a legendary figure. It was precisely because of this that the Lin family had become one of the most powerful ancient clans. Even some of the ancient dynasties and holy lands with longer legacies were fearful of them. At this moment, in the ancestral hall in the deepest part of the Lin family, the candlelight flickered. The light was dim, and it seemed to be quite restless. What happened? Why did the great elder suddenly summon us here? A large group of old people appeared here with dignified and puzzled expressions. Among them was the current head of the Lin family. They were the true high-ranking figures of the Lin family. Their cultivation levels were high, and their positions were high and powerful. They could cause a huge commotion in the outside world with a stomp of their feet. But now they obviously did not know what had happened. It actually alarmed the great elder who had been in seclusion in the family land, and he summoned all of them here. Moreover, the Great Elder had not appeared for almost 10,000 years. His cultivation level was unfathomable. Many people even thought that he had passed away. Now that the Great Elder had appeared again, what had happened? Everyone was very puzzled as they looked at the hale and hearty old man in front of them. He was the current Great Elder of the Lin family. "Greetings, Great Elder. May I know why the Great Elder has summoned us here?" Everyone asked one after another. They were very puzzled. Usually, unless something big had happened, it was impossible to summon everyone. Could it be that the Great Elder had a breakthrough in his cultivation level? There was a chance for him to ascend? At this moment, seeing that everyone had arrived, the Great Elder finally spoke, but his expression was a little strange. It was excitement, and it could even be said that he was trembling. Soon, he forced himself to calm down and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Today, I sensed the aura of my ancestor. My ancestor might be returning." As soon as he said that, the entire ancestral hall suddenly fell silent. What? After regaining their senses, everyone was shocked. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. Did they hear wrongly? The ancestor who had ascended 30,000 years ago was returning? How was that possible? One had to know that ascension was already extremely difficult, let alone the lower realm. The difficulty was thousands of times higher, and it was almost impossible to achieve. Or had the ancestor broken through to an incredible realm? He could already break through space at will, and was ready to lead all the family members to the upper realm? At the thought of this, everyone could not help but become excited, and their faces flushed red. The ancestor was a legendary figure from 30,000 years ago. The Lin family's current power and glory could be said to be due to the ancestor's contribution. After all, it was the Great Elder who said it himself, so how could they doubt it? At this moment, everyone was extremely excited. That's great, that's great. With the return of our ancestor, our Lin family will definitely be more glorious and powerful. Ha ha ha. We must spread this news and let all the forces in Zhongzhou know that our Lin family ancestor has returned. When the time comes, the Great Xia Dynasty, Jialo Holy Ground, and other forces will all come to pay their respects. Our Lin family's reputation will definitely shake the entire Zhongzhou, and no one can compare to it. Hearing these words, the Great Elder was very satisfied. He nodded slightly, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, "That's good. Also, inform all the family members to prepare to welcome our ancestor back. Our Lin family will definitely achieve glory again." Chapter 30. As expected, the news that the ancestor of the Lin family was returning from the upper world quickly spread throughout the Central Sky region. In fact, with the help of the Lin family, the news spread to the rest of the territories. On this day, the entire Central Sky region was in an uproar. Countless cultivators and forces were stunned. What kind of existence was the ancestor of the Lin family? He was a void god powerhouse who had broken through the void and ascended to the upper world 30,000 years ago. He had actually returned? It was simply unimaginable how terrifying the commotion caused by such news would be. Countless people couldn't sit still, especially many overlord forces in the central continent. They immediately sent out scouts to investigate the authenticity of the news. The commotion caused by the geniuses of the various regions wanting to participate in the Dao discussion conference was also suppressed. Countless cultivators were paying attention to this matter. Then, the actions of the Lin family confirmed the authenticity of the news to the world. Many Lin family members were rushing back to the Lin family, as if to wait for the ancestor's arrival. Many people were sensitive and connected the news to the eastern wilderness that a young man had come to the lower world. Many people thought it was a rumor, but now many people were shaken. Could the return of the Lin family ancestor be related to this rumor? The Great Xia Dynasty, the Jialo Sacred Ground, the Yinyang Sacred Ground, and the other overlords also sent people to the Lin family to ask for an audience. They were all forces where the ancestor had broken through the void and left. They all wanted to know the truth and where the ancestor had gone. For a moment, the entire central continent was in turmoil. At this time, an extremely gorgeous flying boat flew across the sky and landed in the Central Sky region. Many young talents from the eastern wilderness were naturally received by people from their sex and had already left halfway. Gu Chang'e and Su Qingge, on the other hand, followed Elder Ming back to the family he had founded. An ancestor who returned from the upper world? The Lin family from the ancient era? This is a good place for me to go. What a pity. In an ancient city in the central continent, a young man with a determined face and a bronze ring on his hand heard the news and stopped for a moment. Then, he thought of something and hatred flashed in his eyes. It was Yi Chan, who had traveled from the eastern wilderness to the central continent. He had a good journey. Not only had his injuries completely healed, but he had also recovered. Instead, he obtained many opportunities and benefits along the way, and his cultivation broke through to the transcendent realm. In addition, he also got to know the saint child of the Jialo Holy Land. The two of them hit it off at first sight and became sworn brothers. It could be said that the dispirited state he had in the eastern wilderness was completely swept away. The ancient clans have deep foundations. You have many secrets on you now, so it's best if you don't go too far. Otherwise, it's hard to avoid being discovered. At this time, a cold voice came from the ring. Yan Ji, who was wearing a red dress, was sitting cross-legged in the void. Hearing Yi Chen's words, she couldn't help but advise him. Although after what had happened a while ago, she still felt estranged from Yi Chan. However, under Yi Chen's continuous apologies, her heart softened and she couldn't bear to blame him anymore. However, no matter how she persuaded Yi Chan to let go of his hatred towards Gu Chang'e, Yi Chan did not listen at all. Instead, he suspected that her motives were not pure. This made Yan Ji feel helpless. Master is right. I still have important matters to attend to, so I definitely won't go to the Lin family. Yi Chan said as he lowered his head and looked at the ancient page in his hand. This was an ancient page he had obtained by chance from a small stall. It seemed to record an ancient ruin. After deciphering it for many days, he discovered that the ancient ruin was not far from the ancient city he was currently in. That ancient ruin has not been discovered yet. There must be a lot of opportunities inside. Wait until I break through the Almighty Realm. I will be able to battle Saint Lord Realm existences. At that time, Gu Chang'e, Su Qingge, you two bitches. Thinking of this, Yi Chan couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. In his opinion, no matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, he would only be at the Saint Lord Realm. Once he broke through to the Almighty Realm with his powerful talent, it would be more than enough to deal with a so-called genius like Gu Chang'e, who had been nurtured by pills and natural treasures since young. Not to mention that he had experienced a lot of battles. He was not someone a pampered genius like Gu Chang'e could compare to. Soon after, Yi Chan left the ancient city in large strides, heading toward the ruins. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Lin family, an ordinary-looking teenager with a cold expression was refining pills. He held a fan in his hand and gently fanned under the medicine pot, controlling the size of the flame. I still lack 3 ingredients for the Source Consolidating Spirit pill. To think that I, a god king, would end up without ingredients and with such a weak body. This teenager was indeed Lin Tian. As he muttered to himself, a cold intent appeared on his face. Soon after, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since I can live another life, why should I think so much? Right now, the most important thing is to nurse my body back to health. This body's foundation is too weak. It's not even at the Sea of Souls realm." He thought about how he had boasted that he would break through to the Sea of Souls realm in half a day, but now he was worried about the ingredients for the pill. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was not his fault. As a direct descendant of the ancient Lin family, I can't even get the ingredients for refining pills. It seems like my position in the family is not that high, not to mention being ridiculed and looked down on. It's even difficult to get a few sets of ingredients. Thinking about how the group of people stared at him in disbelief when he went to ask for ingredients, Lin Tian felt a wave of displeasure. Although it was true that he was a god king, he was looked down upon and doubted no matter where he went. This made him very unhappy. If he had powerful strength, he would have slapped those people to death. It was just refining pills, yet they said that he didn't know how to do it? They even said that he was purely wasting ingredients and mocking him. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's expression became very ugly. A god king actually suffers such humiliation? At this moment, footsteps came from the courtyard door. 2 people walked in, a boy and a girl. Both looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. The teenager looked at Lin Tian, who was refining pills, and couldn't help but frown. Patriarch has gathered all the family members to pay respects to the ancestor. Lin Tian, what are you still doing? You're still refining pills? Daydreaming? Before that, you should first learn how to cultivate. The girl beside him couldn't help but sneer. A person who didn't even cultivate normally suddenly turned around and wanted to refine pills. The way they saw it, Lin Tian was either a fool or a madman. Although he was the most disliked son of the patriarch, he was still a direct descendant at any rate. This kind of time to pay respects to the ancestor. He couldn't be left out. These words immediately made Lin Tian's expression become even uglier. He was a god king in his previous life. No matter what, he was still a powerful existence that countless people worshipped. Pay respects to the ancestor? What the hell? Was he worthy? I heard that when the ancestor returned this time, there was a young lord by his side. His identity is very terrifying. Even the ancestor was very respectful towards him. Yeah, that young lord's background is simply unimaginable. The two people did not notice Lin Tian's expression and were still talking among themselves. Chapter 31. Listening to the two of them talking to each other, Lin Tian's expression was very ugly. Lin family ancestor? Young lord? What kind of playthings are these? In his eyes, everyone in the Azure Heaven world was just child's play. The strongest person in this world was at most at the Void God realm. In front of him, the king of gods in his previous life, he could kill them with a finger. Lin Tian did not care about them at all. Greet the ancestor? I'm not interested. Scram. Lin Tian did not have a good impression of these two people. His face turned cold as he ordered them to leave. The two of them were stunned and a little angry. Usually Lin Tian would not speak to them like this. What was wrong with him recently? His personality had become so strange and unsociable. The young man was about to attack and teach Lin Tian a lesson, but he was stopped by the girl beside him. The ancestor has returned from the upper world, but he did not go and greet him. I guess he doesn't want the Lin family identity anymore. Let's not get into trouble. If the family head finds out, he will definitely punish us. As the young girl spoke, she did not care about Lin Tian, whose expression had suddenly become somewhat shocked. She pulled the youth beside her and left. Returned from the upper world? Lin Tian was shocked because he caught that sentence. He did not want to go, but since it involved the upper world, he was very concerned. Forget it, so what if I go and meet him? I want to see what kind of person the Lin family ancestor is. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and then he silently followed behind the two of them. Seeing this, the two of them could not help but laugh. Lin Tian was not like this just now. Indeed, only the family head could control him. Haha. Didn't he say he wasn't going? Looks like he's afraid. He still cares about his identity. After all, without the Lin family identity, he is nothing. Hearing the voices in front of him, Lin Tian's expression turned uglier, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Luckily, he controlled himself. At this time, he still needed the identity of a Lin family disciple. He could not expose his identity. The young man and young woman leading the way did not know that they had just walked through the gates of hell. Although Lin Tian's cultivation was not high, it was easy for him to kill the two of them with the means of his previous life. At the same time, in the main hall of the Lin family mansion, many figures with powerful auras stood there. This place was surging with essence energy. Divine light was faintly discernible, and multicolored lights interweaved. One could see just how deep this ancient clan's foundations were. Many members of the Lin family were standing outside the hall. Most of them were young men and women. They were enshrouded in divine light and brimming with vigor. They were all the elite geniuses of the Lin family's main bloodline. They were quite famous in the Central Plains. They looked at the hall with curiosity and excitement, but they didn't dare to make a sound. After all, everyone in the hall was an elder with a high position in the family. Even Great Elder, who was in seclusion 10,000 years ago, suspected to have passed away in meditation, appeared, personally receiving them. What was the identity of the young man in the black robe, who sat at the head of the table and drank tea with his eyes closed? Even the maids were breathtakingly beautiful, like fairies from the 9 heavens. Even the legendary ancestor who had broken through the realm and ascended had a respectful attitude. To them, this was simply inconceivable and unimaginable. Elder Ming, you can talk. Don't worry about me. Gu Chang'e sat at the head of the table and smiled casually. He found this situation very interesting. He wasn't deliberately showing off. Before he got off the flying boat, a large group of elders respectfully waited below as soon as he arrived at the Lin family's territory. They claimed to be the descendants of the Lin family. Then, Gu Chang'e was naturally invited to the Lin family by them. Since she had nothing to do and wanted to stroll around, Gu Chang'e did not refuse. Elder Ming explained that the descendants of the Lin family knew that he had returned to the Central Plains, so they came to welcome him. Although it was simple, the descendants of the Lin family welcoming him so grandly made Elder Ming feel very proud and honored, especially in front of Gu Chang'e. He didn't want the young master to find a dilapidated place to settle down as soon as he arrived at the Central Plains. This time, accompanying the young master to the lower realm to train could be considered an opportunity for him. If it was in the upper realm with his status in the Gu family, it would be impossible for him to get close to Gu Chang'e, let alone help Gu Chang'e do things. Young master, no matter how happy I am, I wouldn't dare to put you aside. Elder Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, he knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't blame him for his half-joking tone. Today, seeing that his descendants were living well and had even become one of the major ancient clans in the Central Plains, Elder Ming was very happy and in a good mood. He was also much bolder than usual. Normally, he wouldn't dare to make such a joke to Gu Chang'e. Old servant? The ancestor actually called himself an old servant? In the hall, when everyone heard this, their pupils couldn't help but shrink as they sucked in a cold breath in their hearts. The young men and women at the door also widened their eyes when they heard this. It's fine. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Naturally, he wouldn't mind such a small matter. But why was he standing here when it was a matter of descendants and ancestors catching up? Chinga, accompany me for a stroll. Then Gu Chang'e said, put down his tea, got up and left his seat. His expression was calm and gentle, as if he didn't have any arrogance, giving people a feeling of being approachable. But everyone knew that this was actually a reserved aloofness. The gentle aura on the surface was just a display of good self-restraint. Or it could be said that he was giving face to Elder Ming. Chohan, you're familiar with this area. Why don't you show this young master around? At this moment, the Lin family head saw this and suddenly said to his daughter at the door. Elder Ming heard this and gave him a look of approval. This descendant had good eyesight. Okay, father. Lin Chohan hurriedly said, her voice trembling, because she was too nervous. Gu Chang'e didn't care at first, but when he heard this he couldn't help but look. His eyes lit up. Dressed in a gray robe, her appearance was stunning. With a thin layer of powder on her face, her skin was like cream, and her hair was like clouds. Under the loose robe, it was difficult to hide her tall and curvy figure. Of course, the most important thing was that her luck points were actually quite high. Sister. At the entrance of the hall, Lin Tian, who had just arrived, was stunned when he saw this scene. Then he clenched his fists, his emotions fluctuating violently. Chapter 32. Elder Sister. This scene made Lin Tian clench his fists, his expression becoming somewhat unsightly. An uncomfortable feeling of anger rose in his heart. He had subconsciously blurted out this sentence, but it was not what he wanted to say. Lin Tian knew that this was caused by the obsession of the original owner of this body. It was completely an instinctive reaction after seeing all this. After all, Lin Chohan could be considered the only person in the original Lin Tian's memory that was good to him. Although she was usually very strict, she was sincerely good to him. Not cold like the other clansmen or looking down on him. The original Lin Tian had always had a special kind of admiration for Lin Chohan. His elder sister was too outstanding, while he was a complete piece of trash. He felt inferior from the bottom of his heart. Seeing such a scene today, the obsession was naturally very unwilling and felt very uncomfortable. The current Lin Tian was the heaven-slaughtering divine lord in his previous life. In order to solve the problem of the original owner's obsession, he naturally spent a lot of effort. A few days ago, in Daoji Academy's school, he pointed out the flaws in the precious techniques demonstrated by the elders, and then filled in the gaps. This truly shocked everyone. This also made Lin Chohan's impression of him slightly change, thinking that Lin Tian had changed and was willing to study cultivation problems. Lin Chohan was very gratified. She thought that her persuasion had finally had an effect, that this younger brother of hers was starting to let her worry less. Lin Tian was also very satisfied with this result. In his original plan, this was only the first step to gradually change Lin Chohan's impression of him. As a divine king, wouldn't it be easy to win over a little girl? But what made Lin Tian's eyes turn cold was, just who was this young man that suddenly appeared today? He actually dared to interfere? He was simply courting death. But soon Lin Tian's eyes focused, landing on the white-clothed woman behind the young man. Although this woman's face was covered with a veil, the outline of her face was already shockingly beautiful. Of course, the most important thing was that he discovered the uniqueness of this white-clothed woman's body. Could it be the Nine profound puppet physique recorded in ancient books, the legendary exceptional cauldron? I didn't expect that I would actually run into you. Very quickly, Lin Tian lowered his head so that no one would notice his abnormality. He just felt that their auras were very similar. Back then, he had seen it in an ancient book. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to recognize it. However, he was still not sure. He planned to investigate again when he had the time. After all, this kind of cauldron was something that even godly kings would be moved upon encountering. Could this man be the young lord they were talking about? I didn't expect his luck to be so good. It's a pity you met me, Lin Tian said in his heart. His expression quickly returned to normal, and no one noticed his abnormality. However, what surprised him was why that young man was staring at him with such a strange expression. Faintly, it made his hair stand on end. Very soon, this strange feeling disappeared from Lin Tian's mind. It was as if he was imagining things. Lin Chohan, what a nice name. In the hall, the young man spoke. His handsome facial features seemed to carry a light smile, making many women at the door unable to look away. The so-called divine bones and immortal appearance were nothing more than this. Thank you for your praise, sir. Lin Chohan stuttered a little, and her face was slightly red. She was a teacher and was extremely dignified when teaching disciples in Daoji Academy. However, in today's situation she also felt very nervous. This godlike young lord in front of her was an existence that made her ancestor call him an old servant. One could imagine how terrifying this origin was. How could she not be nervous and speak without trembling? This hateful obsession. Seeing this, Lin Tian cursed in his heart again. He could not help but feel a sense of jealousy and unwillingness. Seeing this, everyone in the hall smiled but did not say anything. Many people, including Elder Ming, hoped that Lin Chohan could form a relationship with Gu Chang'e. There was no need for Elder Ming's introduction. Everyone knew that Gu Chang'e's identity was absolutely shocking. I'm not a scourge, I won't eat you. Miss Lin, why are you so nervous? Gu Chang'e's expression was natural, and his light smile did not change. He then spoke again, his gaze moving away from Lin Chohan. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Lin to bring me and Chinga around nearby. Although he said so, but he was actually already cheering in his heart. This matter was more than just coincidental. He was planning to look for the son of destiny that had just appeared, and he suddenly bumped into him. He really wanted to sleep and took the initiative to send a pillow. He could also take the opportunity to ask this Lin Chohan about some things. 200 luck points, this was not something that ordinary people could have. The young man who secretly spied on him just now had more than 500 points. Which template did he follow this time? After Gu Chang'e left the hall, the tense atmosphere that shrouded this place finally disappeared. Everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Including the Lin family's patriarch, the Great Elder, and the others, they were actually very nervous. After all, it was the first time they faced an existence from the upper realm. It was impossible to say that they were not nervous. Ancestor, what is the identity of this young lord? After a while of reminiscing, the Great Elder could not help but ask respectfully with a complicated expression of emotion, curiosity, and many other things. Hearing this question, many young men and women outside the hall also pricked up their ears and listened carefully, because they were really too curious. Even Lin Tian, who had been secretly watching Elder Ming, had a serious expression. He could faintly sense an aura similar to his own from the lower realm's Lin family ancestor, but he also felt that it was not. This made him puzzled. Elder Ming had no reason to hide this kind of question. It was not a secret. He smiled gently and said to the crowd, "Young master, he is an existence that will lead the immortal sect and the Chongqing family in the future. If you are lucky enough to be chosen by him, you will definitely turn from fish to dragons, shed the mortal world, and leap into the 9 heavens." Chapter 33. Immortal Sect, Chongqing Family? What kind of concept was that? Who in this world dared to talk about immortality and longevity? That was probably a force that had been passed down since ancient times and dominated the world, right? Elder Ming's words made everyone in the Lin family gasp. They were extremely shocked. It was no wonder that even their ancestor had to call himself an old servant. Under such a background, it was also a great honor. At this moment, everyone's respect for Guchanga deepened. With such a relationship, their ancestor was probably an insignificant existence in front of this young lord. That young man's background is so great? In the crowd, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He felt a little troubled. But soon, his expression calmed down again. Since he was already in the lower realm, he naturally had to abide by the rules of the lower realm. As a reincarnated divine king, would it not be easy for him to deal with a young man? If it was in the upper realm, it would be hard to say. Of course, the main reason was that he had faintly sensed that this young lord had something he wanted. He had to go through this young man to return to the peak. In the hall, Elder Ming was still catching up with many of his descendants. Lin Tian's eyes flashed and he quietly left. He planned to follow and take a look. He was a little worried that this young lord had bad intentions towards Lin Qiuhan. Clear spring water flowed and spirit fog drifted. Lin Qiuhan walked in front nervously, leading Guchanga to wander around nearby. Her palms were sweaty. She still could not calm down. She was afraid that her actions would anger this young lord and cause him to be unhappy. This feeling was like a commoner being a guide for the emperor. Guchanga looked like he was just wandering around casually. His main purpose was to ask some questions. "Miss Lin Qiuhan, you don't have to be so nervous. Learn from Qingge. She's not afraid of me at all. She even likes to talk back to me," Guchanga said casually with a smile. His attitude was natural and casual. Lin Qiuhan's nervousness made things difficult for him. Hearing this, Su Qingge, who was quietly following behind Guchanga, rolled her eyes in her heart. Such shameless words could only be said by a young master so naturally. Song? Could it be the legendary #1 beauty of the Eastern Wilderness? Taishan Saintess Su Qingge? Hearing Guchanga's slightly joking words, Lin Qiuhan's nervousness did lessen a lot, and she was a little surprised. But then again it made sense. It was rumored that the #1 beauty of the Eastern Wilderness had been following a young lord for some time. From the looks of it, that young man should be this young Master Gu in front of him. The #1 beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. She was someone who was admired by many young men from many different regions. Now she was right in front of him. She even looked like young Master Gu's maid. Her feelings were complicated for a moment, and she even felt a little envious that she didn't expect. However, this young Master Gu's temperament was really good. He was as gentle as jade. Although he was high and mighty, he did not give off the feeling of being looked down upon. Presumably, he had good self-restraint and had the air of an elegant gentleman from ancient times. Thinking of this, Lin Qiuhan also relaxed a lot. She began to take the initiative to introduce the surrounding scenery to Guchanga. There was a smile on her beautiful face. "So that's how it is," Guchanga nodded from time to time. Sometimes, he would joke with her, and very cooperatively let out a burst of clear laughter. He was as handsome as jade and unparalleled. In Lin Qiuhan's eyes, the current Guchanga was like a fine young master in a chaotic world. His speech, bearing, manners, power, no matter which aspect it was, revealed a sense of luxury and elegance that she had never seen before. As the proud daughter of the ancient Lin family, she had seen too many dazzling geniuses. However, in front of this young lord today, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. It was overshadowed. No, to be more precise, there was no comparison at all. She even felt that just one sentence from this young lord was enough to make her heart beat faster and her face turn red. This scene naturally fell into Guchanga's eyes. His expression did not change, but in his heart, he felt that it was getting more and more interesting. He continued to talk with Lin Chohan. They had just met, but it seemed like they were about to fall for each other. Indeed, no matter where one was, one's face was important. However, this was also good. Saved him a lot of trouble. Then, Guchanga changed the topic and asked about Lin Chohan and the Lin family. Young Master Gu is actually asking about me? Lin Chohan was stunned, and her heart beat faster. Could it be that young Master Gu also had a good impression of her? She was a little flustered and even more nervous. Chohan is my father's eldest daughter. In addition, I have a few half-siblings. However, very quickly, Lin Chohan relaxed under Guchanga's hint of a smile. She began to explain the situation in the family to him, among which she mentioned her most worrisome good-for-nothing younger brother, Lin Tian. Hearing this, Guchanga could not help but narrow his eyes. Here it comes. These two familiar words, good for nothing. At this moment, he glanced slightly and saw a figure hurriedly hiding not far away. An obscure fluctuation. Unfortunately, it was still too inexperienced to be able to hide from his perception. It seemed that the young man who had been secretly sizing him up outside the hall was this Lin Tian. Oh, good-for-nothing younger brother. As his elder sister, wouldn't he be unhappy if you talk about him like that? Guchanga's expression did not change as he chuckled lightly. Seeing that young Master Gu seemed to be interested in this, Lin Chohan continued, "This is publicly acknowledged by everyone. Although I want to defend him, there is nothing I can do. Little Tian's mother passed away early, and his father does not like him very much. In addition, he does not have much talent for cultivation. Although he is a direct descendant, he does not have much status in the family. What a pitiful child. However, he is quite lucky to have such a beautiful elder sister like you to protect him." Guchanga smiled casually. Young Master Gu actually praised me for being beautiful? Lin Chohan was slightly stunned. Her face turned slightly red, and she could not help but feel a little happy. Little Tian is quite sensible. He knows that I worry a lot about him. Recently, he has even started to study cultivation. Lin Chohan smiled with relief. Recently, he had started to study cultivation. Guchanga's smile became somewhat thought-provoking. When he heard this, he immediately understood. The good-for-nothing young man's personality changed overnight. Was it the powerhouse's possession, or the reincarnation of the past? Chapter 34. The reason why Guchanga thought this way was naturally because of the many web novels he was familiar with in his previous life. No matter how he looked at it, this Lin Tian did not look like a normal good-for-nothing youth. Even his proud sister would be nervous in front of him, but he actually dared to secretly follow him. Moreover, Guchanga sensed that the youth hiding in the dark was Lin Tian. However, after he was detected, he quickly left and did not stay for long. This kind of thinking was not something that an ordinary youth could have. This means that your persuasion was effective. He knows how to empathize with you, his sister. In this world, if one cannot cultivate, then they are no different from a cripple. After all, you are sincerely thinking for his good. Guchanga had a smile on his face. He was still casually conversing with Lin Chohan, wanting to ask more about Lin Tian. As his sister, there was probably no one who understood Lin Tian better than Lin Chohan. Lin Chohan naturally did not know what Guchanga was thinking. Hearing him say this, she could not help but feel moved. Was young Master Gu comforting her? Then, she continued to talk about many things related to Lin Tian. Guchanga had a smile on his face. As he continued to talk, he had already asked many questions. For example, Lin Tian actually wanted to learn alchemy recently and asked Lin Chohan, his sister, for various alchemy materials. In addition, he was also proficient in some ancient array treasure techniques. A few days ago, in the academy, he even pointed out the mistakes of a few elders, shocking everyone. Guchanga had more or less figured out the ins and outs of the matter and gradually had an idea in his heart. It was easier than expected to harvest a new batch of children of destiny. After solving the problem of the backlash of destiny, Guchanga could use more methods. I never thought that young Master Gu would understand me so well. Lin Chohan was moved. Even little Tian doesn't understand me normally and feels that I am too harsh on him. When Lin Chohan said this, she felt a little helpless. However, he was also gratified, feeling that Lin Tian was finally enlightened. He couldn't help but worry about him for so many years. What was even more fortunate was that many people in the clan were puzzled by his actions. Young Master Gu actually understood her this well. This gave her a strange feeling in her heart. Lin Chohan had cultivated for more than 20 years, and she finally understood what it meant to be moved. After all, this was the first time they had met. In the past, there were so many handsome young men pursuing her, but she was unmoved. Gu Chang'e could naturally guess what Lin Chohan was thinking. After all, this was all within his expectations. With his identity as a tall, rich, and handsome man from the upper realm, coupled with his previous life's conversational style and knowledge, even a smart woman like Su Qingge was firmly under his control. Lin Chohan was so pure, it was too easy to move her heart. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Starting from her was much easier and more interesting than starting from Lin Tian. Watching all this silently, Su Qingge had a deeper understanding of Gu Chang'e. His way of playing with people's hearts was indeed full of tricks. It's naturally a good thing that little brother Lin Tian can change his appearance. I guess he was just a pearl covered in dust before. After all, in just a few days, he could point out the elder's mistakes. This talent. At this time, Gu Chang'e seemed to be lamenting, saying this sentence as if it was not intentional. It was purely because he was lamenting. How could little Tian be a pearl covered in dust? And his talent? In the past, he couldn't even cultivate a spiritual ocean. Hearing this, Lin Chohan could not help but laugh, but she was only halfway through her sentence. She was a little stunned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong. If he couldn't even cultivate a spiritual ocean, how did he refine pills? Could it be that little brother Lin Tian knows a lost ancient method? In the upper realm, I've heard of some ancient methods. Cultivators don't need a spiritual ocean to successfully refine pills. It seems that little brother Lin Tian is someone with great luck. Gu Chang'e seemed to be surprised, and could not help but mutter to himself. Lin Chohan couldn't see it now, so he let her think in this direction. That was right. Seeing that Lin Chohan was deep in thought and her expression was not right, Gu Chang'e also knew the principle of moderation, so he smiled and did not say anything. At the same time, after being discovered by Gu Chang'e, Lin Tian did not continue to follow him and took the opportunity to leave. His expression was very ugly, and there was even a flame of jealousy in his heart. Of course, the main reason was that strand of obsession causing trouble. In his current perception, Gu Chang'e's strength was very strong, but because of the reincarnation of a remnant soul, Lin Tian was not sure how strong Gu Chang'e was. However, he did not expect. His sister, who was usually very strict with him, would show such a shy and feminine expression in front of another man. And this was the first time they met. Such a scene really made Lin Tian feel unreconciled, as if something of his had been snatched away. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. But in any case, he did not cultivate the state of mind in his previous life for nothing. He quickly calmed himself down and regained his composure, thinking to himself, this so-called young Master Gu is indeed not a good person. One look and I can tell that he is not a good person. I have to tell Lin Chohan to be wary of him, lest she falls into his trap. You were the one who wanted to offend me, so don't blame me for making a move on you. Previously, he was still considering whether to make a move on Gu Chang'e because of the woman in white's constitution, but now it was no longer up to him. It just so happened that he had a reason to make a move. He was the one who provoked him first and interfered. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. The central sky region was also in an uproar because of the return of the Lin family's ancestor from the upper realm, and everywhere was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were talking about it. News after news spread out from the Lin family, causing a huge commotion in every ancient city. Then, various forces and sects were shaken, and they sent their disciples to visit. Meanwhile, in the palace that the Lin family had arranged for Gu Chang'e. At this moment, Gu Chang'e was standing by the window with his hands behind his back. The moonlight was hazy, and his black robe was blown by the night wind, giving off a deep and mysterious feeling. His expression was calm and indifferent, clearly thinking about something. He had more or less figured out what the new son of Providence, Lin Tian, was up to. It was the remnant soul of a powerhouse that had been reborn. After all, from Lin Tian's reaction, he did not seem to know what was going to happen in the future. As such, it was very easy to deal with Lin Tian. Of course, what surprised Guchanga the most was that this guy was actually staring at Su Qingge outside the hall. It had always been him, the villain, who coveted other people's women. Now, it was the son of Providence's turn to covet his woman? There was no need to be in such a hurry to die. As a leak, one should have the awareness of a leak. Chapter 35. As far as Guchanga was concerned, the reason why Yichan was still alive was because Yichan didn't deserve to be called an enemy. Guchanga naturally wouldn't keep a true enemy alive for so long. When Yichan had offended him, he had already used all means to kill him. There was no way he would show any mercy and allow him to grow. Yichan and Lin Tian were called children of fate in a nice way, but in a bad way they were nothing more than leeks and tools. Cut one crop then another crop. Children of fate were like flowing water, immovable villains. Guchanga wasn't a fool. He couldn't allow existences that could threaten him to grow. Since ancient times, villains died from talking too much, and also from arrogance. He wasn't a talkative person, nor was he arrogant. It was just that he knew a lot, although he couldn't be said to be omniscient. However, toying with these children of fate was still a piece of cake. He didn't use the simplest method to kill the two. To put it bluntly, Yichan and Lin Tian didn't pose any threat to him at all. Guchanga was also happy to take away their belongings one by one. Before their last bit of value was squeezed out, he could casually farm some destiny points. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After transmigrating and becoming a villain, he naturally wanted to do whatever he wanted. Apart from that, there was also the information he had just obtained from the system. Children of fate would drop when their luck dropped to 0. Killing a child of fate whose luck dropped to 0 would drop additional heavenly Dao rewards. A reward from the heavenly Dao sounded pretty good. At least, Guchanga was quite moved. Otherwise, with Guchanga's current actions on Yichen's master, it would be too easy for him to find Yichan. However, Guchanga didn't choose to do so immediately. He was still waiting for Yichan to be a treasure-seeking mouse and open the ruins for him to find the location of the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Until the last moment. After all, this was his true purpose in coming to the lower realm. While Guchanga was thinking, a light knocking sound came from outside the palace. Qingge, go open the door. Guchanga sensed who it was and couldn't help but faintly raise his eyebrows. Then he said to Su Qingge, who was flipping through some ancient books. Yes, young master. Su Qingge put down the ancient book in her hand and walked lightly. At the entrance of the hall, Lin Qiuhan stood there in a light blue dress. Her face was slightly powdered, making her look even more beautiful than before. She was holding a small food box in her hand, which was faintly emitting an alluring fragrance. This is a spiritual cake personally made by Qiuhan. She thought that if young Master Gu is hungry tonight, it would be able to satisfy his cravings. Lin Qiuhan blushed slightly and said to Su Qingge. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she actually decided to make some spiritual cakes herself. As a cultivator, he had long achieved the level of fasting. However, the desire for good food could not be quenched. It just so happened that she was a good cook, so she wanted to make some pastries and send them to Guchanga. Got it. Thank you, Miss Lin. You even personally came to deliver some food in the middle of the night. Qingge will thank you on behalf of my young master. Su Qingge wore a polite and flawless smile on her face. Her voice was cold, but there was also a hint in it. She enunciated the words, my young master, very clearly. This simple woman in front of her had been captured by her young master after only one meeting. This made Su Qingge think whether she should remind her to avoid falling into the fire pit. However, considering that she would be bullied by Guchanga, she gave up. Lin Qiuhan did not understand the meaning of Su Qingge's words. She was not as smart as Su Qingge. Thank you, Saintess Qingge. I won't disturb young Master Gu's rest. Hearing this, Lin Qiuhan was a little nervous. She handed the food box to Su Qingge and then left as if she was escaping. Miss Lin has fallen for him on the first meeting. Young master is getting more and more skilled in playing with people's hearts. Suchinga went back to the hall and walked to Guchanga. She opened the food box for him while talking. Buzz! Suddenly the fragrance came out. Traces of dense multicolored light gushed out. There was even a strange phenomenon on the spiritual cake, which showed that it was extraordinary. It was obvious that the ingredients of the cake were not simple. Miss Lin is good at cooking. Chinga, you should learn from her. Guchanga did not care about Suchinga's honest words. He was in a good mood. After tasting a few bites, he could not help praising. Since young master likes her, why don't you keep her by your side? Isn't it easier? Suchinga said. Hearing this, Guchanga glanced at her and said with a faint smile, Chinga, are you jealous? A jealous woman? That's not like you. That won't be very likable. Suchinga shook her head and said, Young master, you are too thoughtful. I know myself. It is hard for me to make you like me. It doesn't matter whether I am jealous or not. Although she said it calmly, she could not hide her slight grievance. Since when did you say one thing and mean another? Guchanga could not help but laugh. Lin Tian saw Lin Chohan coming back from the palace in the depths of the Lin family. That direction happened to be where Guchanga was. What was a woman doing in the middle of the night? He looked annoyed and resentful as he clenched his fists. Little Tian, what are you doing here? Also, where did you go this afternoon? I looked everywhere for you but could not find you. Lin Chohan's face was originally filled with joy, shyness, nervousness, and many other complicated emotions. However, when she saw Lin Tian, she immediately put away these emotions and asked sternly. Lin Tian clenched his teeth. Jealousy burned in his heart. However, he forced himself to calm down and asked, It is so late at night. Sister, where did you go? Did you go to see that young Master Gu? He did not know what kind of emotions he was feeling at the moment. If that obsession was not resolved immediately, it would only affect his state of mind and many other judgments. He had to find a way to resolve this matter first. Hearing this, Lin Chohan was a little flustered. She felt as if someone had seen through her. However, in front of Lin Tian, she still maintained the stern look of an elder sister. She said, Don't meddle in my affairs. Cultivate well. That young Master Gu is not a good person. Don't be fooled by his appearance. I can tell with a single glance that this kind of person specializes in tricking women. Lin Chohan, you need to wake up. Lin Tian said with a heavy expression. He even called out Lin Chohan's name. He could not let Lin Chohan fall into this trap again. If it really did not work, he could only use forceful methods. Which part of young Master Gu is not a good person? Lin Chohan frowned. Her expression turned ugly. Since when did Lin Tian have the right to reprimand her? Moreover, after interacting with young Master Gu for a day, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with him. He was humble, courteous, and gentle. His background was terrifying, but he did not put on airs at all. Don't slander young Master Gu. If you are even 1% as outstanding as young Master Gu, I will be at ease. Lin Chohan said. She felt that Lin Tian was thinking too much. Why are you so stupid? Can't you see this? Lin Tian was angry. He was very angry. He had already said so, but in the end, Lin Chohan still stubbornly insisted on going about things the wrong way. Just what kind of drug did that young Master Gu give her? What's wrong with you recently? You've been acting strangely? Even if young Master Gu is not a good person, what could he possibly want from me? At this moment, Lin Chohan was almost speechless. She asked in return, then took large strides and quickly left. Hearing this, Lin Tian was a little stunned. Just what was he trying to do? However, halfway through, Lin Chohan suddenly remembered that there was something she had not asked Lin Tian. Just how did he know how to refine pills and cultivate? Also, where did he go this afternoon? No matter how she looked, she could not see him. Chapter 36. Lin Chohan was about to turn back and ask Lin Tian. After all, when young Master Gu suddenly mentioned it today, she thought for a long time and found that there was a big problem. Previously, Lin Tian did not have any thoughts about cultivation at all. Not to mention taking the initiative to cultivate. Even if she persuaded him to cultivate, he would not do so. So what happened? Why did his temperament change and become a little arrogant, and even know how to refine pills? He even knows how to teach the elders some precious techniques? Could it be that there was an expert teaching him from behind? Or the last possibility made Lin Chohan shudder, but she did not want to think about it. However, when Lin Chohan returned, she found that Lin Tian was already gone. This made her a little stunned and she sighed. Forget it, I lectured him again. He was probably a little angry, so he went back to his own courtyard. I'll ask him about this tomorrow. Little Tian, what happened to him? Lin Chohan shook her head and did not bother about it anymore. She turned around and returned to her own courtyard. She still had her own things to do, and she had not finished her daily cultivation homework. But when she thought that she could see young Master Gu again tomorrow, she suddenly looked forward to tomorrow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, as if the light of the stars shone in them. How good would it be if time passed faster, and it was already tomorrow? Just as Lin Tian and Lin Chohan were arguing, Gu Chang'e received the system notification as he wished. Ding, Lin Chohan is suspicious of Lin Tian's change in temperament. Lin Tian lost 50 luck points, fate points increased by 250. As expected, the situation was developing in the direction that Gu Chang'e expected. In any case, he had read countless web novels in his previous life, and was familiar with all kinds of plots. He had also read a lot of villainous novels. Naturally, he knew how to squeeze dry the child of Providence who was possessed by such a powerhouse under such circumstances. First it was the person closest to him, then his family, then the matter of possession was exposed to the public. Everything was under Gu Chang'e's control and Lin Tian could not do anything. If he did not guess wrongly, Lin Tian would not wait for death and would make a move on him. Gu Chang'e was quite curious. What methods could this Lin Tian use? Assassination? Only death awaited him. Poisoning? It was even more unworkable. Then he probably had one last trick up his sleeve. It seemed that this was a secret curse technique. Lin Tian returned to his courtyard with a gloomy expression. Lin Chohan's words to him made his heart burn with anger. As the heaven-slaughtering divine king, in his previous life, he commanded the wind and the clouds, moving unhindered in all directions. When had he ever thought that he would be humiliated like today? Even a woman looked down on him. What did she mean by it would be good if she was even 1% as outstanding as that Gu girl? Lin Tian was extremely displeased and furious. If the deity king was unhappy, he would naturally kill. It just so happens that I need to prepare all the materials in the afternoon. Although its power isn't even 1/10,000th of its full power, it's still a piece of cake for such a young man. He surnamed Gu, you asked for it. Lin Tian's expression was somewhat cold. As someone from the upper realm, Gu Chang'e was also protected by the Lin family ancestor. Normal methods would not work on him at all. With his current strength, it was also unrealistic to deal with Gu Chang'e. Thus, the final method that Lin Tian thought of was the secret curse technique. He dared to think so confidently precisely because he had an ancient secret technique in his hands. It could be said to be extremely strange and crafty. When it involved extraterrestrial demons, it could make people die without anyone knowing. He had even relied on this secret technique to successfully sneak attack and heavily injure a deity king of the same realm. With his current state, although it was difficult for him to unleash its true power, it was enough to deal with a young man. Of course, this secret curse technique required a huge price. With his lifespan as the source, he had to sacrifice it to the extraterrestrial demon. However, Lin Tian did not care about this. Furthermore, when his strength increased in the future, he could easily replenish his lifespan. Soak the essence blood of 8 kinds of poisonous creatures in the 9x9 soul-extinguishing incense, then light 3 different kinds of ferocious beast bone wax. Borrow the momentum of heaven and earth to draw extraterrestrial power to descend, then use human skin incense paper to communicate and build a bridge. In the afternoon, Lin Tian had already prepared the materials. It was also because of this that Lin Chohan did not find him. With his identity as a Lin family disciple, it was too easy for him to find these materials outside. Then Lin Tian recalled the necessary steps and placed these materials in various positions in the courtyard, then began to draw extraterrestrial power. Then he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the center, beginning to chant. These materials were not ordinary. Some were even made from human skin or bones of other races in underground shops, containing different essences. Lin Tian still had some savings after so many years, so he could afford it. Wang. Soon, runes flickered, and a sinister and terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire courtyard. If someone were to barge in at this time, they would probably be scared silly. This scene was simply too frightening. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tian started chanting. In an instant, a scarlet wind blew, and many red hairs fell from the sky, filled with a black and cold aura. However, the strange thing was that such a scene could only be seen in this small courtyard. It was still pitch black outside. The moonlight was hazy, but it seemed to be isolated. It is indeed too much for me to use this now. Beads of sweat began to appear on Lin Tian's face. Although his expression was still firm, it was obvious that it was not easy for him to cast this secret curse technique. In the next moment, a strange and cold feeling enveloped him. The runes were pitch black and intertwined in all directions. There seemed to be a faint smoke-like shadow floating down from the sky. Take his life and destroy his true soul. Lin Tian ordered indifferently to the sky. At the same time, he recalled Guchanga's appearance in his mind. The price is 15 years of my lifespan. A feeling as if a part of his life essence was being sucked out came. At the same time, there was a faint trace of a connection with his mind. Lin Tian suddenly felt weak and could not help but shake his head. After all, this was his life essence. Soon, he sneered with incomparable confidence. Even if you can avoid it this time, you won't have an easy time. This kind of extraterrestrial demon was the most strange and crafty. If they encountered a situation where their divine soul would be destroyed, they would die on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to not die, they would end up as a fool for the rest of their lives. The chilly wind came quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 37. At the same time, in the main hall, Guchanga opened his eyes, his expression calm and indifferent. Almost at the first moment when Lin Tian schemed against him, he felt an obscure fluctuation. A terrifying momentum that only he could hear came from the void, as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping. Then, a layer of terrifying and gloomy ripples came from it. This was the familiar aura of the heavenly demon. It seems to be similar to what I expected. It's just that it's this kind of secret curse technique. The smile on Guchanga's face became somewhat thought-provoking. Buzz! A dark brilliance flashed in his pupils. The innate godly thought in his sea of consciousness opened its eyes at this moment, its gaze deep and indifferent. The pitch-black demonic intent was rolling like a black fog, revealing a mysterious vastness. Using demonic means in front of me, the so-called expert of my previous life, you are too inexperienced. The smile on Guchanga's face disappeared, becoming somewhat indifferent. Not to mention his demonic heart. Just this innate godly thought alone was a powerful talent of the primordial spirit type. After being contaminated by his demonic nature, it became even more fearless of all heavenly demons. In other words, this level of heavenly demon was pure nourishment for his primordial spirit. Myriad transformations heavenly demon, Guchanga's expression was indifferent, looking at Su Chinga who was sleeping soundly beside him. He didn't want to wake her up. The next moment, a black glow spread out from his palm. There was a terrifying demonic nature intertwined, as if a peerless demon was awakening, wanting to devour everything. Guchanga casually probed into the void. The air suddenly turned cold. Then there seemed to be some kind of extremely frightened scream. A few wisps of black smoke were pulled out. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that made one's divine soul tremble. Guchanga's innate godly thought took a step forward, sucking forward like a whale drinking. Crack crack. Soon such a sound was heard. It was like chewing. A large number of heavenly demons screamed in horror and despair as they were quickly devoured. Guchanga even felt that his primordial spirit had grown a lot stronger. It also contained a wisp of Lin Tian's life source. In the blink of an eye, the void had returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Ding, Lin Tian's lifespan has been greatly reduced. His luck has been damaged by 150 points. Fate value increased by 750 points. At this moment, the sound of a system notification rang in Guchanga's head. He didn't care. In this way, he's basically playing himself into a cripple. This newly born son of destiny really knows how to court death. I haven't done anything to you yet. Guchanga smiled playfully. Please forgive me, young master. This old servant failed to protect you. Please punish me. Outside the main hall, Elder Ming immediately sensed the terrifying turbulence in the void and rushed over. His expression was extremely ugly, and there was even some lingering fear and panic. Who would have thought that someone would try to assassinate young master in the middle of the night? He even used such a sinister and crafty method. For something like this to happen to the family he had founded, his back was drenched in cold sweat. If young master hadn't personally dealt with him, Elder Ming simply didn't dare imagine the consequences of this, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to atone for his crimes even if he died 1,000,000 times. Wang Gu Chang'e stepped out and appeared outside the main hall with a calm expression. Unguarded, this level of curse can't hurt me. I want to know who would have such a method in the lower realm, he said calmly. Gu Chang'e was a little playful, but he didn't directly say that it was Lin Tian who did it. After all, other than Lin Chohan, he shouldn't know the identity of the other Lin family disciples. It was too arbitrary to say who it was in such a short time. Of course, Gu Chang'e's main plan was to let the Lin family find the culprit themselves. Lin Tian was now suffering from the backlash and couldn't run anywhere. He just had to wait for a good show. He thought that he could play with the Son of Destiny for a while, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Gu Chang'e felt a little bored. It was because he was too strong, and these Sons of Destiny were too weak. Without the restriction of the Son of Destiny's backlash, these Sons of Destiny were like ants that could be toyed with by him. The secret curse has been broken. The person who did it will definitely suffer from the backlash. I'll go and investigate now. I'll definitely find the culprit and give young master an explanation. Seeing that young master didn't blame him, Elder Ming was touched. Then he solemnly promised. Gu Chang'e nodded and returned to the main hall. Young master, what happened outside? Su Qingge was a little confused. She was sleeping soundly, but she was still woken up by the noise. Just a small matter. It's fine now, go to sleep, Gu Chang'e said. Then, Elder Ming quickly gathered the Lin family members. Almost the entire Lin family was shaken. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The group of elders and the head of the Lin family were so scared that their faces turned pale. Everyone began to search everywhere. With such a big thing happening to young Master Gu, no one could sleep tonight. The secret curse was not something that ordinary people could control. Elder Ming was very clear about this. He was also praying that this kind of thing was not done by his own disciples. Otherwise, he couldn't escape the blame. The moonlight was dim. In the courtyard, Lin Tian felt that something was wrong the moment the connection between him and the heavenly demons disappeared. Not good, why? Backlash. There was actually a backlash. What's going on? Lin Tian couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. His face quickly turned pale, and then he began to vomit blood. His hair quickly turned white, and his skin wrinkled as if he had aged dozens of years. His entire person became extremely weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. The moment the connection was broken, Lin Tian felt the fear of the group of heavenly demons. It was a great fear, as if they were facing a demon among demons, the Emperor of Demons, the Lord of all demons. The source of their fear was hidden on Gu Chang'e. Why? The one surnamed Gu is fine, but I can't stay in the Lin family anymore. Once they find out that it was me, Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. He aged dozens of years in one night. Anyone would be able to notice his abnormality. At this time, the secret disguise technique would be useless. The experts of the Lin family would be able to find out whose source was damaged with a single glance. Soon Lin Tian's expression became uglier and uglier. He sensed the footsteps outside. Tonight, the entire Lin family was alarmed. As a result, the ancient city where the Lin family resided was completely sealed. A large number of cultivators appeared in the sky, and their majestic auras enveloped the surroundings, thoroughly investigating all suspicious people. Lin Tian had a bad feeling, and his entire body turned cold. At this time he was really panicking. Could it be that I, a divine king, will fall here? I'm just a cripple in the Lin family. They shouldn't suspect me soon. He forced himself to calm down and find a way to salvage the situation. At this time, Lin Chohan's anxious voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Little Tian, something big happened tonight. Come out quickly. Father is gathering everyone. Lin Tian's heart completely sank. Chapter 38. The footsteps outside the courtyard were approaching. Apart from Lin Qiuhan, there were other people as well. Lin Tian's face was very pale, his body trembling slightly. His heart continued to sink. What should he do now? Charge out? Or wait to be captured? But his condition was very bad. His source was damaged, resulting in a severe backlash. He could not even walk steadily. How could he run? At this time he could not help but feel despair. Just like when he broke through space and was about to ascend to the upper realm, but encountered a spatial rift halfway. That feeling of despair and helplessness welled up in his heart again. Could it be that death is really the only way out tonight? I can't accept this. It was not easy to be reborn, and I have not returned to the peak. How can I fall again? Lin Tian roared crazily in his heart at this moment. At this time it was as if the heavens heard his roar, and also as if there was still a trace of life in the unseen world. A ray of hope suddenly flashed across Lin Tian's mind. Fake death. Right. In order to die a more realistic death, Lin Tian was even more ruthless, directly severing his own heart meridians, using a secret art to protect his remnant soul, hiding in the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. Unless it was someone with shocking means, otherwise no one could see through this secret art of his. After all, Lin Tian's soul had already been taken over. Now only an empty shell was left. Once his heart meridians were severed, there was naturally no life. And the powerful part of his secret art was that after 3 days, when the secret art was removed, he would automatically wake up and repair his damaged heart meridians. At that time, even if he was discovered by the Lin family, he could use amnesia as an excuse to fool them. Very soon Lin Tian thought everything through. He did not hesitate. With a cry he vomited blood violently. His eyes rolled back and his body trembled, directly falling to the ground. With a bang. And at this time the courtyard's door was also pushed open. Little Tian, what's wrong with you? Lin. The scene before them immediately made Lin Qiuhan and the rest turn pale with fright. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Gu Changge opened his eyes. He was awakened by the commotion outside the hall. After devouring large amounts of otherworldly demons and that wisp of Lin Tian's life source last night, his essence spirit power strengthened. That wisp of life source belonged to the original divine king realm Lin Tian. It contained quite a bit of life source power. After Gu Changge digested, he fell into a deep sleep. After all, he wasn't like other cultivators who needed to stay awake and cultivate at all times. Adding points would allow him to break through so quickly, so why should he suffer? Young master, there should be many people waiting for you outside the hall. Su Qingge was already dressed neatly. Her black hair was soft and smooth. Her face was exquisite and flawless, shining with a moving luster. He called out to Gu Changge. At the same time, he looked out of the hall with curiosity and doubt. What had happened last night while she was sleeping? Gu Changge did not tell her. Actually, she wasn't very sure either. So why were all the Lin family clansmen, including Elder Ming, trembling in fear and waiting there respectfully? From the looks of it, he should be waiting for the young master. Looks like we've caught him. Gu Changge stretched lazily and said casually. Su Qingge served him to get up. Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder. Young master, who are you talking about? Of course it's the person who tried to kill me last night. Gu Changge answered casually. Under the blockade of the Lin family, even if Lin Tian had wings, he couldn't escape. Gu Changge was quite assured about this. Such a thing happened last night, but I didn't feel anything. Hearing this, Su Qingge was stunned. Did she sleep so soundly? She didn't even know such a big thing had happened. Or in fact, the young master deliberately kept the noise very low so as not to disturb her. Thinking of this, Su Qingge was a little moved again. A person of Gu Changge's status was high and mighty. Naturally, she could do whatever she wanted without hesitation. How could he care about other people's feelings and thoughts? But he was so attentive to her. How could she not feel it? But it was precisely because of this that she fell deeper and deeper. Gu Changge didn't know that Su Qingge was thinking about this at this time. How could he know a woman's mind so clearly? But the system reminded him that his luck points had increased a lot. It seemed that Su Qingga's submission to him had deepened. Sure enough, it was because of the old saying that love grows with time. I slept like a pig last night. How could you possibly know? Gu Changge made fun of her casually and walked out of the hall. Su Qingge snorted with her nose and then asked curiously, "Was it that young man named Lin Tian who wanted to kill the young master last night? How did you guess?" Gu Changge was a little surprised. After all, according to the conversation between Lin Qiuhan and the young master, I could feel that there was something wrong with that good-for-nothing young man named Lin Tian. Su Qingge explained, "You are smart. I didn't spoil you for nothing," Gu Changge praised. But Su Qingge was still a little confused. Why did that young man named Lin Tian take things too hard and want to kill the young master? Wasn't it good to be alive? Sometimes ignorance and jealousy could really kill people. Soon, Gu Changge had arrived at the outside of the hall. Looking around, he saw a large number of heads in front of him, all of which were members of the Lin family. "Young master, I have failed in my discipline. Please punish me." Elder Ming stood in front with a guilty face. He took a step forward and was about to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. "You found him?" Seeing this, Gu Changge activated his magic power and held him up. But his face was still calm, making it hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. This time he was asking the obvious. After all, the problem did not lie with Elder Ming. No one in the Lin family would have thought that a good-for-nothing would do such a thing. But he had to pretend that he did not know. After all, it was more interesting for the Lin family to find out Lin Tian's true identity than him, an outsider. "Young master, we have found him," but as Elder Ming spoke to this point, his expression became even more guilty. And the people of the Lin family were trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe. The master of the Lin family was even more so. His forehead and back were full of cold sweat, and his legs were weak. Once this young master was angry, he would not be the only one who would be implicated. Even the entire Lin family and their ancestors would be implicated. Everyone was in the same mood. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if they were waiting for the emperor's order to punish them. Among them, Lin Qiuhan's face was also pale. She was in disbelief, as if she had not recovered from the shock last night. "Oh, what's wrong with him?" Gu Changge asked. She was interested in it. He wanted to know what other tricks Lin Tian could play. He could not escape. Was he going to explain? Pretending not to know? Last night, then, Elder Ming began to explain with self-blame and guilt. Chapter 39. After searching everywhere last night, they finally found the culprit. It was the youngest son that the Lin family had disliked the most, Lin Tian. At the same time, he was the publicly acknowledged trash young master of the Lin family. That incident shocked everyone. When everyone rushed over, Lin Tian's lifespan was damaged, his face was old, and he was lying in a pool of blood. His heart and meridians were already broken, and there was no sign of life. It would be impossible to find out the ins and outs of the matter. What could a dead person do? They were also in despair as they couldn't find the culprit. The entire Lin family was in trouble. Everyone hated Lin Tian to death. Dead. Hearing the explanation, Gu Changge was slightly stunned. A cicada shedding its shell? He subconsciously felt that it was impossible. However, he probably wasn't really dead and was just faking it. There were too many secret techniques in this world for faking one's death, and it wasn't hard to fool everyone. In addition, there was this layer of illusory luck. Gu Changge wasn't surprised that Lin Tian could think of such a method. After all, where could a remnant soul whose source was damaged go to hide after leaving the body? The moment the wind blew, the soul would scatter. Furthermore, how could a child of fate commit suicide? Lin Tian hated himself to death. Before killing himself, he had to commit suicide? Then he, the child of fate, was too useless. Even the system didn't do anything, which meant that the child of fate was still alive. Using a secret technique to fake death was still possible. Did he really think that Lin Tian couldn't tell? All sorts of thoughts flashed past Gu Changge's mind, but his expression didn't change, and he didn't say anything. Everyone in the Lin family was uneasy, and they hated Lin Tian to the core. Even the Lin family head was the same. hating himself for giving birth to such a scam. These few days he even heard from Lin Chohan that Lin Tian had changed, which made him feel gratified. But what happened last night really scared him out of his wits. Ding! Lin Tian was ostracized by the entire family, lost 100 fate points, plus 500 fate points. The system's voice sounded in his mind, causing Guchanga to click his tongue. That worked. But that was fine. Lin Tian didn't have much value left, and it probably depended on his relationship with Lin Chohan in the end. My son was not disciplined properly. Please punish him, young master. Lin Tian tried to assassinate young master in the Lin family, causing us to feel uneasy. Please punish us. At this time outside the main hall, everyone knelt down in fear and trepidation. Elder Ming had already explained clearly what kind of background Guchanga had. At this time there was no need for him to try to defend himself. What he should do was to honestly admit his guilt. It didn't matter whether the matter was related to them or not. This is the smell of power. At this time Su Chinga, who was standing quietly behind Guchanga, heard the voice of another soul in her mind. It was filled with admiration, but it was also filled with a terrifying evil. Su Chinga looked calm and unmoved. During this period of time, many memories in her other soul had been awakening. It involved some information about the upper realm, which made her a little confused. That was why she often flipped through ancient books to understand. At the same time, some ancient martial arts inheritances were gradually awakening in her mind. Su Chinga didn't know why either. She hadn't told Guchanga about this yet. After all, the matter of having two souls in one body was related to her biggest secret. She didn't know how to tell him about this. Young master, please punish this old servant for this matter. It is difficult to find the real reason. Lin Tian is this old servant's descendant, and he did such a thing. This old servant has no face-to-face, young master. Old Ming said with a face full of guilt. He didn't know what happened to Lin Tian. How could a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate normally know such a vicious secret technique? However, he couldn't explain that someone was trying to frame the Lin family. This matter is indeed strange. I've heard about Lin Tian from Miss Chohan. I don't think an ordinary good-for-nothing young man would do something like killing me. He wouldn't have the guts. After all, there are some secret techniques in the upper realm that can change one's soul and manipulate others. Although this matter is related to Lin Tian, I'm sure it has nothing to do with the Lin family. Elder Ming, you've been with me for a long time. Let's forget about this matter. I'm not an indiscriminate person, so I don't want to pursue the matter too much. At this moment, after hearing Elder Ming's words, Guchanga finally spoke. His voice was calm and monotonous. He sounded very righteous and reasonable. He also said that he wouldn't blame the Lin family. However, he didn't care at all. After all, he knew the ins and outs of the matter better than anyone else. He even had it under control. The Lin family had nothing to do with Lin Tian being possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse. However, he still had to do something to save face. This way, he could establish his prestige in front of the Lin family and win their hearts. Although it didn't seem to have any effect, there was no need for that. However, it was convenient and he could give Elder Ming some face so that he would be more loyal to him. Actually, it was nothing much. It was killing many birds with one stone. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Young master, you are truly reasonable and have a deep sense of justice. Hearing this, everyone in the Lin family, including Elder Ming, heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. They were very touched and excited. Of course, they also guessed that the reason why Guchanga had such a casual attitude was because he didn't care about the Lin family. It was another kind of high and mighty looking down on them. Thank you, young master. Elder Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was very touched. As a servant, the young master actually gave him face. This made him very touched. It was his fortune to be able to work for someone like the young master. On the other hand, Lin Chohan was a little stunned. Was young Master Gu specifically mentioning her to help her? Her face was a little red, and she started to let her imagination run wild. The sadness of Lin Tian's death also subconsciously dissipated a lot. Don't worry, young master. We will definitely investigate this matter and give young master a satisfactory explanation. The Lin family patriarch and the various elders all let out a long sigh of relief, then began to express their stance. This matter definitely couldn't be settled just like this. How did Lin Tian die? Why did he secretly harm young Master Gu? Also, why did a good-for-nothing like him become like this? There were too many mysteries that needed to be solved. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and waved his hand to dismiss them. It was useless for them to stay here. However, he didn't let the Lin family bury Lin Tian's corpse. After all, he still needed to wait for Lin Tian to revive. If he was burned to death like this, Lin Tian would be finished. If he was buried, it would be according to Lin Tian's wishes. However, Gu Chang'e hadn't squeezed out all of his luck, so he obviously wouldn't let him off so easily. Chapter 40. Seeing that everyone from the Lin family had left, Gu Chang'e pondered for a while and suddenly called out to Lin Chohan. Young Master Gu. Lin Chohan was a little stunned, but when she reacted, her heart was beating fast and her face was burning. Young Master Gu asked her to stay in front of so many people? Did young Master Gu have something to say to her? Or did young Master Gu have a good impression of her? She started to let her imagination run wild, and she looked a little shy. Master, you have a good daughter. This scene made many elders of the Lin family happy, but at the same time they were a little envious. After all, their granddaughter was not as beautiful as Lin Chohan. As the youngest and most beautiful elder of Daoji Academy, her hair was like the clouds and her face was like jade. She did have such qualities. She had many suitors in the younger generation, and now it seemed that she had won the favor of this young lord. This made many people in the Lin family very happy. Many young men felt sour in their hearts, and many women were envious. In short, their emotions were complicated and different. The master of the Lin family also smiled and gave Lin Chohan a look, and he sighed in relief. Fortunately, Chohan is obedient and sensible, so I don't have to worry. If he could use this to get closer to young Master Gu. The master of the Lin family was already fantasizing in his heart, and he was a little happy. Elder Ming also thought that if the young master really liked her, when he returned to the upper realm, he could bring Lin Chohan along. She was his descendant and he could take care of her. Of course, the main reason was that the young master liked her. After everyone from the Lin family left, the front of the hall was quiet again. Thank you, Miss Chohan, for personally delivering the spiritual cake last night. Gu Chang'e smiled casually, and his face returned to the calm and elegant expression from yesterday. Yesterday he was dressed in a black robe, but today he changed into a white robe. His long hair was casually tied up, and he lacked the luxurious and lofty aura, but had more of an immortal's aura. Lin Chohan was momentarily dazed. She had to admit that in terms of appearance, there were few men in the world who could compare to young Master Gu. Young Master Gu, do you like it? Hearing this, Lin Chohan was a little happy. However, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Normally in school, she would never have such emotions. The taste is not bad. There is even a trace of Dan will in it. That surprises me. Gu Chang'e said with a smile and praised him casually. He asked Lin Chohan to stay for a reason. Of course, he was also curious. As a woman related to the Son of Destiny, her luck points were actually not low. She had more than 200 luck points. Most cultivators only had a few or no providence points. This number was already frightening. Take Su Qingge for example. At the beginning it was about 300 points, but now it was almost 500 points. During this period of time her body must have changed. Gu Chang'e knew that she was exceptionally intelligent and had many secrets. But he didn't ask. He was waiting for the day when Su Qingge confessed to him. As for Lin Chohan, other than her beauty and her cultivation talent, Gu Chang'e couldn't find anything special about her. He wasn't a man who thought with his lower body. He could play with her for a while, but he wouldn't keep her by his side like Su Qingge. As for the more than 200 luck points, Gu Chang'e could easily make Lin Chohan fall in love with him. Just like the answer Gu Chang'e got when he asked the system before. People with great luck who were not sons of destiny could also be subdued to gain fate points. As for the specific amount, it was related to their luck points. To put it bluntly, Lin Chohan was just a tool to gain fate points in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Before she showed her value, Gu Chang'e wouldn't keep her by his side. So, Gu Chang'e let her stay with the intention of giving it a try. Dan will. Hearing this, Lin Chohan was a little stunned. It was the first time she heard of this. Dao will, sword will, Dao will. She had heard of all of them but not Dan will. Su Qingge, on the other hand, was a little enlightened. She often flipped through ancient books and heard about it. Just making a spiritual cake, and it contains some Dan will that even alchemy grandmasters don't have. Miss Chohan, you're really amazing. Guchanga smiled. Seeing this, how could he not understand? I don't know how to refine pills. Lin Chohan was a little embarrassed by Guchanga's praise. She had never come into contact with alchemy. This was what could be called a terrifying talent in alchemy. If Lin Chohan was born in some of the major alchemy sects in the upper realm, she would definitely be a goddess of alchemy. Her future was limitless. Sure enough, the people close to Sons of Destiny were not simple. Still, it's okay. I didn't waste my effort. Guchanga thought in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish. He said to Lin Chohan, Miss Chohan, it's boring to be idle. Why don't you take me around the city today? Okay. Hearing Guchanga's words, Lin Chohan suddenly felt like she was hit by a pleasant surprise. Her head was dizzy. Last night, the Lin family sealed the city and sealed the void, causing the cultivators in the entire ancient city to be very restless. They were all guessing what had happened. After all, in the morning, they heard that the legendary ancestor of the Lin family had returned from the upper realm and was holding a big banquet. However, at night it seemed like something big had happened. The entire Lin family was furious and wanted to search for someone. Many cultivators were speculating. They did not know who had angered the Lin family, or who had offended them. After the ancestor's return, the Lin family's power was now unmatched in the entire Central Sky region. Many cultivators and living beings in the entire ancient city were in a state of panic. In the end, there was a rumor that someone had used vicious means to secretly harm the young lord from the upper realm and frame the Lin family. In the end, the culprit was found to be the famous good-for-nothing Lin Tian of the Lin family. Many people found it unbelievable. This caused many cultivators to talk about it, and they were shocked. After all, many people in the middle state now knew that the young lord from the upper realm had a terrifying background and extraordinary identity. Attacking him was completely suicidal. In the past few days, the middle state had been very restless. In the other 8 regions, many powerful sacred grounds and dynasties with more than 100,000 years of history had sent representatives to the Lin family with gifts, preparing to visit their ancestors and the mysterious young lord. The location of the Dao Discussion Conference of the younger generation in the Middle State was changed to the ancient city where the Lin family was located. It was said that it was unanimously decided by all the sacred grounds and dynasties. As for the reason, many cultivators had guessed. According to the news from the Eastern Wilderness, the Taishan sacred ground was able to intimidate the other sacred grounds and become the absolute overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. It could be said that the Taishan saintess, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wilderness, had contributed greatly. That was why many sacred grounds and dynasties wanted to imitate her. If their disciples could catch the young lord's eye, it would definitely be a great opportunity. After all, even the ancestor of the Lin family 30,000 years ago was said to be the young lord's old servant. This kind of identity was simply terrifying. Countless cultivators were shocked and wanted to see the young lord's true face. In an instant, the ancient city where the Lin family was located became very lively. Forces from all kinds of sects and clans could be seen arriving every day. It was to the extent that even many ancient races had come into being. They came from various ancient divine mountains, and normally, even the great holy lands would feel restraining fear towards them. The ancient divine mountains could be said to be the force that had the most connections with the upper realm. There were rumors that they were branches of some orthodoxies and clans in the upper realm. Any living being that walked out of them would be treated as a distinguished guest in the sacred grounds. Chapter 41. The origin of the ancient divine mountains was very ancient, and could be traced back to the previous era of the Azure Heaven realm. Many cultivators even guessed that there were high and mighty deities overseeing the various ancient divine mountains. Divine flames once lit up the sky and terrifying waves spread throughout the world. Now many living beings of the ancient divine mountains had also appeared in various places. Some cultivators noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the ancient city where the Lin family was located. Many people were guessing the intentions of the ancient divine mountains. Perhaps it had something to do with that young lord. Ancient city of Rushing Moon. As the hub of the Central Heaven region, it was an ancient city that connected the surrounding regions and had a population of close to 100 million cultivators. Clouds rose and divine mist gushed out. There were many halls, pavilions, palaces, and wine shops. Divine talismans and lights shone. Among them, cultivators and all kinds of living beings turned into divine rainbows and flew through. It was extraordinary. As the venue of the recent Tao discussion meet, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Not to mention, there was also the matter of the young lord of the upper world that had been the talk of the town. Many cultivators rushed over from all over the world. The various holy lands and imperial empires had all sent their experts to pay their respects with valuable gifts. It was not just the middle ground. Even the northern desert, southern border, and other places had young elites who came for the Tao discussion meet as well as to show off their skills. Many people were scheming against him. Cozying up to someone powerful was not something to be ashamed of. Brother Jinyang, long time no see. Your cultivation is even more unfathomable now. You're too kind. Brother Tsingtian, you've improved a lot. You seem to have mastered that precious skill? Haha, I was just lucky. I can't compare to all of you. Fairy-chan, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now you're even more elegant than before. As expected of the current leader of the Wanhua Sacred Ground, you're better than your peers. At this moment in a pavilion, a group of young men and women were chatting. They were all shrouded in treasure light and there was a faint divine light in their eyes. Their auras were calm and unmoving like a mountain. Their faces were beautiful and incomparably moving. The nearby cultivators looked at them from afar, and could not help but be in awe. This group of young men and women all had shocking identities. They were either the successors of ancient aristocratic families, princes of dynasties, or saints of sacred grounds. They all had powerful backgrounds. There were also many powerful auras hidden in the dark to protect them. It was simply unimaginable that such a group of young geniuses would gather here to chat and drink tea. If the news were to spread, it would definitely alarm many people. Brother Jinyang, I heard that some time ago, you exchanged over 100 moves with an outstanding talent from the Eastern Wasteland, and it was difficult to separate the two of you. In the end, you even became sworn brothers with him? I wonder if this is true or not. In the pavilion, someone was curious and asked a young man who looked like the divine prince of Apollo Palace. This young man's hair seemed to be on fire. Divine light flickered around him. He was the current saint child of the Jialo Holy Land, named Jinyang. The Jialo Holy Land was located in the Middle State, and was even more ancient than the Lin family. Their ancestors had also ascended to the upper realm and had a strong foundation. As the Holy Son, Jinyang's cultivation base naturally went without saying. He suppressed all his peers and was now at the late stage of the transcendent realm. Hearing this, he revealed a hearty smile and said, "Of course it's true. Let me tell you my little brother's talent, I'm not boasting. It's definitely the kind that's hard to come by in 1,000 years." With his mid-stage transcendent realm cultivation base, he was able to exchange over 100 moves with me, and was not at a disadvantage. He even forced me to use the Great Sun True Body to barely suppress him. But I feel that he actually still has many trump cards that he hasn't used yet. This little brother of mine is quite extraordinary. He has a calm personality and looks like someone who can achieve great things at first glance. It's a pity that he offended a big shot and was framed. He could only leave his hometown and come to the Middle State. As he spoke, he felt a little regretful. He had naturally heard about that big shot from his little brother. That was a power that his little brother could not contend with at all. Moreover, he did not believe the rumors in the Eastern Wasteland. What was jealousy? A toad wanting to eat swan meat? In his opinion, it was the Taishan saintess who had betrayed his little brother. In the end, she even spread rumors everywhere to frame him. This was the so-called most poisonous woman's heart. His. Jinyang's words immediately made the people in the restaurant gasp. They looked at each other, and there was something wrong with their expressions. They were very shocked. As young geniuses, they knew Jinyang's character very well. He was straightforward and would not lie. Most importantly, Jin Yong was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than everyone present. In the entire Middle State, except for a few people like the Great Xia dynasty's third prince, it was very difficult to find someone who was on par with him. Among the younger generation in the Middle State, he was definitely in the top 5. If even he said so, how strong was that mysterious Eastern Wasteland talent? Brother Jin Yong, what is the name of that Eastern Wasteland talent? One day we must get to know him. The people were curious and could not help but ask, wanting to know his background. However, Jin Yong looked troubled when he heard this. He wanted to say something but stopped. It was not that he could not say the name of that little brother of his. However, if he said it out loud, the people in front of him would be scared and would not dare to ask anymore. Although Jin Yong was straightforward, he was not stupid. Seeing that he did not want to say anything, the people were very tactful and did not ask anymore. At this time, someone suddenly said in surprise, "Why is the Lin family star-picking pavilion open today?" The person who spoke was the saint of the Yuanchu Holy Land. He was also a powerful young genius. Everyone followed his gaze and couldn't help but be stunned. The Lin family's star-picking pavilion was the tallest pavilion in Rushing Moon Ancient City. It overlooked everything and had a very good view. From this position, one could see the scenery there. Normally, it was only responsible for receiving the most powerful people in the various holy lands and dynasties, such as the sacred lords and overlords. However, it was open today. This surprised them a little. It's even being received by the Lin family's almighty elder. Hey, that woman in the blue dress seems to be the Lin family's genius, Lin Chohan? The woman in white with a veil covering half her face seems to be the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land's Taishan Saintess. Another genius could not help but exclaim softly. He was a little shocked when he recognized the two people in the crowd. He had been to the Eastern Wasteland once and was lucky enough to see the Eastern Wasteland's #1 beauty. In that case, could that white-robed man be that person? Soon they all reacted. They could not help but stand up in unison, their expressions very excited. There was no need to guess who this kind of treatment was. They did not expect to see that young lord here. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet him. They all stood up and prepared to greet him. A few of the female geniuses even took out some cosmetics and rouge from their storage rings and applied a little bit of makeup on them, causing them to glow brilliantly. Only Jin Yong had an unnatural expression on his face. Fortunately, no one noticed this abnormality. Gu Chang'e and the others arrived at the star-picking pavilion under the guidance of an elder of the Lin family. With Gu Chang'e's status, the Lin family naturally gave him the best treatment. The star-picking pavilion's view was enough to overlook the entire ancient city. It was a magnificent sight. Normally, only Holy Lord-level figures were qualified to come here. Chapter 42. The person who built this building is a person who knows how to enjoy life. Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back as he looked down from the high platform. Seeing all the living beings and cultivators coming and going, he couldn't help but praise. This feeling of looking down on the common people and seeing everything as ants was really wonderful. He thought that when he returned to the upper realm, he would find a craftsman to build a building like this in his residence. Of course, it had to be taller and grander. With such a high status, Gu Chang'e naturally wanted to enjoy it as much as possible. It's good that you're satisfied, young Master Gu. This was built by the previous masters to receive the holy lords and royal lords of various forces. Lin Chohan explained with a smile. If it weren't for Gu Chang'e, she wouldn't have the qualifications to come here today. Not bad, holding the sun and the moon and plucking the stars. There's no one like me in this world. But it's also a good view. Gu Chang'e smiled. His plan was very simple and also very long-term. The reason why he let Lin Chohan lead him around the ancient city was to see how talented she was in alchemy. He wanted to bring Lin Chohan back to the upper realm and how to train her. Although Gu Chang'e's background was terrifying, it was actually very complicated. Elder Ming, who was an outsider, naturally couldn't come into contact with it, let alone understand it. Even the major alchemy sects in the upper realm lacked a descendant with such terrifying alchemy talent like Lin Chohan. When the time came, he would find a way to send Lin Chohan over. With his support, it was not impossible to control those major alchemy sections. It was never wrong to be more prepared. Of course, on the other hand, Guchanga purely wanted to make a good impression so that he could subdue Lin Chohan sooner. When the time came, he would get 1,000 fate points. Wouldn't that be nice? Fortunately, Lin Chohan was really pure. Under Guchanga's flowery words, her heart was almost all on him. What Lin Tian said to her before was not wrong. Guchanga was naturally not a good person. After all, he was a villain. Having said that, as long as it was his own people, Guchanga would not be stingy with benefits. He didn't have any ill intentions towards Lin Chohan. He even wanted to train her in the future. At most, he was just making use of her. There's no one like me in this world? In young Master Gu's opinion, what exactly is cultivation? Hearing this, Lin Chohan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but be fascinated. As far as I'm concerned, the so-called cultivation is nothing more than the struggle between the heavens and the earth, using the fleshly body as a weapon to struggle in the mortal world, traversing the sea of bitterness and walking towards the other shore. Guchanga said with a calm and elegant smile on his face. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. He was just putting on an act. To him, the so-called cultivation was as simple as adding points to his system. Sea of bitterness? Higgin. Even Su Chinga could not help but have her eyes lit up. She tasted it carefully. Young Master Gu's opinion is really unique, but it's also profound. Lin Chohan couldn't help but say so. Throughout the conversation with Guchanga, no matter what the topic was, Guchanga would touch on it. Moreover, it wasn't the kind that was rough and simple. She couldn't help but admire him even more. Especially this understanding of cultivation. Even as an academy elder, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. Using the fleshly body as a raft to traverse the sea of bitterness and walk towards the other shore? Such a saying was unheard of. The cultivation world of the upper realm was probably mysterious and vast beyond her imagination. Young Master Gu, regarding little Tian, it was thanks to your words that I realized something. Otherwise, I'd probably still be kept in the dark by him. At this moment, Lin Chohan thought of something. Her expression became gloomy and a little sad. After all, she had always been concerned about the previous Lin Tian. Of course, the fact that he secretly harmed young Master Gu was unforgivable. Fortunately, it wasn't the real Lin Tian. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would face Guchanga. I was just casually saying it back then. I didn't know things would turn out like this. Guchanga smiled casually. Actually, I was a little suspicious at that time whether little Tian had a problem with his soul. I was just about to ask him about it, but then this happened. Lin Chohan said guiltily. Oh, speaking of which, I also have something to remind you of, Miss Lin. Guchanga's smile was a little thought-provoking. Please speak, young Master Gu. Lin Chohan looked at him. Since it was something that young Master Gu wanted to say, it was naturally very important. You have to be careful of Lin Tian's corpse. I'm guessing that not only was his soul controlled, but it was more like he was replaced. There are many such occult techniques in the upper realm. Resurrection from the dead is actually a common thing. As Guchanga said, a hint of speculation appeared on his face. Lin Chohan was stunned. Resurrection from the dead? Could such a thing really happen? At that time, Lin Tian's soul had clearly been dispersed, and his life had been extinguished. However, Guchanga's words forced her to take it seriously. Could it really be a fake death? Of course, I'm just guessing. It's better for you to be careful, Miss Lin. Guchanga smiled without batting an eyelid. He really wanted Lin Chohan to witness Lin Tian's resurrection from the dead with her own eyes. This way, Lin Chohan's last bit of worry would be resolved. Naturally, Guchanga had no reason to keep Lin Tian alive. At this time, a commotion was heard outside the star-picking pavilion. Young Master Gu, there are a group of young prodigies from Middle Ground and Eastern Wilderness outside who wish to visit you. The Lin family elder who had arranged to lead the way came forward respectfully and reported. Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to say no, but he was bored and had nothing to do, so he nodded and said, "Let them all come up." He also hoped that this group of prodigies could bring him some fun or something. Soon, a large group of young men and women with extraordinary auras came up respectfully under the Lin family elder's lead. Chu Xian greets young master. Guchanga's #1 lackey in Eastern Wilderness, the great abstruse Saint Chu Xian, was among them. He hurriedly bowed to Guchanga obsequiously. Besides him, there was also a group of prodigies from Eastern Wilderness. They had come with Guchanga on the flying ship, so they were not unfamiliar faces. The last group was the prodigies from Middle Ground. At this moment they were somewhat shocked and excited. After all, this was the first time they were in close contact with this young lord. That godlike aura made them respect him from the bottom of their hearts. "Greetings, Lord." Even the Jialo Saint Jinyang, who had been critical of Guchanga before, couldn't help but greet him. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite." Guchanga sat at the head of the table and nodded slightly. His expression was calm and peaceful. He didn't seem to be as arrogant and condescending as they had expected. This made everyone secretly relieved. It seemed that the rumors were true. This young lord didn't seem to be difficult to get along with. After that, the group of young prodigies introduced themselves and began to show off their abilities, wanting to leave a good impression. All of them were like peacocks with their tails spread, competing for attention. Guchanga nodded and smiled from time to time, which made them feel even more encouraged. Those prodigies also had flattering expressions on their faces. They seemed to have turned into bootlickers, which made Lin Shohan and the others feel very shocked. They usually called themselves fairies and goddesses. In front of young Master Gu, they had to obediently kneel and lick his boots. This made them feel as if their eyes had been opened. Lin Shohan was the most affected. After all, her status was similar to this group of prodigies in front of her. But young Master Gu's attitude towards her was completely different from his attitude towards this group of prodigies. This discovery suddenly made her feel flattered that she had never felt before. Young Master Gu treated her differently. Chapter 43. Young Master Gu really treats me differently. Lin Shohan's heart was in a mess. She recalled Guchanga's gentle expression when she talked to him. It was normal for her to feel this way. These girls in front of her were either princesses of dynasties or saintesses of holy lands. Their status was similar to hers. Outside there were also many suitors. Each of them was aloof and looked down on others. They were respected as fairies and goddesses. But now, each of them was currying favor with young Master Gu. They were similar to the prostitutes in the brothels that she had read about in books. If the cultivators outside were to see this, they would definitely be taken aback and would not dare to believe it. Although she was simple, she knew that this should be the difference between Guchanga and all of them. This should be the attitude they should have towards Guchanga. Young Master Gu is so good to me. For a moment she remembered all the things that young Master Gu said to her. She was a little dizzy. Suchinga was used to this kind of scene. No matter how one looked at it, Guchanga was very attractive to girls. Now that they had seen his terrifying power, how could these girls still sit still? In their opinion, if Lin Shohan and herself could be favored by young Master Gu, why couldn't they? Once they had a relationship with the young master, their status would undergo a tremendous change. At this time there was no need to be reserved. Naturally, they would do everything to please young Master Gu. Suchinga understood the thoughts of women very well. Her expression was calm, but she did not care. With young Master Gu's temperament, did she really think that he would like just any girl? This expression of gentleness was just a facade he put on. The real Guchanga was cold, overlooking everything, high above and unpredictable. Suchinga had to admit that after following Guchanga for a while, she had a certain understanding of Guchanga's thoughts. Ding! Luck event triggered. Subduing Lin Shohan succeeded. Luck points increased by 200. Fate points increased by 1000. At this time the system's voice sounded in Guchanga's mind. He could not help but be moved. The 1000 days of life that he had been longing for had finally arrived. Lin Shohan did not disappoint him. At that moment he couldn't be bothered to listen to this group of geniuses talk about the competition. He had asked them to come up because he had nothing better to do. Was it uncomfortable to hear them fawning over him? Very quickly Guchanga's mind moved. He summoned the system. The attribute interface appeared before his eyes. Owner Guchanga. Identity, true disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Physique bloodline. Demonic heart endow bone cultivation. Middle Marquis realm. Skills and abilities. Heavenly Immortal Codex, Myriad Transformations Demon Body. Innate divine will, immortal devouring demon technique, destiny value, 2600 luck points, 350. System shop, unlocked. Storage, domain breaker talisman X1, 1/3 of the world seed X1. His luck points had already reached 300. Not only was it because he had subdued Lin Chohan, but it was also because of Su Qingge. Both of them were people with great luck. If they were used by Gu Changge, they would naturally help him increase his luck points. After all this time, Lin Chohan's luck points were almost all used up by him. He had also obtained more than 2,000 points of destiny value. After this round of harvesting leaks, it was quite comfortable. Gu Changge pondered for a while. He was not in a hurry to increase his strength. After all, his current realm was actually strong enough in the lower realm. The almost omnipotent destiny value would naturally be more useful in times of need. He glanced at the items in the system shop. Finally, he found a detailed explanation of Pill Dao in the daily price limit. It was worth 100 days of destiny value. Exchange. After spending 100 days of destiny value, he obtained the detailed explanation of Pill Dao. Gu Changge planned to find an opportunity to give it to Lin Chohan. He had promised to train her, so he naturally had to start now. He should not waste such a good talent in Pill Dao. After his consciousness exited the system interface, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected Son of Fate connection. Triggered random mission. Suppress Son of Fate sworn brother. Mission completion will reward 500 days of destiny value. Mission failure will not reward. Gu Changge was slightly stunned. His expression was a bit interested. This was the first time he had encountered such a random mission. Mission completion would reward, mission failure would not reward. It all depended on his own thoughts. 500 days of destiny value, that was quite good. But, who was Son of Fate sworn brother? It sounded like a person related to Yi Chan. After all, Lin Tian was already crippled. The system did not say it directly, but it seemed to be among the group of Heaven's Prides in front of him. It should not be possible for the Heaven's Prides in Eastern Wasteland, unless there was something wrong with their heads. Knowing that Yi Chan had offended them, they would definitely distance themselves from Yi Chan and hide far away. Yi Chan ran all the way from Eastern Wasteland to Middle Continent. Along the way, he met 1 or 2 Heaven's Prides in Middle Continent and became brothers with them, opening the door to a new map for him. According to the usual routine, this was quite normal. But he did not expect to bump into him. This reason was really amazing. Gu Changge gently took a sip of tea, with a slightly admiring expression, and thought so in his heart. He quickly glanced at all the Heaven's Prides below. He ignored those from Eastern Wasteland and this group of Heaven's Prides who were trying to curry favor with him. It was easy to determine the target. Chu Xian. Gu Changge said casually, "Young master, what orders do you have?" Hearing this, Chu Xian immediately trotted over with a flattering and respectful expression on his face. This scene made many young Heaven's Prides envious and jealous. As a young Heaven's Prides, Chu Xian was appreciated by this young lord. It would not be long before he soared into the sky, and they would no longer be in the same world. "Is there any news of Yi Chan in Middle Continent?" Gu Changge asked indifferently. He naturally asked this question while knowing the answer. Yi Chen's whereabouts had always been under his control. It was just that it was not time to harvest. He asked this question to see the reaction of the crowd. "Yi Chen?" Chu Xian's expression changed. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. "Young master, you mean there's no news?" Gu Changge glanced at him indifferently. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Xian's forehead. He looked at Su Qingge with a pleading look. Although it was an honor to be the young master's lackey, this kind of terrifying pressure was not something ordinary people could bear. "Yi Chan? Who is that?" The Heaven's Prides present also changed their expressions. Fortunately, Gu Changge did not ask them. Otherwise, their reactions would be even worse. They knew some news from Eastern Wasteland, but they did not know the details. At this moment, Jialo Saint Jinyang, who was in the crowd, also felt a little uneasy. Although he was straightforward, he had a proud heart. He looked down on this group of Heaven's Prides who fawned over him. He disdained their behavior of fawning over Gu Changge, and even felt that it was shameful. In his opinion, His little brother Yi Chen's steady and determined temperament was many times better than this group of heaven's prides. When he heard Guchanga directly ask about Yi Chen, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that something was wrong. Fortunately, he tried to control himself and did not show any abnormalities. Chapter 44. Inside the star-picking pavilion, the atmosphere was tense. No one dared to speak, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Although Guchanga was asking Chu Xian and not them, she could empathize with that kind of pressure. Even Lin Chohan, who was talking to Guchanga calmly before, felt the terrifying pressure. Even though young Master Gu was usually gentle and elegant, he was still condescending deep down in his bones, exuding a godlike majesty. This was his real side. But she was also a little curious. Who was this guy named Yi Chen? She never paid much attention to news, so she did not know what happened in the Eastern Barren Territory not long ago. At this time, Su Qingge opened her mouth and said in a cold and apologetic tone, "Young master, the Central Plains is so vast. If a person wants to hide, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him. I think it's very difficult for Chu Xian to find him." Hearing Su Qingge's words, everyone looked at the rumored #1 beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory for the first time. She had been quietly standing behind Guchanga without saying a word. She was like a flower in the water. They did not dare to look at her too much, for fear that Guchanga would be displeased. One had to admit that Su Qingge deserved the title of Taishan Saintess. Her face was covered by a white gauze, and her clothes were whiter than snow. She was pure and ethereal, and had an otherworldly temperament, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. All the excellent girls in front of them were overshadowed by her. They were not even qualified to be compared to her. She really looks like a beauty who can bring disaster to a country. Unfortunately, her heart is evil. Jin Yang could not help but curse in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Su Qingge. But everyone was also curious. Under such terrifying pressure, Su Qingge still dared to persuade Guchanga. How much courage was required to do that? Chu Xian could not help but show a grateful expression. Even Qingge said so. Then let's forget about it. Chu Xian, don't let me down. Guchanga's voice was very calm, so Jin Yang could not tell what he was thinking. Yes. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely find Yi Chen's traces. Chu Xian was relieved and hurriedly patted his chest to express his relief. He broke out in a cold sweat. Being with a king was like being with a tiger. This scene shocked everyone once again. How could the Taishan holy lady be so favored? He was actually able to persuade this young lord. They couldn't help but change the way they looked at Su Qingge. Before they were peers, but now they were in awe of her. Thank you, young master. Su Qingge smiled at Guchanga, seeming to be very happy. Of course, she knew that the reason why Guchanga did this was purely to scare Chu Xian. As for the reason, she couldn't guess. After all, it was Guchanga who intentionally let Yi Chen escape, so how could he not know where Yi Chen went? Therefore, she played along with Guchanga and helped him get out of this embarrassing situation. Guchanga's expression did not change, but he could not help praising Su Qingge's intelligence in his heart. Only a smart woman like her who knew his intentions would be likable. Just now, when they heard Yi Chen's name, no one revealed a strange expression. She was quite good at maintaining her composure. Of course, Guchanga was not in a hurry. He was interested to see how long this person could hold back. Following that, everyone began to tremble in fear. Some of the sky prides were quite active and began to ask Chu Xian about Yi Chen's background and how he offended this young lord. Chu Xian began to explain to them how Yi Chen was courting death and offending the young master. After hearing this, the sky pride's expressions changed. Why do I feel like I've heard of him before? Came from Eastern Wasteland, no background in his early 20s, divinity realm cultivation base, extraordinary talent. Why did Jialo Holy Sun Jin Yang's description sound so similar? Moreover, when asked for his name, he didn't say anything. At this time, many of them faintly guessed and revealed strange smiles. They naturally did not care about their friendship with Jialo Holy Sun. After all, this was something that could curry favor with Guchanga. Lord, I feel that Jialo Holy Sun should know about Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yuanchu Holy Sun immediately took the lead and reported what Jialo Holy Sun Jinyang had said in the pavilion. Not good, this damned Yuanchu Holy Sun. Hearing this, Jin Yang's face faintly paled and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was a little regretful that he had spoken too quickly. Oh Jialo Holy Sun, do you know Yi-chan? At the head of the table, Gu Chang'e unhurriedly blew on his tea and asked in a calm voice. Everything was within his expectations. His gaze quickly fell on this young man whose hair seemed to be burning. He looked like the son of the sun. Buzz. The terrifying and boundless pressure from before enveloped them once again. All the sky prides in the central region couldn't help but turn pale and tremble from the bottom of their souls. Just how frightening was this young lord's strength? Even their Saint Lord and Emperor Lord were far from his level. Could he be a marquis? But he seemed to be about the same age as them, maybe even a little younger. As expected of young Master Gu, you are so much stronger than father. Lin Chohan couldn't help but reveal admiration in her eyes. So this is young master's goal? To find out who is related to Yi-chan? At this moment Su Qingge somewhat understood. But she didn't understand why young master knew that there were people here who were related to Yi-chan. In her eyes, Gu Chang'e was becoming more and more unfathomable. Lord, I do know brother Yi-chan. Jin Yang opened his mouth and said. Facing the terrifying pressure, his face was slightly pale and he couldn't breathe. This made him incomparably shocked. They were both young, but how could the gap between them be so huge? One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. At this moment, even if he didn't admit that he didn't know Yi-chan, he couldn't. When he was talking with the other sky prides, he had already revealed a lot. He was a little regretful now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said so much. Oh, it's good that you know him. Where's Yi-chan now? Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. He still asked casually. I'm sorry, Lord. I can't expose brother Yi-chan's whereabouts. Jin Yang gritted his teeth and said. His back was wet with cold sweat. He finally understood how terrifying this young lord's strength was. Just his aura alone was completely unbearable. No wonder Yi-chan wanted to go far away and didn't dare to show up. But he didn't want to cause brother Yi-chan's whereabouts to be exposed because of his loose tongue. This would make him feel guilty. Idiot, I'll ask you again. Where's Yi-chan now? Gu Chang'e's expression finally turned cold. His eyes were deep, revealing an unquestionable majesty like that of a deity. Lord, Yi-chan is my sworn brother. I know his character very well. Is there any misunderstanding between you two? Jin Yang gritted his teeth and trembled all over. Under such majesty, he couldn't help but want to kneel down. But he had pride in his heart and didn't want to give in, so he still defended Yi-chan. It's your honor that I asked you. Gu Chang'e looked at him coldly. His expression was as if he was looking at an ant. His tone was emotionless. What qualifications do you have to ask me? As these words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped Jin Yang like a tide. Jin Yang cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then knelt down on the ground, his face as pale as paper. He couldn't even resist. Holy Sun is stupid and offended Lord. I hope Lord can forgive him. At this time, Jin Yang's secret protector was also frightened and hurriedly appeared. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. His expression was incomparably terrified. He never thought that things would suddenly develop to this point. How could the Holy Sun be so stupid? He would bring disaster to the Holy Land. The star-picking pavilion was deathly silent. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, as if they were facing the wrath of heaven. Ding! Random mission to suppress the Sun of Fortune completed. Mission calculating. Random mission rating perfect. Destiny points increased by 40%. Final reward, 700 destiny points. At this time, the system notification sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind. Chapter 45. The system notification in his head made Gu Chang'e somewhat satisfied. This random thing was simple. He had obtained a total of 700 fate points, including the 100 points he had spent to exchange for the elementary pill Dao explanation. He now had 3,000 fate points, which could be considered a huge sum of money. As for how to rate it, the system must have its own way of rating, so Gu Chang'e was too lazy to think about it. He had only spoken his true thoughts. He was modest and gentle to Suchinga and the others because he wanted something from them. As for this Jialo Saint's son, who was he? Did he really think he was the same as the son of fate? Did he think he could jump around casually after offending him? A little ant who didn't even have the qualifications to be a leek. Guchanga could easily crush him to death. He was just finding a suitable reason. As for Yichen's whereabouts, he didn't care. From the beginning, his goal was to complete the system's random thing. The star-picking pavilion was deathly silent. Seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale. Some of the geniuses were even trembling. No one dared to speak. "Sir, please forgive us. Saint's son is stupid and offended you." Jialo Saint's son and his protector were incomparably pale. They knelt on the ground terrified. However, Guchanga didn't even bat an eyelid. He said indifferently, "Old Ming, young master, this old servant is here." There was a violent fluctuation in the void, and a black-robed old man appeared with a respectful expression. It was old Ming. Although he had returned to the family, he had always been by Guchanga's side, not daring to leave. At this moment, seeing old Ming appear, everyone was even more shocked. This was the first time they saw this legendary figure who had broken through the void and ascended 30,000 years ago. The Lin family's ancestor. Especially when he had such a respectful attitude. The rumors were indeed true. "I don't want to hear that the Jialo sacred ground is still here tomorrow," Guchanga said casually. "Yes, this old servant will deal with it right away," old Ming said respectfully. Then the void blurred and he disappeared. Hiss! At this moment, everyone felt as if their scalps were about to explode. A terrifying chill ran down their backs. "You, Holy Son!" Jialo coughed up another mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never thought that he would bring such a terrible disaster to the sect because of this. For a moment he was angry and regretful. This young lord from the upper realm was truly ruthless. It's over. His protector's face was ashen, and his eyes were full of despair. The saint son of Yuanchu, Fairy Wanhua, and the others all turned pale. They were all major forces of the Central Plains, and this made them ask themselves if they were in the same situation. Don't be fooled by the gentle and peaceful appearance of this young lord. But in reality, in front of him, all of them were like ants. There was no difference at all. This simple sentence instantly decided the fate of the Jialo Holy Land. It was as if they could already see the boundless blood. It was only because he had offended this young lord. Even Suchinga and Lin Chohan felt a chill on their backs. It was the first time they had seen Guchanga like this. Cold, aloof, and superior like a god overlooking everything. And this was his true self. Thinking of this, Suchinga could not help but feel a little lucky. Guchanga really treated her very well. It could even be said that it was to the point of spoiling her. The news of Holy Son Jialo contradicting the young lord from the upper realm in front of everyone at the star-picking pavilion almost instantly spread from the ancient city to all parts of the Central Plains, causing a huge uproar and setting off stormy waves. Countless cultivators were shocked, and a chill ran down their backs. The cause and effect of the matter was spread by several young prodigies, and soon it caused a heated discussion everywhere. Not only did Holy Son Jialo become brothers with the enemy of the young lord from the upper realm, but he also hid his traces and refused to speak, angering the young lord, and finally brought disaster to the sect. Countless cultivators sighed, thinking that Holy Son Jialo was too stupid. He dug his own grave and dragged the entire Holy Land down with him. Of course, there were also people who secretly cheered and said that he deserved it. Who told him to dig his own grave? Jialo Holy Land had been in the Central Plains for more than 100,000 years, and once had a virtual god ancestor who had ascended to the upper realm. He had many cultivation methods and treasures, and had a very deep foundation. However, the sky was directly covered by a giant palm that covered the sky and pressed down. The ancestral artifact was revived, and all resistance was useless, as if facing the vast power of the heavens. The pavilions and mountains within a radius of 5,000 miles were all turned into ruins. The pressure of the virtual god realm shrouded the sky, and countless cultivators trembled in fear. Unrighteous deeds bring about self-destruction. There will always be someone who will take you in. In the end, only this sentence of Holy Son Jialo echoed between heaven and earth. Jialo Holy Land was thus removed from the Central Plains. This matter caused a great sensation in the Central Plains, and even the rest of the lands. Jialo Holy Land, which had produced a virtual god realm ancestor, was like this, let alone them. Countless cultivators were horrified, and they felt a chill from head to toe. They were extremely afraid of the young lord from the upper realm. After all, to the cultivators of the upper realm, no matter what the existence of the lower realm was, after all, like an ant. The cultivator from the eastern wilderness, called Yi Qian, had become famous again in the Central Plains. Countless cultivators regarded him as the god of plague. In order to curry favor with Wuxia, some cultivators and forces even began to inquire about Yi Qian's whereabouts, preparing to capture him alive and send him back. In a remote town in the central heavenly domain of the Central Plains, an ordinary-looking man with a resolute face was stunned when he heard the news, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and he stood there in a daze. Big brother Jinyang, I will definitely kill Wuxia to avenge you and your Jialo Holy Land. His eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and his body was trembling. He was extremely sad. He originally planned to enter the Jialo Holy Land because of his relationship with the Jialo Holy Sun, because the Jialo Holy Sun appreciated him. But he did not expect that the entire Jialo Holy Land would be destroyed and removed from the world. This made him extremely angry, and his killing intent was cold. He was simply mad with hatred. Master, tell me quickly, how can I become stronger quickly? I want to kill Wuxia. I want to kill him. Yi Qian clenched his teeth, his eyes red. Jinyang was a good brother that he had sincerely befriended. He was righteous and had treated him well. But in the end, because of his relationship with Yi Qian, he was implicated and led to the destruction of the Jialo Holy Land. And the source of all this was Wuxia. He could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Even then he could not vent his hatred. Little Qian, in the ring space, Yanji shook her head a little helpless. This matter had developed into the situation that she did not want to see the most. She also gave up on persuading Yi Qian to let go of his hatred and prejudice, because Yi Qian's eyes were already red with anger. It was useless. The result now was either Yi Qian's death or Wuxia's. In fact, she was also in a difficult situation. After all, she had a good impression of Wuxia. But she could not ignore Yi Qian. Yanji sighed and said to Yi Qian, according to the remnant page you obtained, the Tianyuan ancient mystery realm is about to open. Not only is there an ancient demonic tool sealed inside, there is also the inheritance of the original owner of the demonic tool. I will definitely get the inheritance and kill Wuxia. The grief on Yi Qian's face disappeared, and he quickly calmed down. Hearing this, he could not help but clench his fists and clench his teeth. Chapter 46. The destruction of the Jialo sacred ground did not concern Wuxia at all. To him it was no different from stepping on an ant. Elder Ming was a divine king in the upper realm. Although he could not unleash strength beyond the virtual god realm in the lower realm, it was easy for him to destroy a sacred ground like this. In the past 10,000 years, there had been very few people who had broken through to the virtual god realm. Even marquee realm existences were grand supreme elders of sacred grounds and dynasties. There was not even a trace of emperor realm existences. Wuxia guessed that only those ancient forbidden grounds and ancient sacred mountains could possibly have virtual god realm existences guarding them. Elder Ming's strength was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in Zhongzhou. Of course, Wuxia was not so free. As long as they did not provoke him, he would not care. After leaving Zhaixing Pavilion, Lin Qiuhan and the others were obviously more afraid of him than before. They were not as casual as they were at the beginning. After seeing Wuxia's true appearance, she was naturally frightened. He was cold, emotionless, and superior. He could easily decide the life and death of an ancient sacred ground. This was very different from the previous Wuxia, who was like a gentleman. This made Lin Qiuhan feel a little confused. What did she like about Mr. Gu? Was it his gentleness, his conversation style, and his knowledge? I scared you. Wuxia naturally had a way to deal with this. His expression returned to his elegant and gentle self, and he stroked her hair. This trick was very effective on Lin Qiuhan. Her heart was beating very fast again. Mr. Gu, who was so cold and emotionless to others, was so gentle to her. This made her head start to feel dizzy again. A little. Lin Qiuhan answered honestly. Mr. Gu, you scared me too. At this time Su Qingge could not help but speak up. She felt that Gu Changge was ignoring her. Although she was smart, she was still a woman. Seeing how Gu Changge was so gentle to others but always bullied her, she felt bitter. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart, feeling a little wronged. Of course, she also knew that this was Gu Changge's deliberate act. Gu Changge glanced at her and smiled casually. Did I scare you? That's fine. What did he mean by nothing would happen if he scared himself? What a differential treatment. Su Qingge rolled her eyes silently in her heart, feeling a little angry. This is an elementary level guide to the Tao of alchemy. Consider it my apology to you. As Gu Changge spoke, he took out the detailed explanation of the elementary level of alchemy that he had already prepared and handed it to Lin Qiuhan. Sooner or later, he would find the right time to give it to her. He had spent 100 days of HP to exchange for this item from the system shop. Gu Changge casually flipped through it. There were many elementary pill recipes recorded inside which were very precious. Most of the major alchemy sects in the upper realm probably did not have such a detailed explanation of alchemy. The products of the system must be of the highest quality. The ancients did not lie to me. Thank you, young Master Gu. Lin Qiuhan was pleasantly surprised. Young Master Gu actually gave her something. How did he know that she was interested in alchemy? As she thought of this, Lin Qiuhan was even more moved. This was because her father had always asked her to cultivate diligently, so that she could improve her cultivation base, and not waste her energy on other aspects. As a result, she did not know much about alchemy, which she was very interested in. As long as you like it. Gu Changge smiled. She had such a pure personality. It was fortunate that she met him. Otherwise, if she met someone else, she would probably count the money for them even if she was sold. Of course, he was also waiting for Lin Qiuhan to learn alchemy well so that he could use it in the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Because of Gu Changge, the Lin family had been very busy these few days. Forces from all over the world came to visit, wanting to build a good relationship with them. The destruction of the Jialo Holy Land had given a common signal to all forces in the Middle Continent. The Lin family was going to rise strongly. Now every Lin family member's face was filled with a proud smile. No matter where they went, as long as they said that they were from the Lin family, they would definitely be treated with respect and reverence. Although the Lin family was very powerful before, compared to the Lin family now, no, it was not comparable at all. Of course, all the Lin family members were in awe of Gu Changge from the bottom of their hearts. They all knew who gave them all this. And these few days after hearing Gu Changge's explanation, Lin Qiuhan had sent people to keep an eye on Lin Tian's corpse. What if he was really faking his death? She also held a skeptical attitude towards this. And during these 3 days she also found something strange. That was that Lin Tian's corpse did not show any signs of decay. This was very strange. Even a cultivator who had cultivated a spiritual seed should have hardened 3 days after death. But this did not happen. One had to know that Lin Tian was a piece of trash, who did not even cultivate a spiritual seed when he was alive. This discovery shocked Lin Qiuhan, and she started to believe what young Master Gu had said before. Lin Tian was not dead. He was just faking his death to deceive everyone. This made her angry, and her expression turned cold. Not only did her younger brother's body get taken away, but he also almost caused the Lin family to fall into eternal damnation. She wanted nothing more than to cut the person who took over her younger brother's body into 1,000 pieces. The light was dim, the air was humid, and the air was filled with a thick stench. On the ground, the cold and aged corpse of a young man suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Looks like I've successfully avoided a calamity. The corpse sat up straight and murmured as it looked around at its surroundings. Of course, he was none other than Lin Tian, who had faked his death at the crucial moment. He was a little glad that he was decisive. Then Lin Tian observed his situation. In the dungeon, there seemed to be no one guarding outside. He was a divine king in his previous life, and he did not expect that he would use such a method to escape with his life. This made him feel a little self-deprecating. But in the end he survived and deceived everyone. It seemed that the heavens did not want him to die. Luckily, I wasn't cremated, but I wasn't buried either. What a pity. But this situation is still acceptable. When the time comes, I'll just pretend to have amnesia and deceive everyone. With my experience in my previous life, this is not difficult. Gu, I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Soon Lin Tian's face darkened again when he thought of Guchanga's face. At this moment, the secret technique he used previously took effect. The severed heart meridians healed, and the blood flowed. The cold corpse began to regain vitality. If someone was around, they would definitely be shocked and exclaim that this was impossible. A dead person was actually slowly reviving and regaining vitality. This was too unbelievable, and it could be called a miracle. However, Lin Tian's face was still old. No matter how heaven-defying the secret technique was, it could not make up for his lost lifespan. This matter puzzled him. What exactly was that person with the surname Gu hiding? How could he make the extraterrestrial demons so fearful? This was something he had never seen in his tens of thousands of years of cultivation in his previous life. The corpse came back to life. At this moment, a terrified voice suddenly sounded outside the dungeon. The Lin family disciple in charge of guarding Lin Tian's corpse came in and saw the scene of Lin Tian sitting up straight. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chapter 47. When she found out that Lin Tian had come back from the dead, Lin Xiuhan was stunned for a moment. She quickly realized that this was definitely the fake death that young Master Gu had mentioned. She had always asked her clansmen to keep a close eye on Lin Tian's corpse and report to her at all times. Hence, Lin Xiuhan's expression was cold and furious. She immediately found Guchanga and explained the situation. Now she would tell Guchanga everything. She had completely regarded him as her pillar of support. Since Lin Tian has come back from the dead, let's see who he is and why he wants to possess someone else's body. In the main hall, Guchanga muttered to himself for a moment before speaking to Lin Xiuhan. Of course, he couldn't help but feel a little interested. After all, he had waited for 3 whole days for Lin Tian to come back from the dead. A good show was about to begin. Guchanga naturally wouldn't miss it. After tonight, Lin Tian's final value as a leak would be squeezed dry by him. An expert possessing a body to come back from the dead? What was wrong with possessing a body? Why did he have to possess a piece of trash? Wouldn't it be better to possess a normal person? And I will listen to young master. Lin Xiuhan nodded. Very quickly, Lin Xiuhan and Guchanga arrived at the dungeon. The Lin clan disciple in charge of guarding the dungeon still had a frightened expression. Greetings to young Master Gu. After bowing to the two of them, he quickly left the dungeon. He kept feeling that something was wrong with his back. How could a person who had been dead for 3 days suddenly come back from the dead? Don't spread this around first, Lin Xiuhan said to the disciple who left. After all, resurrection from the dead was too strange and troublesome to explain. She didn't want to attract too much attention. In the dungeon, when Lin Tian saw Lin Xiuhan and Guchanga walking over, he felt uneasy. However, he still had a confused expression on his face. It was easy to fool Lin Xiuhan. He just had to use the memories in his mind and not reveal any flaws. After all, this sister was actually very pure and kind. But facing Guchanga, he wasn't sure. This Gu guy was too mysterious. If he wanted to trick him, he would have to put in a lot of effort. He might even fail and be seen through. Even though Lin Tian had fought countless battles in his life, he couldn't help but feel uneasy at this moment. Sister, why am I here? I remember that I was in a class. How did I wake up here? Who is this man? Why haven't I seen it before? After that, Lin Tian spoke with a perplexed expression, and there was just the right amount of perplexity in his expression. Pretending to have amnesia? Seeing this, Guchanga sneered in his heart, but his expression did not change. He didn't say anything. After all, it was better for Lin Xiuhan to personally expose Lin Tian's disguise than for an outsider like him to do it. If his guess was correct, Lin Tian's final concern and obsession was Lin Xiuhan. If Lin Xiuhan viewed him with hatred and disgust, Lin Tian would definitely feel unreconciled. After all, the main problem of the possession style was to resolve the original owner's obsession. If the obsession couldn't be resolved, it would naturally conflict with the control of the body. TSK. This way, it would be a debt not that couldn't be resolved. Gu Chang'e would naturally be able to smoothly obtain the last 200 luck points on Lin Tian. At the same time, he would also complete the mission of killing the Child of Fate. After all, the luck points would drop when they were killed, and there would be additional heavenly Dao rewards. Gu Chang'e was looking forward to it. As for the matter of sibling killing each other, he believed that with Lin Tian's obsession causing trouble, it would definitely not happen. Lin Tian would definitely not do anything to harm Lin Qiuhan. At this time, why are you still acting in front of me? Looking at the face that looked exactly like her younger brother, Lin Qiuhan's face had a trace of regret, but it quickly returned to coldness and hatred. Sister, what are you saying? Why don't I understand what you are saying? Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned and asked with a confused expression, as if he didn't understand what she was saying at all. He looked around and was a bit afraid. Sister, you still haven't answered my question. Why am I locked up in the dungeon? Lin Qiuhan's expression was cold, and she didn't say a word, nor did her expression change. If not for Sir Gu's reminder, she might have been deceived by the current Lin Tian, thinking that he didn't know what had happened in the past few days. When taking over a body, one could devour the other party's memories. This way it would be too easy to pretend to have amnesia. Sister, I'm really your younger brother, Lin Tian. Why don't you believe me? Do you remember when you were 6 years old? You were scolded by your father and came to complain to me. However, no matter what Lin Tian said, Lin Qiuhan remained unmoved, and her expression became colder and colder. It would have been better if he didn't say anything, but the more he said, the more sorrowful and upset she felt, and she couldn't help but think of the past. It's counteracting. Lin Tian quickly noticed that something was wrong, and knew that something was wrong. Especially when he saw Gu Chang'e's interested expression. Lin Tian's heart kept sinking. He couldn't hide it from the two of them. Could it be that he had just escaped a calamity and was going to die here today? He was really unwilling. At this time he could feel that Lin Tian's obsession was rejecting him, and he was extremely resentful towards him. His remnant soul started to intertwine with Lin Tian's obsession. Shut up. Lin Qiuhan finally couldn't take it anymore, and her eyes turned red as she said angrily and coldly, "You really deserve to die." Sister. Lin Tian's eyes lost focus for a moment, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Why? I've never harmed you. I've never even thought of harming you. Why are you treating me like this?" The current him couldn't tell whether he was the heaven-slaughtering divine king or that trash Lin Tian. Their remnant souls and obsessions were intertwined. Lin Tian suffered a backlash from his obsession, lost control of his body, lost 200 luck points, fate points increased by 1,000. Notification: the current Child of Destiny's luck points have been cleared to 0, triggering the kill drop rule. At this time the system notification sounded in his mind. Gu Chang'e also knew that the time was right, so he revealed a gentle smile and comforted Lin Qiuhan. "I know you can't do it, so why don't I be the bad guy? You go out first." "Okay." Lin Qiuhan was touched, and she quickly left with red eyes. Although she really wanted to kill the person in front of her, she couldn't do it in front of her brother's face. After Lin Qiuhan left, Gu Chang'e approached Lin Tian with his hands behind his back, and smiled faintly. "Do you know why I didn't let anyone cremate or bury you? You know that I faked my death? Surnamed Gu, who are you and what is your motive?" Lin Tian couldn't help but roar. At this moment he was like a wild beast. "Motive? What motive can I have? Didn't you always want to kill me?" Gu Chang'e said casually, and his eyes gradually turned dark. There seemed to be billions of black demonic lights surging in his eyes. He looked straight at Lin Tian. "Who are you? How can you have such means?" Lin Tian couldn't help but be frightened. Looking at Gu Chang'e's eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into a dark abyss. His entire person was about to be swallowed by the dark vortex. This young man surnamed Gu had an incomparably terrifying demonic nature, and there seemed to be billions of demons dancing behind him, bringing chaos to the heavens. Even as a divine king in his previous life, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. Lin Qiuhan actually trusted him so much. This was too dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's heart faintly twitched again. He hated it. Why would a dead person know so much? Gu Chang'e looked coldly at Lin Tian, and his palm covered the space between his eyebrows. What demonic technique is this? Alintion was incomparably terrified, and he couldn't help but scream. Guchanga's palm passed through his sea of consciousness, and a pitch-black brilliance bloomed, like a black bottle of the great Tao, rising and falling, able to swallow heaven and earth. Wang! In the next moment, the black light flickered, and a terrifying suction force came from the mouth of the bottle. Lin Tian's remnant soul instantly disappeared, and everything returned to dead silence. So you were a divine king in your previous life, but the taste of this remnant soul is not bad. Guchanga couldn't help but close his eyes and praised softly. Chapter 48. The remnant soul of a god king was easily devoured by Guchanga with his devouring immortal demonic technique. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced it. At the same time, he flipped through the memories of the heaven-slaughtering god king. For a son of destiny who was reincarnated as a loser, the most important thing was the divine arts and treasured arts that he learned in his previous life, as well as his combat experience. Other than that, what else could there be? However, all of this belonged to Guchanga now. The devouring immortal demonic technique could not only devour the source of kings, it could also devour souls. The reason why he asked Lin Chohan to leave was because he did not want to expose the demonic technique to anyone. There were many soul-searching methods in the upper realm, and he did not trust anyone other than himself. But the pleasure of devouring remnant souls to raise my primordial spirit is indeed incomparable. Once the demonic technique is exposed, no one can protect me. He felt that his primordial spirit strength was rapidly increasing, and it had even surpassed many Emperor Realm martial artists. Guchanga could not help but think softly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Son of Destiny's first kill completed. Triggering the rule of dropping luck points, calculating. Congratulations master for dropping an additional Heavenly Tao reward chest. An additional 100 luck points and 500 fate points. Calculating the first kill reward. Obtained first kill treasure chest. Luck points exchange function activated. Master's own luck points can be exchanged for fate points. The exchange rate is 110. Hearing these notifications, Guchanga could not help but be interested. Other than the additional Heavenly Tao reward chest, he actually obtained a first kill treasure chest. Luck points exchange function? That meant that his own luck points could be used as a universal currency? If that was the case, he had a trump card. Since ancient times, burning one's luck points could allow one to cross the heavens to save one's life. As a villain, if he encountered a crisis that he could not solve in the future, he could use his luck points to exchange for fate points. Perhaps he could solve the problem easily. Of course, Guchanga would not do so easily. At least until now, he could see that luck points were very important. Without this thing, the Son of Destiny would be finished in an instant. Open the first clear treasure chest, Guchanga said. He wanted to know what he could get. After all, this thing was the same as drawing cards in his previous life. It also depended on luck. As a golden light flashed before his eyes, a golden treasure chest jumped out and opened with a bang. Ding! Congratulations, Master's luck is off the charts. You have obtained Luck Plunder Card X3, 1/3 World Seed X1, System Calculation Critical Card X1. The cold mechanical voice of the system sounded. Luck Plunder Card? Guchanga felt a bit strange as he looked at the card's description. It could be used to plunder the Child of Fate's fate, and there was a certain chance of failure based on the Child of Fate's state. Plundering is a success. The Child of Destiny's Providence points have been cleared to 0. You can obtain the Child of Destiny's corresponding Providence points. The plunder failed and there was no result. The system calculates the critical strike card. When calculating the reward, you can get a random critical hit, but it can be 0. 1 times, or even 10 times 100 times. Guchanga checked the functions of the other card and clicked his tongue. This also depended on luck, but according to the experience of opening 2 treasure chests, his luck was quite good. He was going to use it the next time he killed Yi Chan. As for the Luck Plunder card, it was a good thing. After all, if he wanted to directly obtain the luck points of the Child of Fate, he would have to continuously suppress the Child of Fate. The Luck Plunder card could ignore this suppression process and plunder directly. Of course, there was also a chance of failure. Gu Chang'e looked at the price of the luck plunder card in the system shop. It was 10,000 fate points each. Sorry to disturb. In other words, he had to ensure that he could earn at least 2,000 luck points. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. However, Gu Chang'e was also guessing that the child of fate he would encounter in the future would not have too low luck points. Right now, the Azure Heaven realm he was in was simply too weak. It was not considered a strong realm among the many lower realms. In his knowledge, it was at most a small world. Void God realm experts could break through the space barrier. The larger lower realms, such as the medium worlds, should be the world where the heaven-killing Divine King was originally from. One needed to cultivate to the Divine King realm to break through the barrier. The upper realm he was in was the platform and hub that connected these small worlds, medium worlds, and great worlds. It was intricate and complicated. Then, Gu Chang'e opened another Heavenly Dao bonus treasure chest. He guessed that it should be related to the Child of Fate. A golden light flashed before his eyes, and a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Child of Fate halo. The current halo has been automatically converted. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Villain of Fate halo. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Heart of the Divine King. Villain of Fate halo? Gu Chang'e did not care about the rest. He mainly looked at the description of the halo and could not help but become interested. Villain of Fate. With Destiny, a villain can eliminate the Child of Fate and ignore the difference in luck. Ignore the difference in luck? What does that mean? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows and asked the system. If the difference in luck is too great, it will lead to a luck backlash. When the Master's strength surpasses the Child of Fate by too much, but the difference in luck is too great, the Heavenly Dao will protect the Child of Fate and cause a luck backlash to the Master. The system explained. So, when I first transmigrated, my luck points were too low but my strength was too great. The Heavenly Dao could not affect my intelligence, so it created a luck backlash to protect the Child of Fate. Gu Chang'e was very clear about this. Now that his luck points had risen, he naturally did not care about the luck backlash when dealing with the Yiqian and Lin Tian. But what if he encountered such a situation in the future? The Villain of Fate halo had resolved this hidden danger, and he felt very comfortable. As for the Heart of the Divine King, Gu Chang'e casually glanced at it. It was the Dao heart of a Divine King cultivator, who had cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. Lin Tian, the Child of Fate, did not have much of a mental state in his opinion. However, since it was a system reward, there should be no problem. Gu Chang'e directly chose to merge with it. He felt as if his entire body was wrapped in a warm light. His consciousness was somewhat muddled, as if he had settled down for several tens of thousands of years, and had seen many things and scenes in an instant. 10,000 years in a glance, reincarnation rushed by. But soon it became clear again. Gu Chang'e frowned. There seemed to be no difference in mental state. However, his feelings and thoughts had indeed changed a lot. But overall, compared to before, it was much better. After all, he was a transmigrator. Although he adapted quickly, there was still a process. With the help of the Heart of the Divine King, it saved him a lot of time. Mental state was not much different from luck. It was somewhat illusory, and everyone had different understandings.